Okay. I'm calling to order the September 2nd, 2020 meeting of the Planning Commission. And do we have a roll call, please?
Yes. Commissioner Fonda Bernardi?
Here.
Commissioner Fresco?
Here.
Commissioner Landris?
Here.
Commissioner McKinnon?
Present.
Commissioner Reese?
Here.
And Commissioner Chair Lambert, sorry.
Whatever I am. Here. Do we need a planning director's report? Is David on yet?
Let me just check the list.
You forgot me that I'm also here.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Pastor.
Really?
Apologies to that. Actually, before we get to the director's report, I do have just one piece of business for the commission to take care of. We have received inquiries about extra time to speak through donation of time for tonight's hearing. And in case there are callers intending to be representative speakers, we just want to make sure that callers have sufficient time to make other arrangements. So this allowance for extra time to speak is included in Rule 17B of the Planning Commission Rules of Order. We are aware that the City Council has already suspended this rule in terms of allowing extra time to speak. And since it's the first time that we're instituting call-in public comments for a Planning Commission hearing, and given the technical and feasibility of identifying persons who are donating time, staff recommends that the Planning Commission at this time vote to suspend that rule allowing extra time to speak for tonight's hearing.
There's no way to verify.
There's no way to verify, that is correct, right.
But the other thing to know is that if somebody calls in who we know represents a community organization, there's nothing stopping the Planning Commission from asking questions of that person. So, you know,
that is correct. Right, that is correct. And again, because of the nature of the call and if there are commissioners interested in those questions, we ask that you say that early. But again, the commission does need to vote on suspending that rule if that's something you are interested in doing.
Okay, is there a motion?
May I ask also, what is the rule with respect to number of comment and limits on time? How many minutes are we providing irrespective of the number?
If we get 20 call-ins, it goes for 2 minutes. If we don't have 20 call-ins, it's 3 minutes. That's the rule.
Right. I'm going to note that, yeah, this vote does not include that. You're going to vote on that issue later before the applicant presentation. This is just specifically about the extra time to speak through donation of time.
So it's not automatically automatic. It goes to 2 minutes of more than 20 people. We could do 3 minutes.
It is in your PC Rules of Order to reduce down. However, the commission can vote to allot additional time.
I gotcha. Okay. So planning director's report. Do we want to do that now or?
We need a motion. So
you need to vote on that.
We need a motion. So I'll move the recommendation.
Is there a second?
Second. I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Do we have to roll call it, or are we good on acclamation?
I'm actually just going to roll call it just for the good of this for listeners. So Commissioner Fonda Bernardi?
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco?
Yes.
Commissioner Landris?
Yes.
Commissioner McKinnon?
Yes.
Commissioner Pastor?
Yes.
Commissioner Reese?
Yes.
And Chair Lambert?
Yes.
Okay, passes 7-0. And now we will move into the director's report. I think, is that David that called into the hearing? I think it is. 829. No, that doesn't look like it. You know what? I guess I will be giving the director's report. So let me just share my screen right now. So you can see here, upcoming Planning Commission hearing September 16th has been canceled. October 7th will be your next regular meeting. On that meeting, we have 2 CUPs related to convenience markets. Those are 7-Elevens. There's a revised tract map and a development review permit and minor modification on the 3rd Street Promenade. We'll also be bringing back to you an ROI to initiate the process for implementing the 3rd Street Promenade fast food ordinance, which currently is an IZO that is expiring. We did want to note that we are aware that the Commission received a comment for a project at 1643 12th Street, since that is a project that will be coming forward to the commission, and tonight's meeting does not allow for additional comment outside of what's on the agenda. We will be including that in the record when that project is brought forward for the commission's review. In terms of City Council, just recent action, August 25th, which was just last Tuesday, there were 4 ordinances related to housing that were adopted by Council. First was the 2019 state legislation update. So this was the updates to the code to include changes to be consistent with changes in state law that occurred with the 2019 legislative session in relation to family daycare, more clarifications and removal of barriers for accessory dwelling units, and also density bonus for 100% affordable units. Council also adopted a new regulation with respect to rental units. So what that is, it's really 4 things. It's that all rental units are required to be all tenants are required to enter into leases of not less than a year for the initial leasing period. It must be leased to a natural person as their permanent residence, and also all rental units must be furnished. There are no exceptions to these regulations. There was also the extension of the process thresholds, IZIA, which was the AA process, administrative approval process for 100% affordable housing and Tier 2 housing projects. And then the Council also adopted the Commission's recommendation on amendments to the Downtown Community Plan, definition of a housing project, and also the process change for Tier 3 housing projects above 90,000 square feet from a development agreement to a development review permit. So that was a pretty heavy housing night last week at Council. And then next Council meeting on September the 8th, we will be bringing forward the staff approval authority, increasing staff approval authority for design review projects and also for signs compliance with the sign code. So that's the conclusion of the director's report. And I understand we're still working on getting David into the meeting.
Any questions?
I have a question.
Commissioner
Yes.
Preston.
Just a quick question. So tonight we're starting at 5:30 and we had previously been starting at 4:30. Is this our new starting time for future meetings, or it's just tonight?
You've been starting at 5:30.
Oh, we have? I thought we've been starting at 4. Okay, well, that's my problem. And then what did you just say about furnished units?
Oh, the new leasing regulations are requiring that all rental units be unfurnished.
Oh, unfurnished. Thank you.
Unfurnished, yes.
Commissioner Landris.
I was wondering whether we had discussed this in our meeting, in our agenda meeting. Will we see the bike action plan before it goes to Council, or will we receive that as an information item? I think given that the Council will be taking action, it would be helpful for us to see the bike action plan sometime during October, if that's possible.
Yeah, I will talk to David and Francie about that. My understanding is these are some clarifications in order to implement Council direction. So there wasn't a plan, I think, to stop at Planning Commission, but I will verify that with Francie.
Okay. There's just been enough community conversation about making it easier to bike around, especially mid-pandemic, that I think it would be helpful to make sure that we're giving as much community input as possible. So thanks.
Haven't we already done that? I mean, we had the bike plan for consideration some months ago, didn't we?
This is an update that's dealing with buffered bike lanes and some other things. We're addressing whether or not it's primarily clarifications based on new types of construction or whether it's going to represent a change in focus for funding. Okay. And if it's the latter, I would request that it come to us.
Okay. Sorry? I have something to say. Planning Commissioner announcements. Okay, there are no minutes to approve. What's that? There are no statements of official action. Nothing on the consent calendar, and that brings us to item 9A. There's a public hearing on the project at 1133 Ocean Avenue, and I want to go through some housekeeping items before we start. For those of you who want to be heard, we are now accepting calls on the item, and the number to call is 310-458-8423. And I'll repeat that over the course of the item as well. That's on the agenda as well. Or you can submit an email to planningcomment@smgov.net, and the staff will read your email. And as we said earlier, if there are more than 20 people queued up to speak, commission will, normally you would get 2 minutes. The commission can override that, and when we reach that point, we will see what the commission's wishes are. When calls begin to taper off at some point in the evening, which soon they will, staff will notify us of that, and we'll give you 10 minutes after that to call in, and otherwise the phone line will be closed. Do not hang up. Don't hang up until you hear the city hang up, because the commission may have questions of you, so stay on the line until you hear us disconnect. For Spanish speakers, you get the full amount of time given to all the speakers, and we have a translator, Spanish-English translator here tonight, and so your time would basically be doubled because of the translation time needed. And we already went through the no time donation. Finally, there's a possibility, and it's up to the commission at the end of the day, that we may continue this item to next week, next Wednesday, and I'm not saying for sure we're doing that. We'll decide at the end of the testimony. And if we do, because there's an awful lot of information to digest that we got today, if we do continue it till next Wednesday, whether or not we reopen a public hearing would be whether or not there's new information between now and then, or that we got today that people want to comment on, and that will be a city attorney's call. So whether or not the public hearing is reopened next Wednesday will be whether or not new information warrants that, and the city attorney will advise us on that at the end of the day. So with that, on 9A, can we have the staff report, please?
And it looks like David was able to join the meeting now, so.
Great.
Wonderful.
David?
Hello?
Hello, can we hear you? There you are.
I can barely hear you. I think they're fixing my computer.
David, we can hear you.
Thanks, Jane. Are we on the director's report, or where are we?
No, we're past that. We're at item 9A, so we're ready for the
Okay,
staff report.
great.
So if you want to give your introduction.
Yeah, thank you. And I apologize to everyone for the technical problems. But I did want to just say a few words before I turn the presentation over to Roxanne Tanamori, who's been working on the project for so long. As everyone knows, the project was originally filed several years ago, back in 2011. Of course, it's been the subject of a lot of community discussion, meetings, float-ups. And I personally want to thank the community, the applicant, and staff for all the work that's gone into this. It's a big project for Santa Monica. It's an important project. And again, I really appreciate everything that's gone into getting us to where we are today. The applicant has worked with the city throughout the process of completing the downtown community plan. They waited to see where we ended up on that process. And again, as I'm sure most of you remember, that was a lengthy process where we tried to nail down what the maximum heights should be on these 3 large existing sites. And that's where we landed on the 130 feet. So the idea was to create a process where there'd be a known height limit. We also talked in the DCP about the appropriate community benefits for a project like this, and the need to focus on things like affordable housing, open space, and historic preservation, which this project does. And so what we're presenting tonight is a project that's consistent with the LUCE and the DCP. We think it's a good project. We've worked really hard on it. There will be tweaks as we go along. There are more steps in the process. After this, the project will go to the city council, And then the next step would be onto the Coastal Commission, and then there'll be a city design review process. So there is still a bit of a road to go, but again, tonight's a very important milestone. I also want to mention the fact that we're viewing this project through the lens of COVID-19 and everything that's happened in the city in the last several months. So it's important to keep that in mind as we think about the aftermath of COVID-19 and our economic recovery. And a project like this, of course, can be a very important catalyst project. It's located in a part of the city and a part of the downtown where there's some weaknesses in terms of, for example, the 1200 block of the Promenade. So one effort we've been pursuing for a while is how to direct more people up in that direction. And again, a project like this can help. It also sends a message, that the city supports our hospitality industry, which is, of course, one of the main pillars of our economy and therefore part of our economic recovery. So with those few words of introduction, now I'd like to turn it over to Roxanne and have her go into more detail on the project. And thank you.
Thank you, David. Hi, everybody. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Roxanne Tanamori, and I have been the project manager for the Miramar Hotel Development Agreement roughly since 2011. And so I hope you'll bear with me as I go through this presentation for the sake of new commissioners and folks out in the community who may be watching this who are haven't perhaps followed along for quite that amount of time. I am going to, in some areas, be more brief so that folks can, so we can share some time with the applicant in terms of explaining the actual proposal. And so I am going to open up my presentation and we're going to get going here. So again, thank you. I'm excited to be here. This is the culmination of a lot of effort, and so thank you everybody in advance for your time. Just wanted to go over quickly. I know Chair Lambert already covered this, some of the format for tonight's meeting. We are going to start with my report, and of course the Commission will have time to ask staff questions. We do have our entire team with us, the city team as well as our consultants, so keep that in mind. I can certainly fan out questions to the right folks who have helped advise us through this process. And then we will move on to applicant presentation. There is a request on the table for, I believe it's 20 minutes. There will be time for commission questions to the applicant team. We will then do public comment via the telephone line, and then the applicant will have a couple of minutes to do some global response to public comment. And then again, as Chair Lambert said, depending on how the evening goes, the next step would be for commission deliberations and a vote in terms of recommendations to council. In terms of my project, I won't spend a lot of time on this slide, but I did want to show you that I am going to walk you all through the staff report, summarizing some areas more than others. And also, toward the end of my presentation, there will be a couple of points that I'm going to share on some clarifications that we'd like to put in the record. There are more revisions to come through on the DA, but we did want to highlight a couple of things that have come up in discussion since we published the report. And as the Planning Commission, as you're considering the whole of this request, the terms, the project as a whole, the community benefits, a couple of key issues we want you to bear in mind. Of course, this is sort of a standard approach, but on a 4.5 acre site, really taking into consideration whether the site planning and the design, this mix of uses is really compatible and responsive to the downtown district as it's set forth both in the LUCE and the DCP, recognizing the downtown as our area of highest intensity development. There's an acknowledgement of that transition from the edge of the downtown district to the residential neighborhoods directly to the outside on the north. So bearing that in mind as you look at the proposal as a whole. And then also looking at whether or not the DA and in particular the community benefits are really fit well and are consistent with the city's land use goals and policies, and the city's public objectives as David had set out for you. In this moment in particular, we're interested in increasing economic investment, revenue generation in particular to support community priorities that have been identified by both council and our residents. We're always interested in constructing housing for all income levels and creating livable neighborhoods and ensuring, as set forth in DCP, that our historic resources are protected and showcased, and also focused, again, on job creation. In terms of background, I won't spend a lot of time here, but I do think it's important. I did get an email from some community members who were a little perplexed about what all had come, and so I directed them to the website that we have for a lot of the project information. But I did want to just focus in. The application was submitted in 2011. We did a community meeting. There were 2 Planning Commission float-ups in 2012, followed by a council float-up in April of 2012, where direction was given to staff to initiate negotiations, start environmental review, and some design direction and priorities were established back then. In response to that, the applicant in 2013 submitted a revised design that did take a different massing strategy and approach that ended up being a point of real debate and discussion in the community. Going along with that proposal that was submitted, we did do the initial scoping meeting and started the environmental process in 2013. The downtown community plan, as that process was going through the debates and all of the forums that we did to establish how to develop in the downtown, what's the right mix of uses. We did put this project on hold pending the outcome of that. In July of 2017, the DCP was adopted, and following that, the applicant submitted a revised project consistent with the established large sites overlay and the development parameters that were established for this particular Miramar parcel, 1 of 3 in the downtown, and that had that overlay. As well, we restarted the environmental review in the summer of 2018. We held another scoping meeting given that the project had changed and sufficient time had passed. And so we did put forward, we started that process again. Fast forwarding to 2019, we did do a couple of courtesy discussions, both with Landmarks and ARB, to present some design changes and to just get some feedback on some of the more specific aspects of the project, still at a global level, but really looking down to what the applicant had changed over time, and wanted to get some feedback on a preliminary basis on that. We did release the draft EIR for an extended period of time for a total of 90 days in the spring of 2020. And that leads us to here, tonight's meeting, and we are tentatively looking forward to a council hearing at the end of the month, potentially. Just wanted to go back for folks who haven't been following along since 2011. I just want to give you a quick couple of snapshots of what the original proposal looked like with the building height as outlined on your slide. Commensurate to what is being proposed today, roughly 133 feet, but the massing strategy was different in that case. This is a quick snapshot of the revised submittal from 2013, which again took a different approach with a taller, slender building in the center of the site. And that leads us up to today's submittal that really the genesis of this design was put forward to the city in 2018 and has evolved since then. In terms of community feedback, we have received a lot here in conjunction with the Planning Commission report, but I would say through every step of the process, the community has been incredibly active and involved, and we've really appreciated that participation. I tried to boil down many forums for discussion into a couple of bullet points for you all. I tried to highlight the themes that have been quite consistent, both in terms of concerns and support. They're outlined on the slide for you. They're also provided in your staff report. But we are looking in terms of concerns, just overall size and scale and massing, that question of how to most effectively transition in the neighborhood, the question of the condominiums, whether that's a necessary component. Lots of discussion about the current parking shortfall, lack of parking on the site, and how that impacts the neighborhood. You will hear and you've read concerns about the circulation and the access points that are provided in this plan. and also just traffic and the construction impacts. In terms of support, we've consistently heard recognition and support for this project. So far as Miramar has, is a longstanding business in our community and has partnered with many community organizations and folks that have been supportive of their role, and as that might continue on through the new project. There's been support for the affordable housing, the preservation, the open space components, the provision of subterranean parking that would, again, address some of that current impact that's occurring, and also to the notion that this project would generate significant tax revenue to support city services. In terms of development standards, there are just a handful recognizing that the DCP contemplated specifically a DA process for this, for the review of this project. And so what the DCP concisely laid out for everyone's evaluation to sort of set the table on this is the DCP identified priority community benefits. For this particular site, it's affordable housing, preservation, and publicly accessible open space. The DCP also outlines a number of other priority community benefits in general for negotiated projects. This project does incorporate a fair number of those. Those are outlined in your staff report. The DCP established a 130-foot maximum building height and an up to 3.0 FAR. This project proposes the building a maximum height at 130 feet and proposes less than the maximum FAR, all combined at 2.6. And there's also a specific requirement for a minimum open space requirement, 50% of the total site area, with a minimum of 25% at the ground level, and the other 25% can be provided in different levels of the site. This project does provide approximately 51% at the ground level. I haven't done a very detailed calculation of how all those upper levels add up to the total. The staff review has been focused on the ground level. A little bit of, I say this is not a housekeeping item, but it is something that is a little bit hard to explain, so I wanted to just put this out there. This application for the development agreement includes a local coastal program, land use plan, or LUP as I'll call it, and an amendment to that 1992 plan. Now you might be saying to yourself, wait, didn't we go through a process back in 2018, 2017, 2018 with respect to the LCP? And we did. And that council adopted land use plan is still awaiting Coastal Commission review and approval or certification. We're hoping that hearing will be scheduled at the end of this year. It was scheduled earlier, but due to the COVID-19 emergency, a lot of schedules have been pushed out into the future. It's just important to note that this land use plan amendment is amending, again, the 1992 plan, because that is what's on the books today. The applicant's amendments look to establish the 130-foot building height and only the 2.6 FAR that they're proposing through their project. The council adopted land use plan from 2018, establishes up to that maximum of 3.0, but they're not seeking that in this amendment request. The applicant's also seeking an amendment for the 2nd Street parcel, which is the affordable housing site, for that 2.75 FAR and 60 feet that they're proposing right up to that envelope, which is also consistent with zoning in the downtown plan. As I've noted on the slide, should Coastal Commission adopt the city's 2018 land use plan, then this amendment through the course of that process may not be necessary. I'm going to spend just a little bit of time walking you around the site. It's a 4.5 acre parcel. It's a full city block. It is something that will play into your review of the site plan. Is just wanted to note that there is an approximately 14-foot slope difference, roughing that compass. It's about what I consider southwest, heading from the corner, starting at the corner of California and 2nd Street down to and I'm on the diagonal to Ocean and Wilshire. That's about a 14-foot. We may not perceive it, but it's there, and it's been dealt with in the site plan and made things a little bit more complex than planning such a large site. The 2nd Street parcel directly across the street to the east is 15,000 square feet, and that's currently used as the surface parking for the hotel valet operation. Hotel on the main site is 301 rooms. Here's an axonometric view of the site. A couple of views just walking around the perimeter of the parcel. And these are, I want to pause here on the two landmark features, the Palisades Wing, constructed in 1924, Renaissance Revival style, and then also the Moreton Bay fig tree, circa turn of the century that it was planted. A couple of views of buildings and vistas and views and the neighborhood context. And then this is a summary chart taking a look at what's being proposed with this comprehensive redevelopment of the site for hotel, residential, some commercial, and then also the affordable housing. We do on this slide a comparison against what is there today. That comparison between the current hotel and the proposal is always something that we've been evaluating through really every turn in this project review. So it's good to put a comparison chart out there so you can see the changes between existing and proposed. With respect to overall floor area, that's what folks are often interested in. The proposal is just over 500,000 square feet. There is a recognition that about 240,000 of that would be net new compared to the existing hotel, which is about 262,000 above grade floor area today. The range of building heights, there is modulation all over the site in terms of the massing, and so heights vary throughout the site, and they're identified there on the slide. In terms of parking, the application is folding in a total of 428 spaces. That includes the whole array of EV charging stations, EV ready, conduit raceway ready, to meet the newest code that went into effect. Lots of bicycle parking, both short and long term, for all the different user groups, and the site is being provided. I already spoke about the open space. We'll get to the affordable housing component later when we talk about community benefits, but the application today is proposing a minimum of 42 units that will be deed restricted. In terms of the city review, just wanted to highlight that in addition to looking at the overall project design, the site planning, the things that planning spends a lot of time on, treatment of historic resources, the open space concept, we did through this process spend an incredible amount of time on the technical review, many meetings spent on circulation, parking, looking at TDM, sustainable design features, utilities, how the site's going to handle its trash and recycling and compost. We looked at the street trees, looked at the public right-of-way issues that may be implicated through this proposal. So lots of different levels and types of review were folded into the proposal that's before you. I am going to go a little more quickly through this section of the report because I do know that the applicant can probably describe their project certainly better than I can, but I did want to focus on a couple of elements as the site plan has changed over time. There was always an evaluation of not only the massing, not so much the locations of buildings, those have been somewhat set, but looking at how everything is interrelated with respect to the circulation and parking, since that's been an issue that's been discussed from both the community, and also making sure that we correct some of the shortfalls that exist on an operating hotel site today. We did find that, as you saw on the slides, there was a reimagining of this design concept. We have found that over time, the design concept has become more cohesive, more well integrated with the historic resources on the property. And speaking of historic resources, this is an integral and an important part of this project. There's been a lot of discussion even in recent days about how best to ensure protection and preservation and rehabilitation of the Palisades Wing. And so that's something that we'll talk about a little bit later, but that was something that we have spent a lot of time focused on, looking at the connections between the Palisades building and the California building, which is proposed new, as well as the Ocean Tower, thinking about those connections, how to protect and also allow for full functionality for a top-notch hotel. Last year, when the Landmarks Commission took a look at this proposal at a very conceptual level and gave preliminary feedback, they did spend some time, and the California building, that's proposed new on the corner of California and Ocean really did undergo some pretty substantive changes to better relate to the historic resource. In terms of open space design, going back to 2011, the plan, although the location of the open space, the publicly accessible component at the corner of Ocean and Wilshire, which is shown with the red demarcation there, that configuration and the programming for that has changed over time. It's always been in that corner. We've recognized that Wilshire and Ocean intersection is a really important space for the community and also for the Miramar. And so we have worked carefully looking at how to best program that space and make that place where there are visual cues that invite the public in. We'll talk a little bit more about the parameters on how that access will work. There are a variety of open spaces throughout the site that do have different user groups sort of envisioned for them. We did get some questions about different spaces and who they're really meant for, and so the applicant can go into more detail about that. With respect to parking and mobility, we did go through many rounds of review on this, and what's before you is a plan that takes a full 4.5-acre site and really tries to think about how to integrate the ingress-egress points in a way that is efficient, is safe, and also allows the flexibility that everybody needs to get around underground on this site and then also around it in a way that's safe and, again, efficient. And so what you have built into the plan that's before you is a main entry court that's on 2nd Street. It's valet only. That's really the main hub for hotel events. Residents are able to use that. Guests who come to dine or just to visit and walk around or shop would likely be shepherded to that location. It also creates a good visual relationship to the tree. That's something that the design team worked on. There's also thinking about going counterclockwise on the California side of the parcel closer to the Ocean Avenue intersection. There is a driveway proposed there that would be for employees only. And then onto Ocean Avenue, there's an existing sort of pull-out or portico share. I'm not sure what to call it. But that is being reconfigured to provide subterranean access for resident self-park and valet. And 428 parking spaces and ample bicycle parking spread out throughout the site. One thing I did want to note that as we were reviewing the access points, it wasn't just taking a look at the on-site mobility. We did take a look at sidewalk widths and aisles and how everything is fitting together, public right-of-way, how people are getting to and from. And one of the things that came up that the design team worked hard on with this entry court is that it is valet operated, and there are no valet trips that will occur off property. That's a big deal compared to the existing condition today, where valet has to circulate out on public right-of-way on our streets to deliver and park cars. The entry court's also designed so that a fair number of cars can be stacked on there to alleviate concerns about event and overflow onto 2nd Street. Here's just a quick view of the site plan that shows those driveways and those access points called out. One of the issues that was raised over time, there have been actually two. There have been inquiries on whether or not the employee drive on California, go back and show that to you, the driveway on California Avenue, whether that could be removed from that side of the property and relocated somewhere else. That's been something that has been raised. It has been looked at to a certain level in terms of how activity, that employee activity could be accommodated potentially in other places on the site. It is something that we have discussed. And more recently, there is also, there has been an inquiry on whether or not the main entry court that is currently on 2nd Street should and could be moved to Wilshire Boulevard. We did have some discussions with a variety of community members about that. And from a policy standpoint, both the Luce and the DCP really envisioned that north end of the downtown captured on Wilshire between 4th and Ocean, that our vision, and both in terms of economic revitalization, safety, and also recognizing where it is in relation to Ocean Avenue and Pacific Park, or Palisades Park, excuse me, that would be a place for a much better and improved pedestrian realm. We also have policies that are extensively documented in the Lewiston DCP that talk about where are the safest and most effective and efficient places to gain access properties, and it's really off side streets and front alleys when possible. And also looking at the trip distribution for this parcel and for the uses that are proposed. We are not in support of a relocation of the entry court from 2nd Street to Wilshire. And also one last note in terms of the subterranean plan that has been revised over time over the years to limit and remove the excavation, what I would say more on the south side of the parcel, in order to give extra protection and buffer to the landmark tree. One of the issues with respect to TDM, we do have a program that is a requirement for this project. Our staff worked closely with the applicant on that TDM program that's contained in as an attachment to the DA. One of the things that's of note that is a little bit different than what we might normally put forward. The applicant did originally from day one make a proposal to provide employee parking free of charge in order to limit or really try to eliminate that neighborhood impact. In this particular instance, staff is supporting that request based on our review of sort of the unique factors around this employer and the neighborhood conditions. I wanted to just make note of that. A quick view of the loading dock and trash configuration. We spent many rounds of discussion about this in service of ensuring that the way that the operations today on 2nd Street and how impactful they are to a certain degree, recognizing the site was built long ago and built incrementally. This is a chance to rebuild this site and do it right. And so we have spent some time on figuring out how to get that loading dock and get all those trucks pulled in so they're off the street. We've also looked at RRR, our resource recovery and recycling. In this particular case, the developer is going to manage that system themselves through a private provider because they are able to use a trash compactor system, which will take trash trucks off the street because they're able to do less frequent pickups. And so we thought that in light of all things, that would be a benefit. In terms of sustainability, there is information in your staff report and also in the DA. There are a couple of things I just want to note about the proposal overall is that due to the fact that this proposal has been pending since 2011, the sustainability aspect has been something the team's really been focused on. As our code has gotten more stringent, things that were over and above code became code, and so this proposal has always been evolving over time, even as recently as just a few months ago. One of the key things that in our conservative review of community benefits, we're focused most heavily on the LEED Platinum and also the commitment and the requirement vis-a-vis the DA, that there would be a 20% water savings at the new hotel relative to and in comparison to the water usage that's occurring today. We think that's a significant improvement and benefit. The applicant is also proposing an on-site rainwater capture and gray water reuse system, storage, so they can capture and they can reuse water. And that goes toward their landscaping. They have a lot of it. And we think that's a real benefit and something that we've been fortunate to have proposed by the applicant team. I won't spend a lot of time on this. I did a lot of writing about Lewiston DCP policy consistency in the staff report, but I really just wanted to focus your attention on a couple of them that sort of encapsulate all of the policy analysis we did on this. With respect to the Lewis and the downtown district, the Lewis really did, back in 2010, identify a vision for this site, exceptional planning and design, an opportunity for investment at this site, an opportunity for substantial community benefits, and to improve the pedestrian environment. So that's something that still guides our review of this project. The DCP also focused on that same vision, since it's implementing Lewis, but also to making making a substantial emphasis on the need to construct housing for people of all income levels, focusing on art and culture, local serving retail, and creating that, that special environment in the downtown. In terms of development agreement negotiations, there's a DA for you to look at, lots of terms and regulations to identify the rules of the road for how this, if approved, would go forward, establishing rights and responsibilities for both parties between city and applicant. So that's in the DA. But the DA provides us the opportunity to negotiate community benefits. And so we wanted to I wanted to outline a little bit of how we approach that. There's some more discussion in the staff report and also in the supplemental that went along with the financial and fiscal analysis that was provided. We do tend to take an approach of we do try to make where it makes sense, obviously, impact fees or contributions, those are easy to tally. But some community benefits, we don't spend a lot of time trying to derive a monetary value. We think from a policy standpoint they're important. And so you'll see in the staff report, there's a lot of documentation about things that says, we recognize there's a value, but we're not spending the time to assign value to every community benefit, recognizing it's still an important item to negotiate over. The proposal before you in terms of fees or monetary contributions is totaling roughly $4.4 million. There's also, which I will get into, an affordable housing component, which we think is one of the most important community benefit in this project proposal, the minimum 42 units. And the developer's financial obligation with respect to affordable housing will depend on the public financing, the TCAC financing levels that may be achieved through that process. So we've laid out a couple of different scenarios for you in the staff report. So there is a big range depending on that developer obligation with respect to the affordable housing in terms of what we would call sort of the overall value of community benefits that are wrapped up in this proposal. So leading on into affordable housing, minimum 42 units, deed restricted. This would be important thing to note is that the applicant is proposing to donate the 15,000 square foot parcel on 2nd Street to Community Corps. And that would be structured in a way so that there are assurances for all parties that this component of the project happens. And so in evaluating the value of this component, we did do a land appraisal, and it came in at about over $12 million in appraised value for that parcel, which is part of the application, not just the gap funding, the gap financing for the construction, but also that land. The affordable housing project would be owned and operated by CCSM. Through the course of negotiation, the applicant has agreed to a transportation allowance for qualifying residents to fund that, and also to provide funds for services, augment CCSM's services that can be provided at the site. I want to note that this proposal is specifically conceived as a family-sized affordable housing project with more 2 and 3 bedroom units than perhaps typical. And so that's laid out in your staff report as well. And then we've outlined the range of the applicant's obligation financially, including the value of the land, depending on the public financing. In terms of historic preservation, the second of those 3 priority community benefits for this site, affordable housing, preservation, and then that publicly accessible open space. So really from day one, the applicant has been focused on preservation. It has been built into really every aspect of the site design. And so what's before you in the DA in both narrative form and then also too, as shown in the plans, is the preliminary preservation plan to restore and rehabilitate the Palisades wing, in particular to ensure its long-term preservation. How we value the community benefit of preservation, we take a look at that work. We're pretty conservative in our review of evaluation of the benefit. we want to make sure that we're looking at things with respect to the exterior and upgrades to those MEP systems to extend the life and the longevity of this building. There is some allowance. We did factor into that sort of the value that's highlighted on the screen with respect to ongoing maintenance for the Moreton Bay fig tree. We have not ironed out this language yet, but we are working on the terms for a performance bond requirement, just to ensure that, in the unlikely event that the project may get started, the hotel construction, and then that there would be a way to finish out the primary rehabilitation work on the exterior. Again, that's tied to the longevity of that landmark building. Sticking with community benefits and historic preservation, there is a negotiated item for an historic preservation interpretive feature. We are proposing that at a minimum that feature needs to be placed in the publicly accessible open space. We think there's great value to having it. Activates the site. It helps inform the community and visitors why this site is special from an historic preservation perspective. Publicly accessible open space. You did see earlier, the applicant will show you a bigger diagram of that. It's in your project plans. This is an approximately 14,000 square foot area at that anchoring corner of Wilshire and Ocean Avenue. We have, through the DA, negotiated the terms for that public access. Is not a public dedication. It's still private property, but this is an everyday public access is provided every day of the year. And there are hours set forth in the DA for when public access needs to be provided. There won't be charge for events and activities that are tied through the programming plan that we are also requiring. That was conceived through negotiation, not just to have the space and not to have it built out with the physical seating and landscape improvements, but also to bring life to that site. We've outlined a program, a commitment that the developer would need to commit to for a certain number of events each month, and then larger annual events. Those would need to be provided through a programming plan and implemented. And we think that's an important component of that space because it's not recreation, but it is really meant to provide another venue and avenue for public engagement. Part of the open space, the applicant had initially proposed an artwork, a piece of public art, so to speak, but we decided in this particular case to go ahead and structure the delivery of that community benefit through the requirement for an art plan to be implemented. There are many terms that I worked with our colleagues in cultural affairs on how to structure the conception, the fabrication, the installation, and the maintenance of a prominent piece of art for this corner. That is set forth in your DA. And we also felt that it was necessary to ensure quality, that there is a minimum value attached to that piece of art, which is set at $750,000. Sustainable design features, I sort of have already previewed that. There are many features built in to this project. In terms of an actual community benefit, we were very conservative and only assigned sort of value to a couple of the items that are clearly above and beyond code requirements. And those are 3 of those items I already talked about. The last one is just that Smurf line that I mentioned here on the slide. And that's really not extending the actual Smurf line, but creating a connection between the existing line that runs along Ocean Avenue to create connection to the hotel parcel. So there's some redundancy on that reuse, on that ability to use recycled water to deal with the on-site landscaping in case their system doesn't produce enough. In terms of monetary value for those limited sustainability items and not the entire proposal the applicant will probably describe more about, we've assigned that a roughly $2.1 million value. In terms of monetary contributions, we have outlined, these are familiar categories for you. There is one new one that I introduced, but we are looking at, in addition to the affordable housing project, the 42 units, we are requiring on top of that a contribution of $720,000 for the affordable housing commercial linkage fee. We think this is appropriate. And this amount represents an increase over what would be calculated if this project were sort of using the base formulas established in the code. Same thing for our transportation infrastructure contribution. We're looking at a substantial increase. We think that's fair and appropriate in this case of $1.4 million. We are sustaining the early childhood initiatives contribution. We've structured it in this term instead of the child care linkage fee because this allows this money to be used for program, and that's in support of, in particular, tuition subsidies and things that are really important out in the community. That's set at $1.35 million. A Parks and Recreation contribution, again, that's when we structured as a contribution and not just the developer impact fee, because this would allow the city to use this money not just for hard costs for full park improvement, but also for programs in recognition of the way that our budget has been impacted by COVID. We think this is an appropriate way to leverage these funds in support of the community. There's a sustainable water infrastructure contribution of $100,000 and an affordable lodging contribution. This is really tied into issues related to the coastal zone, and that's set at $75,000. And finally, an item that we spent some time thinking about in light of where we are today in the world and in Santa Monica. We felt this was an important sort of ask. And it did come in later in the negotiation, but we felt that it's just as important as everything else that we had spent much more time in negotiations on. And this is an economic equity and opportunity fund contribution to support our economic recovery initiatives that are sort of fledgling now. And we know we're going to be, as a staff, as a city, spending more time on developing and implementing. We think this money would be incredibly useful as seed funding for those initiatives, but still need to get discussed through the appropriate public and community processes in conversation with council, obviously, as well. And we felt that it was important to establish this fund and do our part to garner the resources and then allow the community to participate in the identification of how to use those funds. That is set at $500,000. Really quickly, we have local hiring. You all are familiar with these provisions that we have. The one thing I do want to note is that we did through this process and spend a little bit more time on working with our colleagues in human services and discussing how we might tailor this concept of first priority. We did specifically put in language on the slide that recognizes that first priority does include residents of the PICO neighborhood. As well, with our internship program, that was an ask from staff. We wanted to see, given all of the different functions and operations on a site as diverse as the hotel, within the hotel operations, there's lots of opportunities we think for internships. They would be paid to give folks opportunities to learn a variety of different skills and professions through a hotel operation, not just the way that we would normally think that. I think there's catering, there's administration, there's lots of avenues for job training and sharing of knowledge through this program. And we did expand the outreach and notification requirement here, really just to kind of bring up our language to today's times. We're recognizing that our director of community development can liaise with the VAP, the Virginia Avenue Park, the advisory board, the youth employment services. There's a lot of ways that we can connect this program to folks who are interested in it. And so the city wants to be informed and take a more active role in at least facilitating the notifications and letting folks know that this will be available. And again, with the notion that the developer and the hotel operator still gets to choose the intern ultimately, that's up to their discretion, as it always is. We are building in the efforts of highlighting where the needs most are and recognizing that the PICO neighborhood residents have some priority and hopefully being eligible and being called in for a program like this. There was an allowance here that we did negotiate for on community meeting space, and that's described in your staff report. We think this is pretty standard, but meeting space for nonprofits and neighborhood groups continues to be, a challenge to find, and so we wanted to make sure that that's built into this proposal. There is also an item that the applicant suggested with respect to community support, putting a dollar value up to $25,000 annually that would be used in a variety of ways to support community efforts. And so in looking, I know there's a chart in your staff report, I believe it's later toward the end of your staff report. It talks about different scenarios and how the total up these the value of community benefits, and looking at the most likely scenario for the tax credit, financing for the affordable housing project at the 9%. The staff report outlines the 4% scenario and also the no tax credit scenario, but thinking that 9% that's the hope. And looking at the contributions, almost at 4.4 million. The assignment of value we did for the other items, including the developer's obligation for affordable housing, we're looking at approximately $37 million value shown on your screen. I know I'm taking a lot of time here, so I am going to say that we did do, as part of this analysis, to inform our policy decisions as we negotiated the DA, and we know decision makers like to have this information as context. We did have HRNA, who is joining us this evening, prepared an economic impact analysis, a fiscal impact analysis, and did a peer review of the applicant's pro forma for the project. We do think that based on the analysis with respect to fiscal impact and economic impact, as David had highlighted in the very beginning, that we believe that this project brings value to the city, generates revenue that can support our community efforts and services, substantial. And that is something that is part of the record, and you're welcome to ask questions of Paul Silburn, who's joining us. We also did a financial feasibility. We peer reviewed the applicant's information and found that this project is feasible with the community benefits as a point of information to guide our negotiations. An EIR was prepared for this project. I walked you through some of the early steps we did and the timeline for the preparation of the final EIR. I do want to note for the record, because the project is consistent with the downtown community plan, the environmental analysis, and the plan itself, located near transit. This project technically, per CEQA guidelines, would be exempt from CEQA, from the preparation of an EIR. However, recognizing this process started a long time ago, and we think it's important to inform decision makers about potential effects on the environment, we did prepare an EIR. It's before you. Lots of analysis, lots of appendices in support of the analysis that was done. I know that there have been a few questions, and so Rachel Kwok, our environmental planner, is joining us, as well as ESA, who prepared an environmental analysis. I'm going to not pause on this slide too much, but we did do a thorough analysis. We looked at 6 different alternatives. We found that based on the analysis of alternatives and the project as proposed, that there were some significant and unavoidable impacts related to intersection and street segment impacts from a circulation standpoint, and also construction groundwater vibration on the building. It's the commercial building on the 2nd Street site, on the east side of 2nd Street, to the south of the affordable housing site. Some of the analysis is that, and looking at the alternatives, there would be similar impacts from the slightly environmentally superior alternative and the proposed project. We did receive comment letters. Those are contained along with responses to them in the final EIR, and that's provided in the record. And finally, we did want to note a couple of items that had come up. I'm sure there will be more, but we did want to take a moment to address a couple of them that had come up since the staff report was published. We we wanted to take a moment on historic preservation. We know that in the DA, in the community benefits section, there is a narrative in there about rehabilitation, in particular about the Palisades building, excuse me. And we do want to clarify, this isn't something we need to expound on more. It's already in the DA, although we will endeavor to make it more clear that pursuant to Article 6 of the DA, which talks about design review and the Landmarks Commission's role, we want to make sure it's clear to everybody the Landmarks Commission does have discretion through a certificate of appropriateness review, which will be required for the whole site. They do have discretion as they look at the exterior treatment of the landmark. It's a landmark parcel. So the narrative description that was provided in the rehabilitation discussion in the community benefits section about the preservation community benefit, we are going to revise that language. We just did not have time. We're working on it, but we did not have time to show that to you. Where we're just going to, for the sake of clarity, take out the discussion about period of significance and the discussion about the more detailed treatment approaches and methods, or for example, terracotta and the brick. We know what we've studied in the EIR, and we know the Landmarks Commission has preference and has some discretion on that, and so we don't want anyone to misconstrue that description, which was meant to be narrative in form, to preclude, to give the sense that there may be the Landmarks Commission is precluding from taking one action or another. So we'll be cleaning up that language and presenting that along as this moves forward to council. We also wanted to note it was raised on several occasions that the historic preservation, the interpretive feature, Landmarks Commission needs to review that, and so we will make that change in the documentation. Also, a couple of other things, some questions had come up on whether or not, because the DCP for the established large site for Miramar has a minimum open space requirement, the applicant has exceeded that minimum. We want to make it clear that the project plans established for the purposes of city review establishes the minimum in this case, although, the DCP lays that out. We just want to make some clarification around that. While the DCP says what it says about the minimum, the applicant has provided more, and we are interested in maintaining open space at that level. And then finally, the applicant, based on some questions that they had received, the applicant is volunteering to put a limitation on themselves and on the residential component, specifying that no owner or tenant or occupant or guest thereof would be entitled to obtain any preferential parking permits in the city pursuant to our process that's codified. That was something that got raised. The applicant is agreeing to that, and we will carry that forward in the DA. And with that, staff is recommending that the commission first and foremost discuss this proposal in service of formulating a recommendation to council. We ask that we're suggesting that recommendation include a recommendation that council certify the EIR, approve that amendment to the 1992 LUP, approve the development agreement, and the vesting map that would go along with its application in conjunction with the condominiums. And with that, thank you for your time and your patience with my presentation. I'm happy to answer questions, and I am going to stop sharing my screen, I think. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Roxanne. Thank you for all of your incredibly long hours and hard work on this. We really do appreciate it. So I know it must be a Herculean task. Before we start commissioner questions of staff, I'm going to remind people that if you want to phone in, the number is 310-458-8423. And we're taking calls now. When you call in, you'll be put in a queue and called in the order that you call in. And when you're finished with what you want to say, do not hang up, because we may have questions up here. And for those who are Spanish speakers, we have a translator, so if you need translation, please let staff know when they get you in the queue. So with that, we're going to start questions of commissioners. I'm going to start with Commissioner Fonda Bernardi. You're muted. Mario, you're muted.
I know. So first of all, thank you for that quite exhaustive presentation. I have a few questions. One, you said that the 9% TCAC was the most likely scenario. Why would you say that? What was the advantage of what would be the pressure to go with the 9% versus 4% or some other ratio?
Go ahead, Jane.
Yeah, so I think that's just based on conversations we've had with the developer and with their affordable housing partner, Community Corporation of Santa Monica, in terms of what they believe what might be a most likely scenario. What is included in your supplemental staff report is an attachment from the developer. However, in case if they're not successful in getting that, is funding scenarios under a 4% tax credit, or if no tax credit financing is obtained, what the developer's obligation would be. But that's just based on what we've seen and what they believe as well.
Okay. So my second question has to do with water consumption. In the EIR, they claim that they could lower the water consumption from the existing project, which was about 28 million gallons a year, down to 17 million gallons a year. And maybe Rachel or someone else can speak to this. Is that a credible number? We're doubling the size, and we're cutting the water not exactly in half, but pretty close. Is there, or another way of saying it, if you took the existing fixture count and you multiplied it by the water consumption that it's actually happening, and then plug those numbers into the new fixture count, would those numbers line up?
So can you repeat your question? I don't think I'm quite following it.
Okay. My question is, right now we're doubling the size of the project, the square footage of the project, and yet we're cutting the water consumption of the whole thing by a third, something like that. So we're doubling and cutting by a third. So there's quite a mismatch there. And I'm wondering how credible those predictions are of the water consumption for the whole project when it's all said and done. And if you reverse the calculation, you took the consumption of all the fixtures that we currently have, use that consumption in your numbers for the new fixture count, would you end up at the same place at the 17 million gallons a year?
So part of the way that we did the water consumption calculation was based on fixture count, and because the hotel is, of course, older, you're going to have less efficient water fixtures. For example, the toilets are going to be less efficient. So with the project, even though you are doubling the size in terms of the square footage, the fixtures and the water closets and toilets are more efficient. So in terms of hotel rooms, we're not really increasing the number of hotel rooms by that much. I think it's a very minor increase. So with that said, the water consumption mostly remains the same for the hotel. Sorry, not the same, but it decreases because of the water efficient fixtures. And then secondly, you're also having, while there is an increase in landscaping on the site, the project will be using gray water. So that's partly why there is a decrease in the water consumption as compared to existing.
Yeah, but even if the hotel room count was somehow magically the same, you still have all these condos to deal with, and you still have the affordable housing side of it. So that's all going to increase water consumption. It just defies imagination. I assume this operator is pretty sophisticated. They've already done a lot of the low flow toilets, the nozzles, and all that. So it's still it's not credible, the numbers that are being presented in terms of water.
Well, it kind of hotel uses are very water consumptive, and so if you implement best practices in terms of water conservation measures that we have today, as well as really efficient water efficiency features, you are able to reduce the existing water consumption, even though you are adding a net increase of about 100 residential units on both the affordable and the hotel parcel, affordable housing on the Second Street parcel, as well as the increase of condominium units on the hotel parcel.
Okay, last question.
Mario, can I just add 2 points to that. One, or actually 3. One is that I do know, in addition to the efficiency around fixtures that Rachel was speaking about, that I'm recalling the rounds of discussion that we had, working group sessions with OSC staff, where we went over spreadsheets and looking at all the fixture counts and did some pretty detailed analysis around this question that you're raising, which is a good question. I do recall that there's an elimination of cooling towers, which is also addressing some of the reduction in water in the future proposal. And I know the applicant would be more than happy to walk you through some of that. So hold that question too for their turn.
Okay. So then I'd like to look at the affordable housing side of the equation, which is supposedly the size of the affordable units and the size of the market rate units, in this case the condominium, has to be comparable. What are we building? 2,200 square foot, 2,300 square foot, 3-bedroom units in the 42 units? Where did that go? And then along with that, there's the idea that the bedroom count has to also be comparable, and it doesn't seem to be. So I'm wondering what happened there. How did the developer get that far off our current codes? Whether they're in the DCP or in the municipal code.
Right. So in terms of the comparability, because this is an established large site, per the downtown community plan, there are really, I would say, three basic standards that apply to ELS sites, which is the absolute maximum height of 130 that could be requested, the FAR maximum for the site, and then also the open space requirement. There is not a requirement that the project comply precisely with the requirements that you've stated, which is the non-negotiated project requirements for housing projects within the downtown. Given the sizable square footages of the market rate units and the affordable housing, that's a recommendation that's being brought forward. However, of course, if the Commission doesn't believe that that's appropriate and that the affordable housing should have comparability in those areas, that can certainly be part of your recommendation, but it is not a basic requirement, for this project because it is not required in the DCP and it's a development agreement.
Okay. Is there anything that prevents the condo units from being timeshares? Did we lose somebody?
How are you? Hi, Mario. This is Roxanne. Can you describe to me how you're using the term timeshare, just so that I'm not misunderstanding?
Yeah, let's say so one of the questions was if all those timeshares were hotel rooms, the city would get quite a substantial transit occupancy tax, quite a benefit. And if they were used simply as basically standalone condos, the city would get presumably some property tax valuation of those, but because they're residential, they would be under Prop 13. But if they were treated as timeshares, meaning I'm going to sell you, let's say, 1 month interval or 1 week intervals to 50 people for each unit, that would be a timeshare. Everyone's allowed that owns it is allowed to have one little tiny slice of it for a period of time. What would happen in that case in terms of would the city get a transit occupancy tax if they were timeshares?
I think that's something we have, within just section 2.
Can I try to help clarify his question?
Sure.
In a different way that might make it easier to understand. Okay. Mario, I think what you're asking is, can the condos be put into the hotel pool? So can somebody rent the condos as a hotel room? Is that what you're asking?
That's one side of it. That could be done. But there's another way to do it, which is very common all over the world. People buy a system, and then they can go to different places. They can go to Hawaii, they can go to New York, and once they're in the system, they can move around in it. And the question I'm asking is exactly the one you're asking, which how, if these things start functioning in effect as hotel rooms, first of all, is that allowed? And then what would be the tax that we would get for that?
So I think just looking at, so on page 15 of the DA, it lists the permitted uses, right, which are the residential uses, and they have to qualify as multiple unit dwellings. So by that nature, you know, it's as defined in the zoning code as a dwelling unit. And then there's a further provision on page 18, section 2.5.5B of the DA that specifically says that vacation rentals as defined in Municipal Code section 620010 and also corporate housing are prohibited. But I think we would need to look further into your question as to a different model, I guess, you know, that you're bringing up. But if there is a TOT attached to, you know, whatever that ownership model might be, the city would get that. But I just
Mario,
wanted to point out what's prohibited.
Can I take a crack at that?
Yeah.
Mario, can I take a crack at that? Because I understand what you're asking. And on page 10 of the DA, there's references to undivided. I think what you're asking is there a ban on selling fractional interests in the individual condominiums, which is what a timeshare would represent. It would be a fractional interest, like 1/52nd of a condominium, and I think you're looking for a prevention of that kind of a sale. That the condos would have to be transferred in whole and not in fraction. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah. So, well, what I'm asking is, you know, you have these condos next to a hotel. How long is it before they start operating as an extension of the hotel, as opposed to standalone units that are owned by real people who have a vested interest in owning that property, as opposed to having the convenience of a hotel? You know what I'm saying? There's the proximity issue. And is the city ultimately coming short if it starts to slide more toward the hotel use of those condos versus the ownership use? That's my question. But anyway.
So I think that's a helpful point, and I think that's something the commission can certainly discuss. To answer directly your question, there is not a prohibition in the DA on fractional ownership. We were thinking of it more from the standpoint of, as you were saying, in that sort of endpoint state, like is it rented out like a hotel room for short-term use, and that is specifically prohibited within the development agreement.
Okay. Last question, which is, why wasn't the access from Wilshire studied? Why was it written off? And how does that access from Wilshire, or everything that's happening on Wilshire, or link or relate to the future Esplanade that will be coming down Wilshire at some point? Not in the immediate future, but we know it's kind of headed our way, particularly if the subway ends up making it to Santa Monica, down Wilshire, I mean.
I think for that question, we can ask one of our mobility colleagues to talk just a moment on that, something that we had talked about earlier. Jason?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question, please?
Question is, why wasn't the access from Wilshire studied, as opposed to, it seems everything was thrown to California and to 2nd Street, but why was Wilshire taken off the table? They would seem to be a logical access point.
So the philosophy in the LUCE and the downtown community plan as a result is to locate driveways off of boulevards, and the hierarchy of priority is an alley, and if an alley isn't present, then to locate it off of a side street. In addition, there is a concept envisioned in the downtown community plan called a signature sidewalk. That would, one of the downtown signature sidewalks is Wilshire Boulevard between Ocean and 3rd Street. Having driveway access on a signature sidewalk kind of goes counter to that idea, where the idea would be to take additional space in the right-of-way to create wider sidewalks and better pedestrian experience, given that the volumes of automobile traffic on the western end of Wilshire are much lower. And so those are kind of like the main driving touchstones as this was developed.
Okay. Now let's say that's true, and let's say that's desirable. It would still be good for instance, the EIR to look at the Wilshire axis to see how it would impact those 4 intersections that are going to be basically dysfunctional and how it relates to traffic going up and down the California incline. And what I'm saying is, because this is a DA, we can essentially write any of the rules we want and change any of the rules we want. And I'm asking, why wasn't that done in terms of this? Because one of the big complaints we have 200 letters here for and against this project. A lot of them talk about what's happening traffic-wise. So it behooves us to respond to that and have an answer. Well, why wasn't Wilshire studied in line of all the other things we're relaxing for this project?
So, Mario, this is Rachel. So just to answer that, we did study alternative access. I understand that it didn't include the Wilshire Boulevard access direct point. Reason being, as Jason had said, it was entirely against city policies. So while we understand that people are requesting that we looked at it, we did look at it on the surface, and I could let Jeremiah, our traffic consultant, speak to the certain volumes that would have occurred if we had located the project driveway off of Wilshire. Jeremiah, do you want to speak to that point?
Sure. Thanks, Rachel. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Great. So, as mentioned, beyond the policy issues that are enshrined in the DCP, Rachel said that we discussed this on the surface, and one of the key issues that I think would be not as apparent from looking at this from a traditional level of service standpoint at the intersections surrounding the project site is actually the safety of having 100% of the site access be at that Wilshire driveway. So, one of the key issues with that would be that traffic exiting the project would need to turn, any traffic that's trying to go effectively east of the site, and much of the traffic that would need to go south of the site would need to turn left mid-block on Wilshire towards the intersection of Wilshire and 2nd Street. And if you look at the project trip distribution that we studied in the transportation analysis, that could be upwards of 35% or more of the traffic exiting the site at any given time. So that's looking at volumes around 100 or more vehicles an hour that would need to turn left in a very short distance. So the distance on that block between Ocean and 2nd Street on Wilshire is about 315 feet. If you assume that a Wilshire driveway is roughly mid-block as it is now, that means really that there are about 100 vehicles that need to exit the site and get into the flow of traffic with only about 100 feet before the signal at 2nd Street, which is not a particularly safe assumption. And so if we then say, well, the safer thing to do and in keeping with policy in terms of safety for pedestrians and bicyclists passing through the area would be to make that driveway a right in, right out only, then we're functionally back to where the existing condition or the proposed condition are, which is that any trips that would need to go east or south of the site would have to circle around the block as they currently do along Ocean, California, and 2nd Street. So, the safest configuration of right in, right out driveway ultimately puts you back from a traffic operations standpoint where you are currently. We did not evaluate that as an alternative in the study, but we have discussed, at the policy level in the EIR how those conflict.
I do want to add one final note on this. I'm sure we'll discuss more of it as you deliberate. Is that based on the number of policies and in both Luce and DCP discussing this portion of Wilshire and what's envisioned in addition to our transportation, circulation, and mobility policies, we would have to, had we considered this further, we would have to consider whether or not an amendment to the DCP release would be required to really support an approach, an access approach on Wilshire, which the applicant isn't actually proposing in their project. But we do think that the policy analysis is such that a potential amendment would have been required.
Okay, well, I'll hold on to that thought for later discussion, but thank you for these questions being answered.
Commissioner Fresco. Turn your mic. You don't have any questions?
I don't have questions of staff at this moment.
Okay. Wow. Okay.
Questions later. I paid attention.
I'm sure. Commissioner Landris.
Okay. Thank you very much. I only have a handful of questions. So I just want to pick up and clarify what Commissioner Fonda-Bernardi was suggesting about timeshares. So would staff be confirming that you would be willing to look into how to prevent fractional sales, say, beyond the occupancy limit for each condo?
Yeah, and I would obviously recommend that, you ask this question of the applicant as well about what they intend or agree to do or what have you. But yeah,
Right.
we would have no objection to looking into that, obviously.
Okay, and can you confirm that the recently adopted ordinance, I mean, we just had first reading of it, relating to, well, I guess it wouldn't, well, it would, we would have, assuming it went through this way, we would have condos, and then to the extent the condos were being used as hotel rooms, those would be commercial uses. Is that correct? So we would not, and if somebody wanted to buy a condo and then rent it out, they would, just like any other resident of the city, have to rent it unfurnished with a minimum year lease to a given meeting. That's correct. Okay, thank you. Okay, in terms of the fees that you're talking about, Roxanne, I want to try to just sort of understand. You mentioned the Rec and Parks contribution, and I just want to use this as an example because I want to get a sense of timeline, and we've talked about some funding issues, but you said that you wanted to frame the Rec and Parks contribution as a program contribution in order to be able for the money to be used for programs, which I think is an interesting approach. But you said something about having it help with recovery from COVID. What's the earliest that these fees would be paid, though?
I just want to clarify. Thank you for your question. I wasn't specifically saying that any particular money would be used in response to the economic recovery for COVID. I just meant that the mechanism of creating more flexibility around how this money can be used, we think is valuable in general. So we're trying to roll out
I
those.
see. Okay.
I didn't mean this particular project and any funds that might be provided if it's approved. I may have said that, but I really meant more about the mechanism by which we
Sure.
allocate and collect funds. But in terms of this, traditionally fees or contributions are paid. They can be timed a little bit differently, and that can be written up a little bit differently if we want to, but it is traditionally prior to issuance of a building permit for something like.
When assuming miracles occurred and that all the processing issues were resolved and the Coastal Commission said, hey, we'll take this right away. What's the earliest, again, assuming that there's a DA, what's the earliest that money could be showing up into the city's coffers?
And looking at sort of estimated timelines, we're thinking potentially, this is based on the applicant's estimations and us sort of talking iteratively about that, but potentially the latter part of 2023.
Okay. And it's really, that's the earliest at which those fees could even be considered committed, right? Because they're not really locked in until all the approvals have been secured. Is that correct?
Most traditionally, the payment of fees, as we do in our process, again, we could structure things a little bit differently, but certainly it's typically around building permit, and in some instances C of O, which we're not as interested in waiting that point
Right.
for a whole host of reasons. But yes,
But
typically around building permit. Could we do something a little bit different than that? I haven't given it a lot of thought. We'd have to work that out, but it's possible.
I'm really only trying to set expectations. In other words, this, even if there were a DA approved tonight, and then a DA was finalized by council at the end of September, it still has to go to landmarks. It still has to go to the Coastal Commission. It's a few steps away, even from final approval, that would be sufficient for, say, everybody understanding that this thing was going to happen the way that everybody said it was going to happen. So that's probably, 2022 at the earliest?
Potentially. I wish I could map out all the steps, but yeah.
Okay. All right. And so my last question is for our mobility staff. And I really want to be responsive within reason to some of the concerns that have been raised, and I want to say this also as someone who has biked with family on Colorado westbound, even now, headed to the incline and going down.
In California.
What did I say? Westbound on California? I'm sorry. Westbound on California, headed to the incline, and that is a tough street to cross safely with family members even now. You're crossing California, and then you're sort of dashing across the street east of the intersection. Then you're waiting for the light to cross Ocean and get onto the incline. So I'm assuming that there's some consideration of how we might, from the city standpoint, improve that intersection, given what's happening on the project if it goes through. And given the expectation of potentially a driveway on California, my dream obviously would be to put a roundabout there. But can we get a sense of what the city is thinking about with respect to that intersection, either independently or in concert with the TIF money that would come from the project?
Yeah, this is Jason Klieger in the Mobility Division. Thanks for your question. Hi. So as you may be aware, the City Council has directed staff to look at reimagining Ocean Avenue, and the project includes this intersection that you're talking about. We're aware of the condition that you explained, and we've asked the designer that we're working with to see what could be done there in terms of enhanced markings and potentially altering the signal phasing to create a safer condition for cyclists who are on California heading towards the beach and have to cross over to get onto the pathway that's on the south side of the intersection there. It's a very unusual intersection geometry, and it definitely needs some special attention. And so that's on our radar. And we're looking at things that we can do in the short term as part of this council-directed tactical implementation. And then, eventually, hopefully the funding that would be paid through this project, if approved, could go to fund more permanent, longer-term improvements on the Ocean Avenue corridor. And I'll also say that part of what we're looking at in that project is also putting a two-way protected bike path on the west side of the street along Palisades Park.
And what about on California?
Right now, we are not including anything on California besides the intersection that I was just talking about.
So what's your thinking about how someone would move westbound on California to the incline bike path, or come off the incline bike path? And then, I mean, that's easier because you're on the same side of the street. But how do you get from the north side of California to the southwest side of Ocean safely? I mean, I think a scramble phase would solve the problem, but do you have another idea there?
Yeah, so I'm not sure that we can commit to a scramble. I know that that is an interesting idea, but it does have implications in terms of the delay for automobiles, and that's a pretty critical junction right there, connecting to PCH. But we are looking at things that we can do with enhanced markings and potentially modifying the signal phasing, which could include a protected westbound movement, which would include bikes as well.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll have more questions for the applicant and hope maybe we'll have an opportunity to hear about staff's response to applicant responses before we make our recommendations. But those are my questions. Thank you very much.
Let me remind everybody, and it's in no way meant to stymie comment or questions or whatever, but it's 7:30, and we have, I'm sure, many people waiting to talk. So just as a reminder. Commissioner McKinnon. You're muted. You're muted.
Let's talk about traffic first. The claim has been made that the project will assist traffic and car management in the area. Can someone suggest how that conclusion was reached?
Sure, I'll take a stab at it, and this is Rachel Kwok, and then maybe I'll hand it off to Jeremiah to supplement as needed. So right now, the current hotel, as you know, doesn't provide them, it doesn't have an underground parking, and so much of the parking right now that's currently done is through valet and the work through valet in terms of the hotel guests. And for employees right now, they're currently circling the blocks and going onto residential streets and so forth to find parking. And so when we looked at the traffic study, we looked at the parking that was provided on site in terms of the garage and how many spaces are provided. So, and then with all the, taking consideration with all the different access points. And so in terms of actual trip generation, you know, we understand that this project does generate trips. But however, in terms of decreasing the effects on the neighborhood, it does have a positive effects in really funneling those car trips away from the neighborhood, and having those 3 separate driveways does provide a sense of, you know, a sense of assurance of where these vehicle trips are going. So we did take all of that into consideration. Jeremiah, do you want to add anything else to that?
Yeah, thanks, Rachel. I'll just reiterate a couple of points that by having employees, which we know particularly daytime employees currently have, well, all employees have effectively no parking on site. And in existing conditions, daytime employees often are parking in the neighborhood where the permit period during the daytime is open to anyone. And so there's some level of neighborhood circulation of employees that's currently happening on a day-to-day basis during the peak period and in the middle of the afternoon, as well as on street sweeping days to move and circulate cars. And that's not a large portion of the total trips, but significant. You know, it's 30 in the peak, in the AM peak, about 50 in the PM peak, and as many as 80 on weekends. And that varies, of course, depending on kind of the intensity during the weekend seasonal variations. So reclaiming employee trips to the site and putting them to a driveway that allows only right in, right out access, we believe is a better condition. It removes trips circulating around the neighborhood and searching for on-street parking. And so our analysis essentially reclaims all of those trips to the site in comparison with existing conditions.
I'm glad you mentioned that California access. Let's take that up at the moment. That is one of the major points of contention in the neighbourhood and right through the Wilmont area. How central in your thinking is that, as opposed to having access at some other part of the property?
Well, I think it comes back a little bit to what I was mentioning when I spoke a few minutes ago, that by distributing the driveways around the site, and one point that I wanted to make here in terms of the employee trips versus other trips is that the driveways are essentially use oriented. So the California driveway supports almost exclusively employee trips. The Second Street driveway is hotel guests. The Ocean Avenue driveway would be residential, and each of those groups have somewhat different peak hour travel characteristics. So residential trips may be more likely to exit the site during the AM peak. Hotel trips may be more likely to exit the site during the AM peak, but are more spread out throughout the day. Employee trips tend to be fairly early in the morning. They tend to depart fairly early in the afternoon, and they are also distributed more across the day. They have kind of based on the data that the applicant provided and the empirical surveys, an earlier than peak shift in both the AM and PM, and somewhat distributed for other employees besides kind of the core hotel employees throughout the day. So
there shouldn't be a problem if they were entering through another entryway, should there, in terms of balancing the peaks of the users?
I suppose you could make that argument, yes.
That's a yes, isn't it? Okay, thank you.
I need to interrupt right now. There are people who have been dropped off the queue, which has happened to City Council with regularity, and I just wanted to let staff know that because I just heard from several people who've been dropped. So
yeah, we are aware of the issue. The lines are still open, so unfortunately they're just going to have to call in again, but ISD is working on it.
Okay, so presumably they have a number because they called in. So those of you who've been dropped, just try again. Thank you. Okay, Richard, I'm sorry.
It's like an ongoing talk show, isn't it? You just call in constantly. And you get on the line.
No prizes, though.
You get to talk to us. Yeah.
So in terms of the driveways, I don't have an answer to whether or not the driveways as designed could accommodate a combination of employees and the other uses. In terms of the intersection operations around the site, I think the effect is essentially the same in terms of level of service for the reasons that we just discussed previously, that most of the project trip distribution go or come from east or south of the city. And so those same intersections are generally going to be affected, essentially regardless of which driveway or which driveways they are distributed to. So in terms of intersection level of service, I think that's a key point to consider.
However, directing hundreds of staff into a California entrance does impact the California Avenue, the workings of California Avenue.
Well, I would say there's no period in which there are hundreds of staff circulating total, much less in either direction. So in the morning peak hour, we're looking at fewer than 30 trips inbound and very little outbound activity. In the peak hour, I mentioned there's 50 total employee trips that are estimated to be in and out, and that's about an even split. And on the weekends, it's somewhat higher, and again, that's a conservative assumption based on kind of maximum level events during peak hotel season. So it could very well be less. We estimated 77 trips, and again, an even split on the weekend afternoon peak hour.
Although one of the features about the hotel that they're trying to deal with is to increase their business substantially by the space that they're constructing and the outside space they're using. People have raised this consistently, that aren't we drawing more cars through the functions into that area and therefore distorting the traffic flows, changing the traffic flows for all time?
Well,
because garages do attract people, correct?
They do. I think I'll probably kick it back to the city to talk a little bit about the applicant's proposal on managing traffic.
Yeah, I was just going to just jump in here, Jeremiah, and say that, in terms of the number of events and special events, as you know, Miramar already has a significant number of events already that occurs. And what they've told us before is that, they don't envision that the number of events and the size of events to really significantly increase, but I would kick it back to the applicant and let you ask them that and let them confirm that question.
Thank you. So one of the important issues in considering this is that we are obviously entering a deepening recession. And the central issue, though, and I guess it's to Jing or David, is not that we entitle this and then in 10 years after a couple of flips, somebody builds it. But the critical factor about this is that if it is entitled, that building does start in, let's say, 2 years. Now, there are factors beyond your control, like coastal, but what is within your control is ARB, landmarks, building permits, etc., etc. Can we guarantee through the DA that if an entitlement is made, that building can start within a time frame? I know there are various sectors in the DA that say this, that, and the other, but can we guarantee that, say, within 2 years, building can get underway?
So I'll start, and Jing can add in. So it would be difficult for us to mandate a timeline on something like that, Commissioner McKinnon. For one thing, we don't have control over the back and forth. We can commit to processing the plan check as quickly as we can, but it's up to the applicant and their team to get plans back to us in a certain time, and we don't control that piece of the equation. So to answer your question, we could certainly, commit to moving it forward as quickly as we can, and we would do that based on the significance and the importance of this project from a economic recovery perspective. But I can't think of any way to guarantee that they get a permit by a certain date. I don't think that's within our control. Jing, do you have any ideas that I'm not thinking of here?
So within the development agreement, there's a provision called the outside building permit issuance date, and this is a negotiable provision in the DA. Basically, it gives the time limit by which an applicant must pull a building permit by. And what is proposed here is, I believe it's 10 years, and that is to take into effect, a variety of factors, including, restoration of a historic building. That's something the Commission has typically considered in the past. Obviously, that is well within the Commission's purview in terms of recommending a shorter outside building permit issuance date. So that is the one provision in the DA that sort of sets that time frame by which a building permit must be issued.
So could we do two things should this entitlement go ahead? One is specify our performance as a council in terms of getting things to ARB, landmarks, building permits, and shorten, say, from 10 years to 5 or 3, what we give them. There really is no benefit in allowing them 10 years. It's either build it or don't.
Yeah, certainly. And I think like Roxanne can certainly issue, or can certainly add on to, what we said thus far. But there's a variety of, issues that obviously within the applicant's control, and as David said, within the city's control. But this is the one provision, and again, it is a decision of the Commission as to how you'd like to address that. I guess just for context, typically, and every DA is different, but for past housing DAs, it's 2 years, 3 years is a typical time frame for development review permits. For a DA, given the vested rights and the variety of commitments within it, sometimes those the Commission can certainly consider something longer than that.
And I would just add in one more thing, Commissioner McKinnon, which of course but we don't control the financing either, and how the applicant is able to obtain that, and that could depend on real estate cycles and a lot of different things. So again, I think it's hard to put parameters around that. But certainly, as Jing said, ultimately that's up to the Commission to make a recommendation on that issue.
I think it's a central part of what we're going to be trying to do here. Either this is a part of economic recovery or it's not. Anyway, leaving that aside, the landmarks issue has been raised comprehensively. So, Roxanne, are you now saying we will rewrite parts of the DA to make it clear that the Landmarks Commission or its successor has control over the landmarks elements of the site and the project?
So may I add just one related note to what we were just discussing, and then also I'll tackle this next question. In terms of process, your question, part of it was what can the city control if this is going to happen? Let's keep it on a shorter timeline to make it happen. One small provision that we added, and maybe we can think of other ways to accomplish similar things, is that we do have a provision it's in Article 6 of the DA that discusses the applicant's ability that we would allow some concurrence with, assuming coastal is fine, which the applicant believes they may be, that while design review is occurring, that there can be a coastal process going on as well, because design review, which is leading up to your next point, is a particularly fine-grained and important analysis and public hearing process. And so allowing some concurrency in that, which is something, we hadn't really thought about in quite that way, assuming, sounds like the applicant's contacts with coastal so that if they're willing to do it, we will certainly do what we can to create some overlap. So that, I just wanted to highlight that. It's a small measure, but in these times that could be important in saving time. And then your other question was about some of the revisions for clarity that I had referenced in my presentation. So our position is that the Landmarks Commission already has discretion vis-a-vis the C of A, but we understand that the way it was narratively written up about this point, how the treatment would be done, that became more prescriptive. Then we know that it is the Landmarks Commission does have discretion through the C of A for some of those exterior treatments and changes they can make.
Okay, great. Next question, in terms of changes, on page 14 of the DA, 2.4.3, there's the word substantially enters in. The changes can't be made that substantially occur. What does substantially mean in this context? It's item N.
Oh, this is the threshold for what is defined as a major modification in the development
Correct.
agreement. So it references back. This is a provision that talks about substantial reduction or alteration of the significant project features or the community benefits, as set forth in 7 or 8. So basically, the provision is written somewhat in the inverse. So if, let's say, the developer in the future said, came forward that said, I want to modify the DA, and it affects a community benefit. One of the findings that the director has to make is that it has to be consistent with the project's approvals, and it's consistent with the goals of the agreement, and it doesn't significantly adversely affect the project features of community benefits. So I think that we would, I would say in reviewing requests for minor modifications, typically if it affects a community benefit, in a way that depending, each of the benefits are unique, they're not all monetary, for example, they may be a provision or what have you. I think we would look at a change like that, to be something that requires a development agreement amendment. I think that has definitely been the way that we have reviewed that and stayed away from doing any minor modifications that affect a community benefit.
I think that word substantially needs to be clarified a little bit. You don't want these benefits to be chipped away. So I have two major areas and a list of other things, but the first is we received a letter today from the chair of the Housing Commission in the city and also co-chair of SMER, who's a lawyer, who discussed the community benefit of affordable housing and suggested that if the developer is prepared to wear the cost without the credits, then if the credit is given, the tax credits, the city should take control of that. Could you, as a benefit or a donation, could you run us through your response to that? Mr. Soloff.
Right. So we did receive that correspondence. I think we want to be clear that there's no city funding going into the project.
No,
so
absolutely.
if the suggestion is that the land be donated to the city. I think if I understood it correctly, that's not what's being proposed. It's being donated to a nonprofit entity.
I think Mr. Solov suggested that if it stopped being used for affordable housing, it would then be donated to the city as the land. That's point one. How would we respond to that?
I mean, I think in terms of the affordable housing benefit, what is being proposed is what's recommended in the development agreement. In terms of how, again, it's up to the commission as a policy decision as to how you want to approach an affordable housing benefit. There are different ways in which that could be accomplished. What's being recommended is the construction of units and the donation of land to a nonprofit entity. But if you think that there is a other way to do that, that's certainly something that could be looked at and recommended.
And have we ever seen before where, as an affordable housing builder has received, as part of community benefits, a donation to build the project, have we ever seen a situation where they received tax credits and then donated money to the city?
You mean where the developer donated money to the city and also financed or provided the gap financing on a tax credit project?
It's a little, Mr. Solov's claim is a little more sophisticated than that, but in essence, yes.
So if I may interject, I think, I think there's a few points here. One was, how does the city get control once, let's say, the tax credits and the affordable housing and the covenant period is over, and can the city get the property back? The answer is there are ways to do that by recording of an option. There are certain ways to do that, and we can look at that. It does complicate sometimes the tax credit financing, so we have to be careful about that. And so typically it's a long negotiation with CCSM or whoever the housing provider is, because the developer really won't be involved in getting the tax credits. It's really on CCSM to do this. And so they have to basically get the whole package together. But that is one thing that we could look at to explore if there is a way to practically get the land back after the covenant period has lapsed. Although it is a 99-year covenant period, which is a very long time, it's something that we actually extended from 55 years, which we believe is favorable to the city. And then regarding the other points that you made, I think that what I thought Michael Solov was saying is that if they were to get 9% tax credits, that somehow there could be a cash difference because the developer is going to save money between 4% and 9%. To the extent that the developer's contribution is less because there's 9%, possibly it is within the purview of the commission to recommend maybe a higher or some other donation. But again, the danger here is that we're impacting feasibility, and so we have to be careful about that because ultimately I believe CCSM could weigh in on how these things will impact their ability to get the financing that they need to pull this all together. The other thing, which is a policy issue, is my understanding of what Michael Solov was saying was that, we shouldn't take, if the developer is willing to pay for the whole thing, then why maybe take this project out of the competition for 9% tax credits? And that's something, it's not a legal issue, it's a policy issue. And the natural inclination for most housing developers, and this includes CCSM because we do a lot of work with CCSM, is to go for the 9% tax credits because it enhances your ability to get leverage financing. So, typically it's the first go-to is 9%, and it's only if they are not successful in getting the competitive tax credits for 9%, then they fall back to the 4%. And then there's very unlikely scenario that there would be no tax credits available, but we wanted to make clear that if, let's say there's a presidential election, the tax code changes, and there were no tax credits available. We just wanted to make sure that no matter what, the developer would be able to stand behind and pay the gap financing for the minimum 42 units. So that's why the three scenarios were presented, to just give a holistic picture of potential outcomes.
Thank you. So your argument is that the developer has guaranteed the construction of this building despite whatever happens to the tax credit situation. Thank
Correct.
you.
That's what the intent was, yes.
So I'd like to go to the feasibility issue. And this is a question to Mr. Sylvan, who wrote 2 testing papers about feasibility of the project. Is Mr. Sylvan on the line?
He is.
Excellent. Mr. Sylvan, your papers analyse the feasibility of the project and I think identify 3 areas where you've made assessments that are slightly different from the applicant, and then and I will then come to the issue of the condos. Could you talk to those areas where you see slight differences in the valuation between what the applicant has put forward and what your analysis shows us?
Good evening, Commissioners. Paul Sylvan with HRNA Advisors. We did a rather rapid peer review of a confidential financial feasibility analysis that the developer prepared to assist the city staff in their negotiations on development on community benefits. In the course of reviewing the developer's pro forma, we saw some things that we had questions about, which are summarized in the memo that was provided to you in the supplemental staff report. We raised some issues about the value of the existing hotel being thrown into the development pro forma. We raised some questions about the potential pricing on the condominiums. We also commented on the developer's inclusion of the foregone net operating income during the 3 years of project construction. And we commented on the terminal cap rate that was used in the analysis. And we provided some information about what difference changing those assumptions might be to the bottom line profit margin results, each of which would suggest a somewhat higher profit margin than what the developer computed in their pro forma. The developer's results are well below standard return expectations for a project of this complexity, but they apparently are willing to go forward with the project anyway because they have a very long-term view of what the project might mean for them. So that's what we commented on in our memo.
So, in your view, is the project still feasible if 10 or 20 of the condos were removed from it?
For the commissioners on public information, this was a question that Commissioner McKinnon posed to me earlier this afternoon. And in the very limited time that we had to be able to assess it, we were able to determine that using the developer's pro forma as stated, without any of the changes that we talked about, that removing as few as 10 of the condominiums would take all of the profit out of the project. The project's financing is very much affected by having the condominium units in it. And taking 20 out is far worse. It makes it completely negative.
On the developer's pro forma.
That's
However,
right.
what you just told us was that there are 3 areas where you have a different interpretation of the feasibility than the developer. So that would change it. I think there were changes you suggested in the levels of profitability from 2 to 4% for the developer to as high as 14% under your assessment.
Well, it depends on which of those 3 items are changed or whether they're done in combination. And testing all of those permutations is something we just simply didn't have time to do before the commission meeting tonight, but I did look at one of them. And for example, we suggested that based on our look at condo listings, not closed transactions as of this year, but listings of Ocean Avenue condominiums and what we know about comparable units in the greater Beverly Hills market for luxury condominiums of this type, that the 2020 value might be somewhat higher at about $2,000 a square foot as opposed to $1,750 a square foot before all of the add-ons that the development team is proposing to get the condo pricing up to its target price for 2026. And we did very quickly test the implications of our assumption of $2,000 a square foot in 2020 dollars, and then in combination with either 10 or 20 fewer condos, which on the one hand reduces development costs because you're not building as many condos, but more significantly, it takes out the net sale value of the condos. And either one of those scenarios brings the profit margin down below what the developer has indicated they're prepared to support. That is less than 6.7%.
Using their numbers and calculations.
No, well, using all their numbers except changing our suggestion about the condo pricing.
Okay, thank you. We might come back.
No matter how you slice it,
Are you finished, Richard?
the condos are a very important part of the overall financing.
I see. All right. You know, Chair, I think the best thing is I have a list of other questions about this, but it would be better if we moved on to someone else at this stage and gave them a shot.
Thank you. Commissioner Pastor.
I'm going to start with a couple questions. Can someone from the city explain to me how the EIR was prepared? And the reason I ask that is because different cities do different things. And in some cities, it's the developer and the developer's consultant who really prepares the EIR and really looks at those assumptions. And then the city does a very extensive review. Was the developer given an opportunity to review the EIR or the assumptions used in the EIR before it was released?
So we do things a little different here than other cities. In this case, the developer pays the city, and then the city contracts out independently the EIR contractor or EIR consultant, which was ESA. So the only, in terms of the EIR process, we participate in calls to facilitate the exchange of information that goes into the EIR, but they are not allowed to see or read the EIR in any manner at all. They get to see the EIR when it's published with the public, just like the rest of the community members. So the only thing they are allowed to see is a project description. For that, the reason why is we want to make sure that the project is accurately described, since they know the project better than anybody else. So in that sense, they only get to see the project description. They don't get to see the EIR until it's published, just like the rest of the community.
So the assumptions that are used and the discussion, the analysis is really that of the consultant and the upon city review. Okay.
Correct.
And this may be a question actually for the city attorney. So there's been a ton of discussion about Wilshire, and there's been a ton of discussion about that the general plan contains policies that prohibit or strongly disincentivize an entrance on Wilshire, a vehicular entrance on Wilshire. So given that reality, could a development agreement itself just change those policies, or would it require a change to the general plan?
That's an excellent question. As a result of those comments, I did look through the DCP, and I noticed there were several pages where it had the discussion about the signature sidewalk and the policy to enhance the pedestrian experience on Wilshire. I do think that is enough in order to say that there would be an inconsistency between the development agreement and the DCP if we were to create a vehicular access on Wilshire, not to mention the implications of the EIR, in which event the choices would be to either do an amendment to the DCP to modify that or not allow for the access on Wilshire in order to maintain consistency with the DCP.
And were those, because I wasn't around back then, were those policies about Wilshire, were those part of the DCP most recent update that was sort of vetted by the community and adopted by the council?
I think I'll punt this one to
Yeah.
planning staff. Yes.
I could jump in on that. Yes, it definitely was discussed, and it goes back to the, it's in the DCP, but it really goes back to the LUCE, which was adopted back in 2010. So it has been longstanding policy to try to protect that segment of Wilshire, envisioning someday, a more pedestrian-oriented boulevard at that point.
Okay, thank you. And then a couple questions for Jeremiah. So in looking at the traffic study, I just want to make sure I'm understanding what you said about the trip distribution and the driveways. So in terms of alternatives, we study alternatives if an alternative would reduce the significant impact, right? And so we have significant impacts on 3 or 4 intersections. So do you think that we could have mitigated any of those impacts by having a driveway in Wilshire? Or do I understand what you said about the trip distribution, that it wouldn't really make a difference?
That I think is a little too speculative on my part to answer off the cuff, but I do want to I want to make sure I understood part of your question correctly. I think you said that alternatives are intended to analyze lesser impact, or did I understand that correctly?
Right. So the point of an alternative is to potentially reduce impacts, right? And so if we have a significant impact on intersections, we should be analyzing alternatives that reduce impacts on intersections. And I'm asking whether or not, and if you just don't know, you don't know, because it's speculative. I guess what I'm trying to get at is, could we have reduced the significant impacts on the intersections by having a driveway in Wilshire? Is what I'm trying to understand.
I'm not comfortable speculating on that. Fair and Piers is not responsible for developing the alternatives. Those are developed by staff in the lead, which I think I'd leave it best for them to answer.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I just jump in here, Elise?
Yeah.
Just to point out that the 3 significantly impacted intersections were the PCH and California Incline, Ocean and California Avenue, and Lincoln and California Avenue. Those were the 3 intersections that were identified as significantly impacted. Jeremiah, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I do think that, even with the Wilshire Boulevard entrance, the trip distribution as you go further out from the project site somewhat remains the same, so if you have 35% of the vehicle trips coming from the east, as let's say, as Jeremiah said, putting the driveway on Wilshire or California is not really going to make a difference for an intersection that's as far away as, let's say, Lincoln and California Avenue, for example. So in that sense, the way that we have our LOS significance thresholds, they are very stringent. And a lot of these intersections, with the 3 that I mentioned, are pretty much over at capacity already. They're at LOS E or F. And so, even a minor number of trips and, would create a significant impact on those. But we can't speculate on, the Wilshire Boulevard. I just, as I said, we did a superficial look at it, knowing that it was, inconsistent with a number of city policies. But that being said, I do think that even with the Wilshire Boulevard entrance, we would still see significant impacts. That's just the way our LOS thresholds work, which is why we, as you know, we already eliminated those because this project postdates the adoption of those thresholds. That's why we are still using LOS, but that is the reason why LOS is, pretty much gone now.
Okay. And then, I just lost my train of I have a couple questions on the economic analysis. And so I've been trying to read the different economic analysis from Mr. Silver and then from the applicants. And I just want to, so there's the applicant submitted a memo that's dated August 28th. So that's just a couple days ago. That was prepared by Maurice Robinson. Have you had a chance to look at that, Mr. Silvern?
I have.
Okay, so can you explain to me why you made the assumption you did about land value, so that it doesn't take into consideration any of the existing improvements on the land? Can you help me understand your opinion on that?
Well, it's a more general issue for which that's just one feature. We have a fundamental disagreement with the development team about whether the value of the existing hotel should be a component of the financial feasibility analysis to determine profit margin. And we fully agree with them that looking at the value of the completed project versus the value of the existing hotel is an important measurement about whether they would proceed with the project in the first place. But it is not, in our view, appropriate to do that through the development pro forma. So what we have said,
not?
Because the concepts just don't align in our view. An opportunity cost analysis and a development return calculation are just two different things. And so what we suggested is that rather than the value of the existing hotel in the way that the developer analyzed it based on comparable sales from around California of roughly similar luxury properties, that while it might be appropriate to include some equity contribution for the existing improvements, that could be done either by capitalizing the value of the project's NOI as opposed to its comparable sales value, or alternatively, considering that all of the improvements with the exception of the Palisades building are essentially going to be torn down to make way for the project, that one could conceivably show just land value. And while, as we noted in our memo, there is no existing appraisal that has been made of the land value, we just postulated that it would be higher than the $850 a square foot in the city's appraisal of the 2nd Street site being used for the affordable housing. And we just assumed for the sake of discussion that if it were $1,000 a square foot, we put that value into the pro forma in place of the value of the entire existing hotel and looked at the difference in the profit value.
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't make a ton of sense to me. Okay.
You'll hear the developer.
And I'm not an economic specialist. I mean, I get that. Okay. I think that I'm going to stop there.
Good. Thank you. I'm sorry, Elise, are you done?
Yes, I'm done. Thank you.
Yeah, I just have a couple of quick questions right now, which is for staff. We're talking about the local coastal plan. I see one of the proposed changes is to specifically put in the address for this site to exceed the development parameters. I guess my question would be, why would we limit it to just this site? Couldn't we expand it to say any 100% affordable projects is entitled to this? That way we don't have to go back in the future and make that change.
Yes, you certainly could recommend something broader than what is proposed in the staff report.
Okay, thank you. And then in the DA on page 13, I think they're setting up the conversation of what's a minor modification versus a major. And we put in a number there of 48 affordable units. That anything over that, I think, triggers a major modification. Why did we pick that as opposed? I mean, first of all, why would we limit ourselves if somehow the CCSM got more money and through SB 1763 they could add a few more stories? why would we want to limit it? But then also, why didn't we pick out other parameters to put in there as well related to, I don't know, energy reduction or any of the other benefits we're trying to get out of the project? Why do we pick on that one?
I can start, and then perhaps Susan can jump in and assist on this one. So the 48 units came about because it was the number of units that was studied in the EIR. So that's the cap, because from an environmental perspective, in terms of consistency with what was analyzed in the EIR, that's where that number comes from. And I think maybe Susan can speak more to the your questions about the effects of AB 1763 on the offsite project.
Right. I think it's a question that you should ask the developer. It was something that was discussed, the possibility of utilizing the additional density bonus, but there were other considerations that CCSM weighed in on, having to do with impacts to circulation and light, blocking the light of the courtyards, et cetera. So I think they can speak more to that than I can, at least. But as far as the minor versus the major modification, it is a contract. We could be more specific. We could pick the things that are important to the policymakers as to what they consider to be the trigger for a major versus a minor modification. The word significant is somewhat squishy, but it sort of goes to how much does it impact the true community benefit that the city is getting. So it's, it's a contract, and we could refine it depending on what the concerns are from the Planning Commission and the City Council.
Let me just follow up one question with that is, if we made it, instead of up to a maximum, if we did a minimum of 42, is that a problem for you?
No.
Okay, thank you. And then the last question I want to ask is for staff is on Exhibit E25. My version of it has highlights, came to me with highlights in those areas, and I can't quite understand what the highlights were for, and is it something I'm missing, or is this just a holdover from these prior edits? Or am I the only one who got those highlights on it? Or did I highlight it and I forgot about it? Which is probably more likely.
This is in the conditions of approval. I think it was highlighted because it looks like there's some TBD as to precise text. So, it doesn't prevent the commission from making a recommendation on it, but I think it's just something that, isn't 100% worked out yet.
And that's the plan, is to have that work out between now and
the council. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to hold any other questions I have right now because I can't wait to hear the presentation and public comment.
Okay, that leaves me to be fast, right? I have a couple quick questions. The issue of the Landmarks Commission and how it plays into what we are doing has come up over the past 24 hours and tonight. Whether or not they're going to be there to look at the review of the project. And so that's disconcerting to me because I used to be on it. But also, I don't think it's likely. And I talked to a council person today, to David, about the unlikelihood of that, and they confirmed that for sure, that it's not going anywhere if they have anything to do with it. So would staff like to respond to that? Hello? David?
This is specifically about the correspondence received from
survival of the Landmarks Commission, basically. I mean, I've been assured by council people that it's whatever form it's in, it will still be there in some form.
No, definitely. I mean, there's no proposal to eliminate the Landmarks Commission or anything like that. They're going to be here. So.
Right. That's very good.
Yeah.
Thank you. Nina's and my legacy, right? The other, I want to ask about the tax credit situation too. I remember a very painful planning commission meeting a few years ago where the whole issue of whether non-city projects, such as this affordable project, should be able to apply for tax credits, or whether that is not okay. And this was a long meeting, and we ultimately confirmed and recommended to the city council that these projects would be eligible for tax credits, and the 1626 Lincoln is an example of that. And then when they went on to council, they confirmed that. So the notion that somehow this project should not be allowed to use tax credits was, as far as I'm concerned, it was done away with. I mean, it was resolved by the city council. That was 2 or 3 years ago. The other question I have of staff is the fractional ownership is interesting. And I'd like to, and this is not necessarily going to happen now, but the question is whether it's legal to ban it, to prohibit it. And the reason I think of that as something for staff to look at is the tenants in common situation in San Francisco has been a nightmare. And they have not found a legal way to make that not to prohibit it, basically. And tenants in common is basically a fractional ownership of the property. So I would encourage staff to look at that. I also I have read Mr. Robinson's analysis, and I'm very persuaded by it. And I wondered if Mr. Silverman is going to respond to it, or exactly how that's going to work out, because I would love to see him respond to Mr. Robinson's points, which I find very cogent.
Well, we weren't asked to prepare a response for the Planning Commission. I think you're just hearing two different views expressed through our memo that we submitted through the supplemental staff report, and the views of Mr. Robinson in the memo that he provided as part of the applicant's submittal. So we just have very different views about it.
Well, I just find, for example, the valuation of your condominium methodology was very odd. I mean, I'm married to an appraiser, as you know, and I don't think he normally uses listings as comps. That's not unusual. The other thing I wanted to ask about the contribution of the lost income on the hotel as equity. And I was sort of thinking maybe an analogy, and that would be the parking structure 3 on 4th Street. And clearly it doesn't play into the valuation of that city-owned property because that's not the highest and best use for. So the appraisal is different. But the city's going to lose revenue on that parking structure. And shouldn't that be partly considered a city contribution to the project?
Well, our view is that if you are driving the entire market value of the existing hotel into the pro forma, which includes its net operating income, you are double counting the NOI factor by including the value of the existing hotel and the lost NOI during the course of construction.
And so they're looking at the land value with the hotel plus the NOI. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Yeah, they're taking the complete market value of the existing hotel as though they were a third party buying it for the first time, as opposed to a long-term owner who's owned it since 2006.
Also, is it your understanding that with this change, I mean, there's going to be a new partnership, I assume, building this and owning it, the Prop 13 will kick in and will be reassessed?
That is a distinct possibility about the timing of when things go into effect.
Thank you so much. Then a couple more questions. Commissioner McKinnon.
I have one question when you're finished.
Okay. The housing linkage fee, which is about $720,000, I assume that's going into the housing trust fund and will not be diverted somewhere else, correct?
That is correct, yeah.
And then is there like a hotel affordability fee he's also paying? I wasn't clear about that.
Yeah, it's I don't remember what the final number was. I think it was like
180.
All right, you got it there.
It was 75,000.
It doesn't matter what the number is. The point
there is a contribution. Yeah.
Right. Where does that go? I mean, I've never really gotten a good answer for that.
It helps build the hostel we entitled to 2 weeks ago.
It what?
It would go into the affordable housing, or sorry, the affordable lodging mitigation.
That's my question. Where does that go?
That goes towards the construction or financing of affordable lodging. So, for example, the hostel on 2nd Street was financed or received monies from that fund many years ago.
And then finally, is there some reason this was actually in Mr. Solon's letter? We don't have an MBE, WBE requirement? Does anyone know what that means? Minority business enterprise and limit on business. We don't have that in our DA, do we?
No, not that I am aware of.
No, we don't.
But again, yeah, that's certainly if the commission is interested in that, that could be something that is.
I would very much like to see that put in the DA. I've never seen an agreement with the city where that wasn't the case, but apparently that's true here. So I would like to see that added. And that's it for me. So, Richard, do you want to say something?
Yeah,
And I
Chair.
have one more follow-up.
Okay.
There was a section in about focusing on PICO neighbourhood hiring, but I think going one step further and making it a minority or majority hire would be even better.
It's very odd not to do that.
Well, we can't have a DA without it.
Well, we do.
So,
we shouldn't.
Shouldn't. So my question goes back to the role of the condominiums, and when the condominiums are not being used by the owners, is it our intention that they be available to the hotel to be rented out? And to what extent are we stopping that or encouraging it? We can't hear you, Roxanne.
I can help in the meantime. There is a provision which does prohibit them from like Airbnb type use for the moment. So yes, not a permitted use.
So I'd like to put the converse. Why wouldn't we be encouraging the owners of those condominiums to make them available through the hotel, serviced by the hotel, and indistinguishable from the hotel, as hotel offerings to at least take the TOT and create job opportunities in the hotel? That would, in fact, create quite a large pool of hotel rooms on top of what the hotel has, only in the form of condominiums.
Yeah, I could jump in a bit on that. That was something that was discussed through the negotiation process. The concern that staff has is that would be allowing an opportunity to the condo owners that we in the city do not allow to other homeowners or other apartment dwellers or condo owners. So it's a bit of an equity issue, but that's, again, certainly something the commission can weigh in on. I know the applicant has been interested in that type of arrangement, so it's something you could talk to the applicant about. But again, staff's concern was really the equity issue. It's not something we allow citywide, and it seemed inappropriate to allow it for these condos when others can't do the same thing.
Except, of course, this is otherwise a hotel to all intents and purposes. It's not like the guy next to me who's renting out an Airbnb. This is a hotel.
So that's certainly a consideration, but again, the intention is that these condos are, sure, they're definitely tied to the hotel. They have services like a hotel, but they're to function as residents and not hotel rooms. But again, that's up to the commission. If you want to make a different recommendation than where staff landed on that, then that's certainly something you could discuss.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. It's Sean. I have just a couple other. Yeah, thank you. I just have a couple of other questions. My last question, by the way, will be: can we take a 5-minute recess before we hear from the applicant? Because we've been here for 2.5 hours.
Taking that long to set up, so that's fine.
But my first question is: I want to go back to the question of the community benefits. I was reflecting, listening to the presentation, and also I went back and looked at some of the well-being data, and of course the DCP recommends use of the well-being data in planning for community benefits. And I was wondering what the data sources were for the broad understanding of what our goals were for the community benefits. There have been some letters about that, and so I just wanted to hear a little bit more detail from staff about the big picture. I know that you identified 3 or 4 priorities, but there's more to the benefits package than those 4 priorities.
Yeah, I'll
Sure,
jump in, and then yeah, Jing, if you well, let me just say again, we did focus on the discussion that came out of the DCP, those community benefits that we should focus on affordable housing, open space, and historic preservation. We also tried to consider what's going on today with, COVID-19 and some of the social justice issues, and that's where we came up with the social justice fee. So we've tried to incorporate, what we learned from the DCP, what's happening today. I think that's what guided our discussions and negotiations. Jing, I don't know if you have anything further to add.
No, I was just about to say the same thing, that the policy guidance, as was intended by the city when the DCP was adopted with respect to these established large sites, provides, clear policy guidance as to the preferred benefits. But like with all DAs, we look at what's happening in terms of the city's initiatives right now, and then also looking ahead. I think as some commissioners have raised as to, when this project comes online and where it would be reasonable, where it would be helpful, for the project to contribute towards the city's initiatives. And also, obviously a primary community benefit of the project is the affordable housing and the contributions towards that. Given the nature of the project as a hospitality project, we obviously considered that, and the kinds of jobs that it creates and, the demand for affordable housing within the community. So that was, certainly a driver of that. But I think generally that's, the policy guidance that we were looking at.
And given that this is of the three large sites, this is the one that is closest to a historic neighborhood. Did you, what did you, and I'm anticipating some of the public comment, but what consideration did you give to the really local impacts of the project on an ongoing basis? I would sort of highlight two well-being findings, one of which is that that census tract is associated with a somewhat higher number of factors that negatively affect well-being because it's near the downtown. And it is also, there's a lower socioeconomic range of incomes in that census tract relative to the rest of the city. So I'm just wondering what consideration was given, because I'm sure there was quite some given locally.
What's your question?
That's my question. What was the consideration beyond circulation given to the neighborhood around the project? Because what I'm hearing is a lot of citywide benefits. I'm just curious what the local considerations were.
Well, I certainly provision of open space is a local benefit that we think is very important. In looking at this project, it's certainly not a community benefit, but the treatment of the parking, I think, was always considered very important to the local neighborhood to decrease the amount of cars circulating looking for parking. Otherwise, I think it was just looking at, were there any other things that could be done to help mitigate the impact of the project on the neighborhood? I'm not sure those really fall into the category of community benefits, but those are the kinds of things we looked at and thought about as we were going through the process.
Okay, thanks. I have follow-up questions related to Commissioner McKinnon's question about the use of the hotel rooms and how we maximize TOT, but I'll hold those for later. I think
okay.
we need to stop.
We're going to take Commissioner Landers' recommendation, and a good one. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and the applicant will be up next, so it gives them 5 minutes to prepare themselves. And again,
8:25.
What?
8:25.
It's 8:20. We've been at this for three hours?
It will be 8:25 when we come back, is what I'm saying. Yes.
Okay.
I'm warning you that I'll be eating dinner when we come back.
Yeah.
Time goes fast when you're having fun. For those of you who have not called in and want to, and I understand there are 40 some odd at least out there, the number is 310-458-8423 if you want to call in and queue up to speak. We will be back in 5 minutes.
Eugene, can you hear me?
Yes. Looks like
Okay.
your audio is back on. Okay, good.
Okay. Bye.
Mario, I've only seen you sitting in that room. You're muted.
I said I only have two choices, and I like this seating place for the.
It looks really comfortable. It's very comfortable.
It is.
That reminds me, I need my back ball.
Well, don't mind me. I'm going to eat dinner. How's Sylvia, Mario?
Well, she's, enslaved by Zoom. She's teaching a 3rd and 4th grade class with Zoom. Needless to say, it's painful going for the teachers and the kids.
I know. My daughter teaches 1st grade, but it's actually working better this year than it did last year.
Yeah, well, there's been some learning curve. Kids have gotten a little more used to it, and teachers have gotten a lot more used to it, but it's still not the same as true hands-on teaching.
Of course not.
And one of the big downsides is that the kids don't learn as well from each other than they would in a normal classroom where they're all looking everywhere and understanding what everyone is doing. So that takes.
This year is like the whole Zoom screen. Last year, Claire was just doing one-on-ones.
Wow. That's
Mario, it seems like my son has an ability to talk to all of his friends during class via their phone. So whether they're being educated or not, they're certainly cross-pollinating information.
Good. Well, I'm glad.
Yeah. It's hard to get six-year-olds to stay seated for 5 hours, though.
Yeah, I'm happy that my kids are older and I don't have to deal with that young of age.
Okay, we're back.
We should go.
Where are we?
We are.
Missing?
We're here.
Oh, I didn't.
Everybody else is missing on my screen, but we're here.
I didn't count myself.
We can't proceed.
So we're ready for the applicant's presentation. Are they there?
Can you see me?
Yes, Dustin, you have 20 minutes.
And you can hear me?
Dustin, you're a little blurry, actually. I don't know if your signal is. You're very pixelated.
Chair, if I can just interject just for a moment, because we have 58 callers in the queue. So for the 58.
Oh my God.
58. So per the Planning Commission rules of order, when you have more than 20 speakers, the applicant's time is reduced to 10 minutes and 3 minutes for rebuttal. And public comment time is reduced to 2 minutes per speaker. However, if the commission would like to increase the time for the applicant to speak, in addition to public comment time, you should take a vote on that at this moment.
I think 10 minutes is not realistic. So how does the commission feel?
We should increase the time.
I think so too. So let's go. Unless someone objects, let's go with the 20 minutes.
And then how many minutes per caller?
Two.
How about two?
We can ask questions if someone doesn't finish their testimony.
So I think the other issue, Chair, if I can also say, we received some messages that some callers were dropped due to a technical issue. Some of them want to share speaking time with their partner who wasn't dropped. And I just want to confirm whether the commission is okay in those situations for someone to speak with their partner, but not to exceed the total of it. It sounds like the commission wants to allow 2 minutes for public comment.
So
is that okay?
Would it be two per partner?
It would not. It would be the total amount of 2 minutes, unless the commission wants to provide additional time in that sort of a situation.
Isn't that two people?
That's two people speaking for a total of 2 minutes for the entire, not 2 minutes each, but total of 2 minutes.
Why would they?
Do you know who those people are?
We do not know who was dropped. No.
And I think we just have to go with the 2 minutes.
Right.
Okay.
So if I may, you have discretion to choose either way. I would just recommend that you make it a rule of general applicability.
Right.
So
So
it doesn't
I'll
matter
move.
who it is.
Right. I'll move. We give the applicant 20 minutes and callers 2 minutes each.
Good.
Okay.
Second?
And you're going to allow the shared caller situation as well.
As long as it's inside the 2 minutes. If they want to
Right.
divide their time inside 2 minutes, that's fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
Again, I'm going to do a roll call because of the video conference. So Commissioner
But I don't
Fonda-Bernardi.
think I have a second.
Oh, sorry.
Second.
Okay.
Elisa seconded.
Yeah. Commissioner Fonda-Bernardi,
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco,
Yes.
Commissioner Landris,
Yes.
Commissioner McKinnon,
Yes.
Commissioner Pastor,
Yes.
Commissioner Reese,
Yes.
and Chair Lambert.
Yes.
And Chair, if I may make a suggestion, we have really 58 people waiting. To the extent that we have questions and answers with the applicant, would we be able to limit those before the public comment and then do a more robust Q&A following the public comment? Would there be a problem with that? I don't mean have none, but could we try to do core Q&A first and then do more robust Q&A afterwards?
That's a good idea.
So if I may too, just one thing for you all to consider is that the public comment may benefit from some of the questions that you ask of the applicant and some of the answers that you receive from the applicant. So just something to consider.
Right, but we've previewed some of that in our questions of staff, so I'm wondering if we can not bring up, not repeat stuff that we've already asked, and that way we'll get to the public sooner.
Yeah, let's just try to control ourselves. That should be the overarching. And I know it's tempting.
I move that.
Fast, so I have to be faster.
All right, I move you not be heard, Chair.
What? What?
It's okay. It's all good. It's all good.
I believe that Richard was
Let's go.
the person who
Let's
asked the
go.
longest question.
Let's get the applicant going.
All right.
Now, Richard, that picture behind you keeps moving.
No, that's just your eyes.
Let's hear from the applicant.
Okay.
Can you guys see my screen?
We can see your documents library, yes.
Okay. How about now? You see the slideshow?
No, we see your documents library. You're sharing the wrong window.
Okay. How do I do that?
Also, when you've got the sharing set up, hide that little thing at the bottom so it doesn't block the bottom.
Dustin, stop sharing and then try again, and then it'll show up if you have two screens open. Click on the screen. There you
There
go.
it is.
Yeah, you've pulled it over. Yep. And then you'll want to start from the beginning on the slideshow.
Can
You
you
guys
hide
see?
at the
Can
bottom?
you see it? Can you see it right now?
We can see it.
From
Yep.
the beginning. So it's bigger.
No, I don't. They're not seeing that. They're seeing
Yeah,
this. So.
you're going to want to stop. You're going to want to stop. You're going to want to stop sharing and make sure that you select the right screen because it looks like you probably have two monitors.
Yep.
So you'll see when you have the shared screen. Make sure you click the monitor on the right. Did you? I don't.
All right. Stop sharing.
You got to stop sharing. Right. Try it again. Yep.
And then, do I bring it up on the screen, Jing?
No. So click on the right monitor that has the presentation. So I
Got it.
start the presentation from the beginning, and then
Got
whichever
it.
one has. Yep.
Okay, got it. Hold on one second. Nope. Didn't work. My apologies here, guys. Screen 2. Okay, let's try this.
There we go. I think
How about now?
I see blue. There you go. Yep, that works.
Full screen?
Full screen.
Great. Sorry about that. My apologies, Chair Lambert, Commissioners. We really appreciate the time. I know this has already started to be a long night, so we are raring to go. A bunch of the questions that you guys raised, we're happy to jump into. We're happy also to defer those till after the public comment if that is better for everyone. But we appreciate the opportunity. We appreciate the work that the staff has done today. We appreciate the work you guys have done and what has been an extensive and long process. And I'm going to turn over to Ellis to start, and we will get rolling.
Good evening, Chair Lambert, Commissioners. Just to echo what Dustin said, thank you very much for all the hard work you and staff have put into analysing our project to bring us to this hearing this evening. As many of you know me, I've been operating the hotel as General Manager and Owner's Representative since 2007. During these 13 years, I've observed and learned how the Miramar is used by the local community and our out-of-town guests. Despite renovating guest rooms twice, repositioning restaurants, and creating popular lounge bars and spas, the hotel is functionally obsolete, and its business model as a full-service luxury hotel is in jeopardy. Guest rooms are too small, meeting spaces inadequate, staff areas and back of house undersized and dysfunctional. If Miramar is to survive as a full-service luxury hotel for the next 50 to 100 years, then it needs to be completely reinvented. We think we have done that with our project, and we have assembled a world-class team of professionals to reimagine the Miramar, many of whom are here this evening and available to answer any of your questions. So with that, I'll pass it back to Dustin, who will continue the presentation.
Thanks, Ellis. The Miramar, as you guys know, has an incredibly rich history. Started with the original founder of Santa Monica. He had his choice of any site, and he picked the 4.5-acre site here at Wilshire and Ocean to build his home in the late 1800s. His home converted to the first iteration of the Miramar Hotel in 1920. We think it's very appropriate that as we look back 100 years, our proposed plan is the idea to bring the Miramar forward to the next 100 years. Over time, the Miramar sites evolved with each owner putting their own stamp on the property over the years, with the Palisades building in 1824, the bungalows in the 30s and 40s, and eventually the Ocean Tower in the 50s, which results in the hodgepodge of architecture that you see today with no real cohesive master plan. Two landmarks on the site, the Morton Bay Fig Tree and the Palisades building, have been the basis for our planning for the redevelopment, along with fixing many of the key issues that Ellis touched on, including pedestrian circulation, vehicular circulation, and parking, which we can get into more detail later. But our plan will take employees off neighborhood streets and eliminate literally hundreds of daily duplicative trips that circle around our site. I'm going to go backwards just briefly. It's been an extensive public process. You may recall we were in front of this body back in 2012, and as well as City Council for float-up hearings. That was followed by a new plan in 2013 that followed council direction, but the design was not well received and led us to pursue an international design competition. That international design competition, we went to some of the best architects in the world, giving us their thinking on the Miramar based off the direction from the float-up hearings. As you know, we ended up selecting Cesar and Rafael Pelle for a number of reasons. We love their connection to Santa Monica, we like their design, but maybe most importantly, we like their design philosophy, which was not just about the building, but also about how it's experienced at the ground level, which we thought was critical given what we were trying to do around the fig tree. While we were taken with this design, you all know the dialogue in the community was all about height, and ultimately we were asked to stop. We were asked to put pencils down and participate in the DCP process. That's what we did. We stopped. Ellis and I spent 2 years as part of that extensive public review process, and ultimately the height and density standards for our site were determined. 130-foot maximum height and a 3.0 FAR. With that DCP completed, we went back to Cesar and Rafael, and we asked them to take the elements of this design and create a new plan that's compliant with the new DCP. This required a significant reduction in height, density, and program, but led to this plan that you have before you today. The DCP compliant plan is a maximum of 130 feet in the center of the site, 10 stories. It steps down to 7 stories along 2nd and 3 and 2 stories along Wilshire. But the elegant curves are the real key architectural feature of this plan and this amphitheater around the tree with the outdoor spaces and outdoor decks. The square footage was reduced. It's a 2.6 FAR versus the 3.0 maximum. The residential condos were cut in half from 120 to 60. And the hotel guest rooms, a key component is the existing hotel guest rooms are 301. We're increasing that to 312, with many of those guest rooms doubling in size. At the time of this submittal, we had committed to a minimum of 30 units of affordable housing on the lot on 2nd Street in a 100% affordable housing building. In the time since, we partnered with Community Corporation of Santa Monica, Gwen Pugh Urban Design, and also in collaboration with Rafael, to optimize the number of family-sized affordable housing units on our 2nd Street parcel, taking advantage of the increased height and density standards that you passed in the downtown community plan for this site, mostly 2 and 3 bedroom units, in a really unprecedented 70% of market rate units. We believe a true community benefit at a time when housing is desperately needed. Along with new affordable housing, the proposed Miramar redevelopment results in significant benefits for Santa Monica, including over $100 million of community and project benefits. Happy to go into detail about how our value is different than the city staff, but a significant package. And you combine that with the substantial new yearly revenues of the city's general fund, a huge boost to the local economy, and through an agreement with Unite Here Local 11, stability and security for our existing hotel employees through the construction period. Before I go too much further, I want to introduce Raphael Pelle of Pelle Clark Pelle Architects, who at every turn has responded and worked with us to modify their plans based off feedback and input from the community, to provide what we believe is an incredibly compelling and world-class plan that I'm going to let Raphael walk you through.
Thank you, Dustin. Thank you, commissioners. Can you all hear me okay?
Go ahead, Raphael.
Yeah, you're good. We can hear you.
Okay, good. Just wanted to make sure. We know this site very well. My family lived nearby. Walk on the Palisades nearby. I would ride my bike down there during my high school years, down the incline or over to the Orange and Julius. It definitely dates me, on 3rd Street. This is an aerial photograph sort of showing you the existing conditions and just as an underlay for the next image. When we first started looking at this, we really were focused on how we take these key landmark elements of the tree and Palisades building you see in red in the upper left there, not only retain them and incorporate them, but really celebrate them and feature them, give them kind of a pride of place in this new kind of collage composition of elements. And you can see we kind of ended up with the strategy of shaping 2 courtyard spaces, each distinct, one of which is a very typical Santa Monica kind of type of a U-shaped courtyard facing towards the ocean, facing towards the sunset, and the other being a shaped space, a figural space around the fig tree itself, really providing air and room for the fig tree to take the center place in that space. Next. And there's a tradition of shaping buildings around spaces. Sometimes they're sculpture gardens, but oftentimes they are trees. And really making that center element the focus of the architecture was something very much that guided us in thinking about the fig tree and how just what a little monumental presence that is. Kind of a natural amphitheater-like quality of creating a building around a central space, which we also think is intriguing. In terms of how we distributed the massing on the site, thinking of sort of starting with a basic concept of courtyards next, we sort of opened up those courtyards to the Palisades, making them more open and visible, views out, but also views in. Next. We really had to shape, the one space around the tree, and the tree is close to the center, so that really offsets where the center tower sits. Next. And then we really located the mass primarily at the center, which really replicates the kind of existing condition of the Ocean Tower at the center up to the 130 feet high. And then tapered and really stepped the building down as it comes down to 2nd and along Wilshire. And a big part of that thinking was, as you can see from the solar exposure diagram, trying to keep the maximum solar exposure to the tree as part of the long-term health of the tree, really keeping it very low, and Wilshire was important to that. We create a space around the tree itself, but we also kind of open it up to the Palisades and figuratively kind of to the sense of the park beyond and of the historical connection to the memorial bench, which commemorates the founder of Santa Monica. Next. So in the 2 renderings, I'll show you kind of, you see the current proposal, which was a long time in its evolution. Here you see the building shaped around the tree, stepping of the terraces. The first 2 floors of the terraces step out from the rest of the tower. That helps provide kind of not only a very activated base with a lot of very sort of communal functions, but also it also creates kind of a transitional scale to the tree itself and kind of from the tree to the tower. Next. A lower view then looking towards the courtyard from the Palisades. And it shows you kind of a little bit more detail, the richness of the planting. DGN landscape architects have done a beautiful job and really imagining this as a showcase. A lot of very, very beautiful plantings and a mixture of textures and scales. Here you can see kind of how these long horizontals form a kind of a backdrop to the tree and really help sort of center and let the tree be the center of focus for this. Next. This is just really kind of reminding you, Roxanne's gone over the kind of compliance issues, but how we locate the height at the center. The Palisades building then becomes a height which sets us up for the height we do along California and stepping down along 2nd and down towards Wilshire, meeting or exceeding all the sidewalk setbacks and the open space requirements. Next. This is a ground floor plan about uses, and it really goes to kind of one of the central motivating impulses here was the current hotel is very much an oasis. It's an escape from the city. It's a retreat. All these garden walls really making it very enclosed and very private. And the new hotel is being imagined as a much more urban hotel, much more of a connection to the city, much more of an extension of downtown, an amenity, and a complement to the rest of downtown. So in these uses, you can see how there's a sidewalk retail along Wilshire, really trying to emphasize that pedestrian life along Wilshire. There's a sidewalk cafe along Ocean, so that's going to invite people in. There's a hotel cafe and lounge as well if you come into the space. The ballroom gets used for a lot of community functions. They'll continue to do. The bungalow bar will be entered off of Wilshire. So really a connection of uses and an openness which invite kind of a broad segments of the community to come use this. This is a plan of the existing hotel, which shows you how much of the space, particularly along Wilshire and the driveway, is given up to asphalt. Really very little space is left over for green open space. Next. So one of the main features of the new plan as been talked about earlier, moving the entrance off of Wilshire to 2nd Street, following very much the guidelines from the LUCE and the DCP for that, and trying to limit the amount of driveway and asphalt to just this primary front door drop-off with ramps down directly to parking along 2nd Street. This allows us to again, recapture a lot of this for public space. These 3 circles are not spacing social distancing circles. They're for views you're going to be seeing next. More street level views, really trying to get you more at what the experience of the building will be. Here again is the garden wall, kind of the oasis model of the current hotel. And now what you'll see in the rendering is the gardens, the open space, which is what you're standing within, and then the cafe, which is really abutting the sidewalk and inviting any passersby to come and use this as an amenity to the community at large. Next. The next view is from Wilshire. It's across the street from our site, looking north along Ocean. You see the existing conditions, again, very enclosed, very interior. Next. And now what you'll have is a framed view into the gardens beyond, underneath this sort of floating 2nd floor terrace. This is the publicly accessible open space at the corner with diagonal walkthroughs and an easy walkthrough to the gardens itself. On 2nd Street right now is very much the back of the hotel. You have no awareness of the Fig Tree or Palisades Park beyond. The views out to the ocean at the very much a back to the building. Next. And we really want to transform this into a front door with a very big framed view of the space beyond, which is accessible for anyone who's walking down these sidewalks to walk through. The Fig Tree is prominently featured, and also the views obviously then through to Palisades Park and the horizon. As you walk in through this opening to this front door into the site, you'll come into the main space of the Fig Tree itself. And you can see here we're floating a new deck. We're raising the elevation of this as was mentioned by Roxanne earlier, that's a 14-foot grade change. So we're playing with that grade a bit so we can float a deck above the Fig Tree. There's a lot of measures being done to preserve the fig tree here, but that's one critical one. Next. From the fig tree, then you can walk through a very open lobby, very high ceiling, open lobby on both sides. So there's a visual connection between the two landmark elements of the fig tree on the more active Miramar Gardens, then to the quieter, more intimate Palisades Garden at the Palisades building itself. Today, when you walk out to see the Palisades building, the view is obscured by the pool, by the bungalows, and it's really at a funny kind of elevation where the ground has been set relative to the entrance, what used to be the front entrance to the Miramar Next. So as we open it up, now we're going to really restore the Miramar, the Palisades building, to kind of its heyday of the 40s and 50s and give it a pride of place at the head of this courtyard space, very visible, very open, and not at all obscured anymore. I think that this will give it a kind of very special place within this new ensemble and this new complex, and visible from the lobby and from this lounge space outside. You know, I grew up in Los Angeles during the smog years, so the environmental consequences of buildings is something that's always interested me a great deal. It's been a focus of much of my work. What's really compelling is we've taken a very, very extensive look at a lot of issues. With the brand new building, as one of the commissioners mentioned earlier, we're going to have a significant water and energy savings compared to what's there today, even though the new building will be larger. This is a LEED version 4 platinum, which we're seeking a lot of different measures: water recapture, the elimination of cooling towers, a lot of heat recapture. We think this will be a beautiful project and a great addition and a complement to Santa Monica and an extension of the downtown along the Wilshire Avenue corridor. And the project has evolved significantly over the 6 years that we've been working on it. A lot of that has been due to feedback from the community, but particularly from Landmarks Commission and from the Architectural Review Board. With that, I'm going to turn it back to Dustin. Happy to answer any questions afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Raphael. I just want to close out the presentation with a little more detail on the tremendous community and project benefits associated with the Miramar project. We talked about the DCP identified affordable housing as the #1 community benefit for our site, 42 family-sized units and 70% of market rate. We think an incredibly significant, substantial, and the right investment in our city. The second key community benefit identified in the DCP is open space. The plan provides more than 50% of the site as open space with a 14,000 square foot, nearly the size of a double lot, publicly accessible open space that will be open 365 days a year, activated with food and beverage offerings, a prominent piece of art, bi-monthly and biannual programming to create what we believe is a truly unique urban open space that complements Palisades Parks and will be a true community benefit. The third key community benefit identified in the DCP is historic preservation. That has been at the heart of this plan from the beginning, with the preservation, protection, and celebration of the Morton Bay fig tree, and preserving, integrating, and bringing the Palisades building back to the jewel that it was historically, and will allow both these landmarks to shine in our new plan. We recognize there are some differences in opinion in how to treat the building from a preservation perspective. We have provided our plan at the guidance of Robert Chattel, but simply suggest that we allow the Landmarks Commission, as the experienced and appropriate preservation body, to evaluate this in the forthcoming design review and certificate of appropriateness process. In addition to the 3 community benefits identified in the DCP, the project significantly improves the parking and circulation by substantially increasing on-site parking, as we discussed, taking employees off neighborhood streets and eliminating hundreds of daily duplicative trips around our site. In addition to the substantial pedestrian and bicycle improvements to the site, the DA also implements a new TDM plan with an aggressive 2.2 AVR and daily cash incentives for employees to not drive in single occupancy vehicles. We think a huge improvement and benefit to the immediate adjacent neighborhood. Raphael touched on the key sustainability features, and clearly Pele Clark Pele and GGN have created a world-class design as was envisioned in the Luce. Given our current economic environment, the proposed project is a significant job creator for both construction and permanent jobs, in addition to the internships identified earlier by city staff, and perhaps most importantly, providing stability for existing Union Hotel employees during construction. The project also provides substantial monetary contributions to some of the most important issues facing our city in these trying economic times. When you consider the incredible vetting of this project over the last 10 years,
What is the What is that noise?
That has been 20 minutes. Sorry, had a little audio issue there. But time is up. Thank you.
Thank you. I have 30 seconds left. If you would just allow me to close.
Go ahead. What were you going to say?
Okay. When you consider the incredible vetting of this project over the last 10 years, you can see how the Santa Monica public process has worked. The plan before you today is substantially better than the previous iterations. That is primarily based off extensive community input and feedback on our plans. Taking into account that extended public process, the unprecedented community and project benefit package, and then combine that with the staggering fiscal and economic benefits to the city, we submit that this is a project unlike any other to come forward in the city. We are proud and incredibly compelled by the result of this process. We look forward to the discussion this evening with the commissioners, but we humbly request at the end of this discussion that you follow the staff recommendation and move this project forward to City Council. Ellis, myself, and our entire team of consultants are available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Okay, can we get back to the commission?
Do I stop sharing?
Yeah, you stopped sharing.
Okay.
So, you. So, Commissioner Fonda Bernardi, do you have questions?
Yes. Thank you for that presentation. And also, you have quite a long history of community involvement, which I appreciate, and the efforts to basically control the water and the energy are also very laudable. One of the big battles we're having is with traffic and circulation. You saw the beginning of that with that discussion about entrances on Wilshire. And it seems to me that I don't still have a clear idea how people are going to come to this hotel. And let's start with guests. And let's assume most guests come from either down Wilshire Boulevard or they come up Ocean Avenue. How are they all going to get into your hotel to avoid the racetrack thing that we were starting to see where people have to drive around the block to get in? And maybe your traffic consultant can speak to that.
I'm happy to speak to it, Commissioner. So currently, at the extensive study of our traffic engineers and our planners, we identified that the best way to evaluate the transportation on our site was to split the uses and split the trips. So the main hotel entrance is on 2nd Street. We have an arrival and an exit on 2nd Street that has direct ramps directly down to a parking garage. We separated the residential use on Ocean Avenue, so that is a separate use that goes directly down. And we believe that the right answer from a traffic and circulation perspective is to have our employees go in and out on California with direct access down to a parking garage. We're happy to discuss that further, but the splitting of the trips throughout the 4.5 acre site, we believe, is the appropriate approach. So to your question about how people will arrive, we believe people will arrive, turn on 2nd Street, stack in our motor court, which we move significantly into the site to stack a maximum of 29 cars. And we are, as we have said to commissioners and to community members, we are open. This is a DA. There are things that need to be layered on to the motor court to commit to having our exiting guests not leave and turn into the neighborhood. If it's a no right turn, if it's additional staff during meetings, we're open to those ideas, but we firmly believe that circulation plan is the appropriate plan.
Okay. So now what you're telling me, though, is that arriving guests that are traveling north on 2nd Street will make a left turn into the main courtyard or car court area. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So there will be a left turn lane, presumably, or maybe not, in the middle of 2nd Street. Is that correct?
That's correct. My understanding that there's not a left turn lane in 2nd Street currently.
But there will be or not? I just trying to understand what's
we have not proposed a left turn lane there, Commissioner.
Okay. So basically what you're saying is let's say whatever that is, the 300 guests a day that are coming to the hotel, they're all arriving from 2nd Street in Wilshire and they're leaving from 2nd Street in Wilshire. Is that accurate?
That's correct. I may dispute your 300 per day, but that's accurate.
Well, whatever the number is based on guest turnover, whatever. Now, how are the workers coming and leaving? How are they actually getting to their north entrance?
So I believe employees will come from either Ocean or from California. and enter and take a right turn into our California Avenue driveway. You will exit out from California taking a right turn, and they will traverse either there, straight, and then to the right, depending on their flow of traffic.
Okay. So they're going to arrive, they could either arrive coming north on Ocean Avenue, making a right turn. What about the ones coming down California? Are you saying you're going to break the divider that's there now? They're going to make a left turn into that area, into their area?
Absolutely not. So if you're familiar with that street, there's a median, so you cannot make a left there. There is a break in the median that goes to the alley that's just behind 101 California. So there is a break there, but we're not proposing to modify any of the city streets.
I see. So then someone coming west on California would make a left turn. A worker coming down California would make a left turn onto to get into the entrance at that median break. Is that what you're saying?
No, you can't. It's a one-way going eastbound from California. So the only way to access it is from Ocean Avenue.
So all the workers will have to travel down Wilshire to Ocean Avenue, north on Ocean Avenue, east on California, and that's how they get in.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay. Would you be adverse to having your workers exit in the same exit as the guests are leaving from?
So it's a very interesting question, Commissioner. It's not lost on us that this has been an issue that's being raised in the community. I think I still will submit to you that we believe the plan that we have provided is the right plan. We think this is more of a political issue than a real issue, but recognizing that we want to be responsive to commissioners' requests and to neighborhood requests. We do have a document, if you'd like me to share it, that has some options that we have looked at that follow that idea of a in ramp for employees at California and an exit ramp in other locations. I will say it hasn't been completely vetted, but we do have some options that we can share with you for your consideration.
I guess where I'm going with this, in an ideal universe, it would be great if we could get it down to just 2 entrances and 2 exits. You may not be able to get there, but we're really trying to keep the load off California and off of the north end of 2nd Street. So anything that we can do in that direction would be extremely beneficial. So now, changing topics, and I ask this of every project that comes before us. My fellow commissioners are already rolling their eyes, but the question is, what is the percentage of the power that you're going to need for this project that you're actually going to be able to generate on site?
So, Mario, Commissioner Fontenot, I appreciate the question. I knew this was coming from you. As you know, in a project like this in urban environments, it's very hard to get to the net zero energy. However, we've taken a much different approach to sustainability than I think probably any other project, new project that you're going to see when we have the ability to update all of the various sustainability factors in our building, both from a water and energy perspective. And I can jump into water after this, but our intent, and it's committed in the DA, is to reduce water and energy use from the existing building. I know it's a different alternative than the net zero approach, but we think it is a real community benefit and a real sustainable approach. We are also providing a significant amount of photovoltaics on the roof, nearly, I think, over 14,000 square feet of photovoltaics. We have not finalized the design of that. As you know, we're at a concept design level, and so rolling those into the mechanical space and the access and the fire requirements takes another level of detail, but we have a significant amount of photovoltaics on the rooftop.
Okay, last question, probably the most important question from a community point of view is, this is a very large object. It is bigger than anything we've seen in that neighborhood forever, let's say. Can you make it any smaller?
I will submit to you that we have followed the rules of the road. We were asked to follow the rules of the road. This project has been cut several different times. I know it was heavily debated. I know there was those who disagreed with the final results, but we are following the rules of the road in terms of height and density and open space for our site. And we have followed the direction and pursued that. And I believe from the feedback we've got in the community, we believe that the design is very well received. So my response to that is not at this point in time.
Thank you.
Hey, Commissioner Fresca. Unmute yourself. And before we start, I think there's somewhat of a consensus about leaving a lot of the historic preservation issues to the Landmarks Commission, so unless I'm wrong.
Excuse me, it's my turn.
I know, I'm just letting you know. Go ahead.
All right. Hello. So we discussed some things about the parking entrances and the grades of the grade change of the courtyard. And you said that you would create some lovely new diagrams for us so that the public and the commission can have a better understanding of A, how different that grade is going to be, B, what the possibilities are for tucking more driveways in under it, and C, how it's going to impact the pedestrian experience from Ocean Avenue. So would you please tell me if you came up with any pictures and show us them if you have?
Sure. Share my screen again. You see my screen?
Yes.
You see the wall along California or along Ocean Avenue?
Yes.
Okay. So this is the existing condition on Ocean Avenue. Not working. There we go. Another view along Ocean Avenue. We provided a section here, Nina, to identify what actually is there today, which is actually, so it is at 101. The sidewalk kind of runs from 103 to 101 from the north to the south, but inside the brick wall, you can't see it, but the grades range anywhere from 102.5 sloping down to 101. Our intention with this Ocean Avenue walkway is to change the grade and create a hedged landscape experience that would step back and create some seating areas, but remove the brick wall and produce a space where you can visually see into the north garden, but enough privacy so that it can be used for kind of a more private northern garden area for our hotel guests and residents. From a visual perspective, this is a blow-up of the rendering that we had in that space. So you could see the pedestrian experience, which we think is a significant improvement from the existing brick wall to a landscaped hedge, seeing the activity behind it. I think you had requested, Nina, and specifically, on Ocean Avenue, I think it's critically important to understand Palisades building today is pretty much blocked, other than some pieces of it that you can see from Ocean Avenue at various aspects. And our intent is to open this up and to create that visual of the Palisades building from Ocean Avenue. We are building a new structure, extension of the Palisades building. It's a double-loaded corridor. It is not condos. It is guest rooms on the north side. The idea of opening this site up and showing the Palisades building, and we obviously love the historic signs, and we propose that. So I don't know if that answers all of your questions from what you had requested.
Those are helpful diagrams. Let me just see if I have. So you had said that you might look into the possibility of tucking another driveway in or having a branch off from that Ocean Avenue side, and you did mention it. You did mention when Mario was asking questions that you had something to share, so I would be curious to see that.
Can you see my screen again?
I can.
Okay. So we asked PCPA over the last few days to identify alternative driveway designs. You're going to see 6 alternatives. One of them was one that was studied in the EIR, and 5 retain the driveway entrance on California Avenue, but seek to find an alternative driveway to exit. None of these, again, have been fully vetted. And each has some different aspects, which you'll note on here, whether they're curb cuts or mix of circulation. But by adding the additional out, most of the alternatives will lead potentially to a reduction in parking count, because we just haven't vetted it all the way through. and we need to engage with our parking consultant. But here's the existing circulation plan with the main entrance on 2nd, the Ocean Avenue, and then the California Avenue, which we've been discussing. The circulation access alternative in the EIR was studied.
I'm sorry, Dustin, can you make that bigger? Can you go to full screen on that, please?
Yep.
Thanks.
So this was the EIR access alternative that was identified in the EIR to eliminate the California Avenue driveway and move it to 2nd Street. Clearly, pardon me?
It's still not bigger.
Turn my laptop. All right, hold on. Let me try this one more time, guys. Sorry.
It's actually in our staff report.
No, it's not. This is brand new stuff.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, I asked for this last week.
Can you see it now?
Yes. Yes, that's good. Well, it's better.
No, it's still
better.
There we go. Yes, there we go. Thank you. Okay.
Sorry about that, Commissioner. Sorry, Commissioner. So the access alternative moved the California Avenue ramp to 2nd Street. This was the one that was studying the alternative. It actually adds an additional curb cut on 2nd Street. We have to realign the ballroom and the motor court. So that's option 1. Option 2 has the in ramp on California, and then we would circulate in the below grade space and come up out of the valet ramp into the motor court. Obviously, there's conflicts with valets, conflicts with guests, and potentially interferes with our stacking capacity during events. Third alternative is similar, an entry only on California, circulate below the parking garage, come out the valet ramp, and make a right turn. And so you would have to widen this curb cut at 2nd Street and have an in and out. Again, conflicts with valets on the ramps. The alternative 4 is an option where you enter on California and you exit in an additional ramp onto Ocean that has to then merge with the residential people coming out of our ramp here, but maintains a single curb cut for that exit. Option number 5 is similar, an entrance off of California Avenue and an exit onto Ocean Avenue. This obviously creates an additional curb cut on Ocean Avenue. It impacts the North Garden design and pedestrian experience, and there's a fairly difficult movement from here to get to the California incline, which again, we haven't studied this with the city traffic engineers to know the dimension, but that is one of the concerns. And then the last one is an entry on California Avenue and an exit that comes up. And again, there's a merging with the traffic, but it exits and comes out to the same curb cut on Ocean Avenue. It does eliminate a residential pickup zone, but it does. So this was alternative number 6. And again, not fully vetted, but we want to show that we are trying to be responsive to the comments that we've heard from the commissioners.
Thank you. So let's talk about historic preservation just a little bit. You and I talked about some of this already in the past, like the day before yesterday, I think it was. And we talked about removing some things from the DA, you know, in particular a specific reference to any period of significance, which I felt, even though it doesn't say that the Landmarks Commission's hands are tied, it kind of moves it to a more definite place, and I really wanted the Commission to make that decision. But in terms of staff had suggested removing a lot of the treatment, the specific treatment recommendations that you had as part of your preliminary preservation plan. And I guess I'm okay with that, although I do kind of love the idea of restoring the terracotta. So I would like to see that part stay, just because it is such a great thing to do. So what I wanted to ask you, just because I'm going to ask the Commission how they feel about it, and they'll feel better knowing what they've heard from you, is about treatment of roof and windows. I wanted to add something that would be basically a community benefit in historic preservation that the owner shall, at some point, it doesn't have to be as part of the initial certificate of appropriateness, but that when windows and roofs are replaced as part of the normal maintenance of the building, that they be restored to their historic appearance based on historic photographs and documentation. Would that be acceptable to you?
So, Nina, I think the challenging part for us on this is I recognize the request. I think you understand that it is going to be an additional cost to that, and so it's hard for us to respond directly to that without kind of hearing the rest of the package. And I will say, I guess my other plea to you is that it is a landmark parcel, it is a landmark building, and any time that we have to replace that roof or those windows, it would have to go through the Landmarks Commission to be approved for whatever we do at that. And so I believe we already have that kind of process in place to analyze it. So that's my response right now, but I'm open to hearing if there are other commissioners who feel strongly about it as well.
I would just like to point out that in our landmarks ordinance, you are not required to restore things unless they're in existence. So if you're replacing something in kind that's already there, then you're required to do so. But if it's something that's already been altered, our ordinance does not require you to restore it to its original appearance. And we have many times seen applicants come forward and say, this is not an original feature. And so, Leslie, relax, please.
I don't know that's what I'm doing.
This is not an original feature, and so we're not required to restore it to its original appearance. And it serves our program or our whatever or our taste to not. And the Landmarks Commission is in a position where they can't insist that you do. And so that's why I would like to have a provision like that. So it's not requiring your outlay now. I know that at least in your preliminary scope of work, you didn't propose changing the windows and the roof. And, I wouldn't push that on you now, but I would like to reserve the right to ask that they be restored should you ever come forward with that work.
And Commissioner, I think we've been, pretty consistent in our message here that we really want to defer these design decisions to the Landmarks Commission, and we don't want to prejudice it one way or another. And so we just don't want to lock them into something without having gone through the process.
Yeah, I think this is a restoration commitment. It's not a decision on a treatment of a building. And these features in particular were in place until the windows 1987, the roof 2000. And anyway, we'll discuss it with the commission. But so that was one of the things I wanted to put in. Another thing I wanted to run by you is that where did it go in my notes? Sorry. An additional fund to restore character-defining features of the Landmarks Palisades Park. That would be $50,000. That would be basically an extra community benefit in order to enhance, the mutual benefit that both the city and the project get from the park and would get from that community benefit. Would you be comfortable with adding that?
We're open to that discussion. Obviously, we'd like to see that pulled out of some of the other funds, but we're open to that discussion. That's important.
That's a commission discussion, I think, in terms of what you pull it out of.
Right. Well, I was hoping it wouldn't be pulled out, but
sounds like it will be.
Okay. Well, that's new information. Okay, I think those are all the questions I had for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next? Commissioner Lander.
All right. So I would just point out, heading into these questions, we don't have to pull anything out of anything. We're making a recommendation to the council, and there's going to be a whole package of negotiations. And so if we want to prioritize something like 50 grand for the landmarks in the Palisades Park, we can say that, but there's still going to be a negotiation. So we're not locked into a specific sum of money, nor is the applicant. We're having a conversation in order to achieve the best recommendation possible. I just want to frame my comments there. So since we started to talk about it, let's about the entry and exit if we can, Dustin. I've got a few things, but let's start there because we got into it a little bit, and we can you bring up option 6, I think it is. And I want to give a background to my question. Last week, I was looking at some of the letters we've been receiving, thinking about the circulation, thinking about what was in the EIR, and I remembered having, I think anyone who has driven or attempted to park ever in Century City knows that you never exit where you go in. It just doesn't work that way. And so given the size of this parcel, I said to Dustin and Ellis, well, what if we unbundled entrances and exits? What could we achieve? So I was interested in 2 variants, and I think I want to stick to the Ocean Park variant for now because from what I hear you saying, a 2nd Street variance just isn't viable given the potential of conflict with people entering the property, people exiting the property, and let's not forget we're adding 42 units or 48 units or 57 units of affordable housing directly across the street, and that's gonna be something to think about as well. So let's go back to this Ocean Avenue entryway. I know you don't love it. Can you live with it? This version where you're entering, the employees are entering from, they have to drive up Ocean or drive up the incline, turn east on California, turn into California, and then when they are leaving, and I have a question here, they are leaving on Ocean. Can you live with it?
So it's hard for me to commit to say we can live with it. We think this has potential. We obviously still think our original plan is the right approach. We just got to spend a little more time studying the impacts of it below, the circulation issues, comparative, and frankly talking with city staff as well. The city staff has not reviewed these in detail. So look, we think it's a viable option. We think it responds to the issues that have been raised. We just need to do a little more work on it, and we're committed to doing that.
Okay, great. Now, and I'm going to keep with my Century City examples. Can you go back? I like this version, but I don't love the merging with the residential. Nope. Yes, sort of. Keep going. There we go. Anyone who is, forgive me for being hyper concrete about this, but I'm going to use it as an example because I think there are members of the public who will know exactly what I'm talking about. If you have parked in the Westfield parking garage, and you've exited either onto, let's use Century Park West as the example. What you know is that you're driving up a series of parallel, separated ramps that do not actually merge until the street. They never actually merge. So my question is, you have a 14-foot curb cut, but immediately to the north of that, have you studied an option where because everybody's turning right, you're not going to have people kind of crossing the streams, that won't be bad, really bad. They'll stay put, not stay puffed. Can you come out onto Ocean with that tree? Let's say you doubled the width of the curb cut and bring the employee entrance straight out without merging? Is that not an option?
We have not looked at it, Sean, because, and again, in all the discussions with mobility, it has been very consistent to try and minimize the curb cuts, right? And so And so it's been a very consistent message that they don't want the widened curb cuts. So we just haven't studied it, which again was leading towards the discussion with city staff. Again, we're open to that because we agree this scenario makes a lot of sense other than this merge. And so we would absolutely be open to that discussion with city staff and the mobility folks about that option. Absolutely.
Okay, that's great. I want to say it's a lot more fun to walk across the other side of the street, right, in Palisades Park. We don't want to make too many curb cuts because we want to make it easy for people to walk. But I think if we're trying to create there's always going to be trade-offs. But if you're open to that trade-off, and I hear you saying you are, that's promising because we would eliminate a whole lot of traffic, the potential for a whole lot of traffic on California. And we would, as you've already indicated, thank you for acceding to my request to have no preferential parking permits for guests or visitors or residents, no eligibility there, and also for ensuring that anybody coming out on Second is going to go south to Wilshire. So let's now turn to here we go. Just want to ask you to comment a little bit. Commissioner Fondo Bernardi brought this up to a degree. When we talk about the sustainability package, just reconfirming you're putting in enough charging infrastructure for electric vehicles now. You're stubbing out pretty much everything. But in terms of neighborhood resilience, thinking, God forbid there's an earthquake, people's power go out, would be awesome. I mentioned this on 1828 Ocean years ago. Can people come and charge their phones at the Miramar? Do you have will you have space to put in battery storage down the line? What's happening there?
So on the EV side, obviously you guys know the city just passed a very strong
yes.
EV.
No, I'm trying to future-proof this building here because you're building it for the next 50 years, and I think in 50 years, to the extent that there are vehicles, they will, probably be electrically charged. If not,
so
right?
So we're doing that. As we had thought about the battery storage, again, we had not taken it to that level of detail. We're happy to accommodate a space for that future use, and because we still need to just analyze how that would be integrated, but we're happy to provide a space, which I think has been done in some other PAs for future battery storage. I think, Sean, or Commissioner Landers, as our hotel has always been somebody who's responded during, events, whether it was the issues of the marathon, et cetera. So I think we're open. It's I don't know how that gets layered into a requirement, but I think we're open to being good community members.
Terrific, thank you. There's some great work being done on resilient buildings, as you know. So I think as you're getting to details, there are opportunities to get some of the best thinking as it emerges over the next few years, and I hope that you do that. Couple of things. I don't want to get into great detail because I think we're going to be hearing from the public about some of this. I assume you're open to a conversation with staff about how we ensure that if we allow some condos to be converted temporarily to hotel uses, that the city could maximize its TOT collection, so we wouldn't get like the TOT on a really discounted stay. We'd get nice TOT. If you wanted to discount it further, you could, but the city would have some TOT guarantees there.
Yeah, so again, we were kind of in this discussion with staff, we were somewhat surprised about this concept because we do these type of projects all the time, and this is really, we think, a win-win when you have the ability to take some of those condo units and sell them as hotel rooms, because not only is the city getting property taxes, but they're also getting the TOT. And I can tell you that as a product, that product is the highest room rate product we can have. It's like a super suite, right? So clearly we promoted this idea originally. As you saw in our letter, we think it's the right thing to do. We had limited it up to 10. We're open to a discussion as to what makes the most sense in that as it relates to this to make it be a win-win. I also want to be clear, we are not asking for timeshares. That was never something we were looking. That was never something we were looking to do. I do want to be clear, though, that we don't want to discourage people from a joint tenant, joint ownership.
Right.
We won't discourage Commissioner Lambert, Commissioner McKinnon from buying a unit together. So I want to make sure we keep that, but that we don't have the time. We don't want to do a timeshare.
I think you're going to have lots of, you're going to need to add a community benefit to the SMPD to come and break up the fights. So let's not go to Leslie and Richard co-owning. But no, but you could limit fractional sales beyond, say, the occupancy limit for each condo. So if you have a family of 4 and they want to split it 4 ways and you can fit 4 people into that condo legally, then great. But prevent it so that you can't have a whole bunch of people who don't know.
I don't think you can legally control that, Sean.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I think it's a question of can we have the conversation between now and council? I think that would be great. It's great to hear you say that because we'd love to find some guarantees. Let me come back on the TOT and clarify what I mean. Let's take our family of 4, right, that wants to come in and stay. And I understand that legally what we are saying is it's only a 30-day stay. But now we have the Jones family, right? We have adult number 1, adult number 2, and 2 adult kids. So for the first 30 days, it's adult number 1 is named on the registry. Second 30 days, it's adult number 2. Third 30 days, it's adult child number 1. And fourth 30 days, it's adult child number 2. Now, I know you would never do this, but imagine the property is sold and there's a new owner who knew not the Miramar. What I want to avoid is the family walking in and saying, give us a great deal for a 4-month stay. We'll re-register every 30 days. But then the TOT flow from that property maybe gets cut by 50%, 60% or more because the property owner is getting a great deal on this long-term right, stay. So are you open to having the conversation with staff about how to protect the TOT flow? So that it really is what we all intend it to be.
Absolutely, Commissioner.
Okay.
I want to reiterate, those are going to be super high-end suites, so the rate is going to be well above our average daily rate. So I think we're open to the conversation.
Right. Chair, I'm going to keep asking my questions just like every other commissioner, and I'll get through them.
We have 60 people waiting to speak.
I understand that. So. I have a few others, which I'm not going to ask now, but I'm going to get to the last one, which is we haven't talked about this. I mean, you and I have talked about this, but we haven't talked about that in a big way in the presentation tonight, and that is this economic equity payment. One of the core priorities that has come from many members of our community, particularly in the Pico neighborhood, but throughout Santa Monica, is interest in a really, truly functional community commercial kitchen that could allow people who want to start businesses in the food space to start those businesses, grow them, and really thrive and build really, truly grassroots businesses out of Santa Monica. Many of our immigrant communities already are doing these as home-based businesses, and they are desperate to expand to be able to sell at our farmers markets, but also potentially to be able to sell into our hotels. So my question is, it's a big one, and we've talked about it, and I think you know it's coming. I'm just going to lay it out because you know where we're going. Would you be open to structuring that economic equity payment, whatever that number ends up being, as having a first and preferred use to construct this community kitchen, to commit to engaging these entrepreneurs as vendors and suppliers to your construction crews during construction, to the hotel concessions, potentially looking at putting 2 or 3 storefronts and kiosks aside on 2nd and Wilshire so that local startups can get a leg up and serve visitors at all income levels from across, coming across from the promenade. And then connected to the internship program that you've been talking about in food and hospitality. Is that a broad-based conversation you'd be open to having?
So I'd say on the broad base, the answer is yes. We think that economic equity contribution is important to be allocated to something that's meaningful and really tangible. So I'd say the answer is yes on that. The second piece of that, Sean, about tying it to some type of usage within the priority usage within the hotel, I think we're open to where it gets difficult is trying to then layer on kind of requirements in the retail space, which we all know just a really difficult space right now, and trying to maintain that flexibility. That's the one piece where it gets a little bit difficult. The internship thing, we're open to that idea as well, because again, we think it's good to try and make something tangential to that. So I'd say majority of that, yes, we're open to that discussion.
Okay, that's great. I do want to push you, last thing before we go, I really do want to push you on that second and Wilshire storefront. I know that it's not going to make or break you. The condos are what are going to make or break you. I really feel strongly, and I would love to hear you say something about that. We've talked about this, that side of the property needs to tie into the north side of the promenade. We've heard people saying it's going to go all high end. I really feel strongly that corner in particular, as well as the kiosk in the open space, needs to be aimed at a broadly diverse clientele of visitors, Santa Monica residents, neighborhood folks, and recognize that that's a different group of people who are going to be, spending money on property as hotel guests at a very different, capacity to spend. So I really do want to encourage you to give some commitments, even if they're not tied to money or tied to specific requirements, that corner be community oriented.
If there's some language that we can do, Sean, that's tied to marketing to that space or reaching out to those types, I mean that's the type of things that we can absolutely do. It's what we already do in the hotel today with many of the spaces in our retail space. So if it can be worked out in that level without impacting our ability to actually rent the space, we're open to that dialogue.
Okay. Thanks for now.
As chair, I'm going to insert myself. We have people who've been waiting 3 and 4 hours to speak. So if we have really lengthy questions we want to ask the applicant, I suggest we wait until after public testimony to do it. Okay?
I agree.
Chair, why don't you just move to public testimony? I'll wait.
I'm waiting too. I can
No,
wait until
why don't you go to public testimony now? Unless
these folks have been on the phone for 4 hours waiting to speak.
Chair, I've made a suggestion. I move we go to public testimony.
Okay, let's do that.
Is Elisa willing to do that? Because she has been waiting to ask questions as well.
Elisa,
I'm happy to wait.
What?
I can wait. That's fine.
Okay. Commissioner Reese, are you okay with that?
I'm fine with
I do want to apologize though for all of the technical difficulties I'm having. So I have been listening. I'm just had to change my thing.
I didn't even notice.
Oh, I changed computers. Okay, let's go.
Are you okay with waiting, Commissioner Reese?
I'm happy to. I just urge everybody to be clear and concise in their questioning.
Absolutely. Boy, I second that motion.
And I also urge public speakers, if someone has already said what you're going to say, you can always just say you agree.
Yeah, that's a thought. Can I ask staff how many people are queued up?
We currently have 54 callers in the queue.
Wonderful. And we are going to finish the public hearing tonight. So, can we have the first speaker, please?
Sorry, just waiting for the call to be transferred.
Well, this isn't speeding it up.
What? What?
This technology is not speeding it up.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Transferring Valerie Griffin.
Welcome.
Hi.
Hi, Valerie. Welcome to the meeting.
Yeah, thank you. I was Wilmot's chair in 2011. Our board endorsed the Miramar project. The endorsement was reasoned, enthusiastic, and unanimous. We were not prepared for opposition organized by a competing. After ensuing turmoil, many people left the coalition. It does not represent our views. Wilmont is densely populated. Many of us chose to live here because of the vibrant urban character of Wilshire and downtown. We know cities change and some development is essential. I endorse this Miramar project. Existing development is a mix of styles hidden behind a fence as Fortress Miramar. The fig tree is hidden. The Pacific Ocean is invisible to people inside the fortress, away from the ocean breeze. The last major change was in 1959, adding the ocean tower. Cars were long, heavy, and had fins. There was no promenade. Of course, the main driveway was on Wilshire. Where else would it be? The circulation has not changed. No wonder it seems hostile to pedestrians, bicycles, and scooters. The new design is open and modern. The Palisades building and a companion building provide residents of the neighboring condo tower and hotel guests with mutual privacy. The new ocean building frames the fig tree. There is easy pedestrian and bicycle access to the beach, the promenade, and the rest of Santa Monica. The Miramar adds to our parking shortage. Staff consumes 125 neighborhood parking spaces. I counted 479 street spaces between Ocean and Wilshire and 4th and Washington. Miramar staff uses 25% of those spaces. On-site employee parking effectively adds 125 street spaces. The new loading dock handles much longer vehicles entirely off the street, improving 2nd Street circulation. I look forward to a modern hotel development at Wilshire and Ocean. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does anyone have questions? Okay, thank you very much. We'll take the next speaker, please.
Transferring Jeff Klotke.
Hello, Jeff. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Jeff Klotke. I'm General Manager at Pacific Park on the Santa Monica Pier. In a normal year, we employ 500 people and are a very large contributor to the city's general fund through our annual rent payments. I've been at the park for 20 years, and I'm a proud, active member of our community. I could take my entire 2 minutes to express the importance of this project, the financial success of the pier and the park, but I believe the financial upside to all stakeholders is obvious. So I want to take a minute and make a few other points. As the past chair of Santa Monica PAL, outgoing chair of the Santa Monica Chamber of Commerce, and current board member of the Santa Monica Traveler and Tourism Board, I've watched the team at the Miramar be the first to step up when asked to donate to charitable causes on countless occasions. I can't recall a time when they said no when asked to help the community. This includes hosting PAL's annual golf fundraiser, where we raise tens of thousands of dollars to help with programming for PAL kids, hosting the annual Chamber Installation Gala, where our community comes together with city stakeholders and celebrates our city, or donating countless time and expertise to ensure a responsible and well-managed tourism program in our city. The Miramar and the team there have an unparalleled track record as an upstanding and valued corporate citizen in Santa Monica. I understand how unique it is for a community to have a partner who stays committed for 12 years to see a project realized. This comes with a massive investment in money and time. In Santa Monica, we take this for granted, but we shouldn't. It takes a very special group to stay committed to the community, engage with the community, work with the community to build a project that is truly a win-win-win. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Transferring Emily McCarran.
Hello, Emily. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Good evening. I sent an email and I would like to say more on a couple of points I made. This project has been out for public feedback for many years. I myself have heard presentations at community meetings, EIR meetings, and small meetings. All along the way, I have shared my opinions about it with the Miramar team, and I feel like I've been heard. In the last few days, I have seen a ton of opposition to the project on your website. I respect that everyone has a right to raise issues whenever they want. But here is my point. Some of the criticism is about things that could have been discussed with the developer months ago. I know for a fact that the developers have reached out in every possible way. Like every December, I volunteer for the Fig Tree charity event. It's a really special day where everyone in our community can come together and help needy families who can't put food on their tables. If you asked a Miramar person about the project, even at the event, they would offer to set up a meeting. I have heard this happen with my own ears. Obviously, they're proud of their work. I'm a super positive person. I think the best as a developer, even when I haven't loved everything about the new plan. One more thing. Sometimes I have physical issues that limit my mobility. I am so you garden and the wider sidewalks. I think people with disabilities will have a great experience when the hotel is rebuilt. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Transferring Elena Christopoulos.
Hello, Elena. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Hi, good evening, commissioners and city staff. My name is Elena Christopoulos, and I'm speaking tonight in my capacity as a downtown Santa Monica resident. I'm a former board member of the Downtown Neighborhood Association, which will be starting up again soon. Very excited about that. The Miramar is located in my neighborhood. It's in my backyard. This is my community, which belongs to many of my family members and friends. I know firsthand many of us in the downtown core are very excited to welcome this project with open arms. I appreciate your consideration of my views outlined in my letter that I sent, such as the significant open space, the historic preservation of the fig tree, the sustainability elements, which I'm absolutely thrilled about, especially the LEED Platinum designation, and the affordable housing component, which is so very important as we are in a housing crisis and currently 3.5 million units short of what is required by the state. Your positive recommendation will be appreciated by those generations that have enjoyed the hotel, the truly diverse community that has benefited from the revenues it generates, and younger people who will, in the future, make the Miramar experience their own. It is my hope that you will deliver a yes vote to Council with clear direction that enhances the project before you. Again, I appreciate your consideration of my views and urge an affirmative vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Elena. Okay, next speaker, please.
Chair, I just wanted to let you know that because the number of callers are holding stable, I'm going to close the queue after the conclusion of the next speaker's remarks. So
Okay.
if anybody wants to call in, they should do so now.
Okay, please do that.
Transferring Mark Spilo.
Hello, Mark, and welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Good evening, commissioners, and thank you for your hard work and commitment to our city. I've lived in Santa Monica for 30 years, always within a few blocks of the Miramar Hotel. I've followed the project extensively from the beginning, and I am very pleased to see the environmental and low-income housing aspects that are in the project, as well as the parking solutions for the neighborhood that this new project presents. I see this as a very beautiful world-class development, and it's a development that is for a world-class site in a world-class city. Wholeheartedly endorse the project moving forward sooner rather than later. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Transferring Dennis Zane.
Hello, Dennis, and welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to speak.
When do I start?
Right now. Go ahead.
The last 40 years of Santa Monica history has reflected a broad egalitarian effort to protect the security of residents and the affordable nature of this community. 60 luxury condominiums for the very wealthy in this hotel is an about-face on this egalitarian aspiration and will become amplified as other Ocean Avenue hotel projects seek similar privileges. The huge boost to the local economy being celebrated is actually significant and unfortunate gentrification aspects or impacts in our downtown and our nearby neighborhoods. Online definition of gentrification, contributing to exclusivity and exclusion. I am concerned that the discussion this evening has not even raised gentrification impacts as a concern, though I think it is the obvious elephant in the room. This gentrification worry is amplified because condos are lousy revenue generators. If the same additional height were devoted to hotel rooms, an obvious alternative not considered in your EIR It would increase the number of rooms by about 75% or 240 and add close to $6 million a year in TOT tax. That's money that could, for example, be used to invest in affordable housing or the POD program to help low-income seniors. Think of it as a gentrification offset. So, commissioners, I urge you to direct the staff and urge the council to look at a all-hotel alternative here, including one that might include the height prescribed in this project as it is. That could generate significant revenue and then be a benefit to the community.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Transferring Barry Engelman.
Hello, Barry, and welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to speak. Hello, Barry. You may begin your comments now.
Hello. Thank you. Thank you very much, commissioners. I've enjoyed your presentation. I have lived on California Avenue for the past 10 years, and I think I speak for the dozens of nearby residents who I've talked to in the last few weeks. I've seen the steady increase in traffic up and down the avenue, particularly on warm days. Walking, biking, scooters, traffic is nonstop. Vehicular traffic to and from the incline is nonstop during busy periods. Establishing the employee vehicle entrance on California will present a dangerous situation during the shift changes. I urge the city to insist that the primary motor entrance remain on Wilshire, or at least not be on California. The separate entrance can be incorporated in the Second Street employee for the employees if necessary. I know this is a flashpoint for our neighbors here. I've talked to many of them, and I think they all feel the same way. They're concerned about the quality of life that we have here on California Avenue. I'm also quite concerned about the potential disruption rather of the from the demolition and construction that will occur during the construction process. And I would hope that the city would insist that the developer prevent heavy construction equipment from using the California to enter and leave the work site. I know this is an important aspect of the quality of life for our neighbors, and I hope you will take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Transferring Ruth Ann Lareer.
Hello, Ruth Ann. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Is this Ruth Ann Lareer?
It is. Good evening, Chair Lambert and commissioners. First, I'd like to thank everybody who's worked so hard over the years on this important project, and a shout out to Roxanne for her outstanding work. Speaking for the Santa Monica Conservancy, and I'll be brief because you've read our letter, we're very pleased with the proposal for the founder's tree, the magnificent ficus, which is the focal point of the design and has a well thought out protection plan. But we do have a number of concerns about the current preservation plan for the Palisades building. The rehabilitation issues here are complicated and somewhat technical, as you can glean from looking at the documents that Commissioner Fresco sent to everyone. We've been concerned about language in the DA that references this existing preservation plan and would seem to limit the scope and review of the Landmarks Commission. Roxanne's staff report indicates that our concerns are being considered. What we feel is most essential for the DA to say regarding the rehabilitation of the Palisades building is that all treatments to the building will be part of the Certificate of Appropriateness process before the Landmarks Commission, and the guiding principles will be the Secretary of Interior standards. We would like to see all references to the preservation plan eliminated so that we start from the fact that this is a Renaissance revival brick and terracotta building constructed in 1924, which was in fact the basis for the landmark designation. One final point, something that Commissioner Fresco briefly referenced and we've been thinking about as well, is because the project design refers to Palisades Park across Ocean, we'd like to see an additional historic preservation community benefit that embraces the park by making a contribution toward restoration of one of the historic features in the park. So that concludes my comments. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Thank you. Does anyone have a question of Ruth Ann?
I have a question.
Commissioner Fresco.
I know Nina does. Can I ask mine really fast?
Yeah, no.
All right. I jumped in. Thank you. I have a question because with respect to the Landmarks Commission and the process for addressing these renovations that Commissioner Fresco brought up, there are obviously there are new technologies that are allowing, for example, if you think of Urban Light at LACMA with LED light bulbs custom made, are you seeing in the Landmarks Commission LEED compatible products that meet California building codes that do provide that historical recovery? Are those products available on the market? And you could approve them?
Yes.
Okay.
There's not a problem in having modern technology adapted in a historical context.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Fresco.
Hello, Ruth Ann.
Hi, Nina.
So my question has to do with the restoration of windows and roofs in historic buildings that have already been altered. And is your experience with our code and with applicants coming in and proposing work to the Landmarks Commission for altered features that they get restored automatically and that's a requirement built into our code?
It's not a requirement. Basically, in buildings that have had some alterations over time, there's no requirement that those alterations be restored back to their original condition. However, it's something that is encouraged, and if an applicant comes in with such a proposal, of course, that's always approved, but there isn't an inherent requirement to do that.
So do you think in this case, because of the required community benefits for a development agreement as a trade-off, which is kind of the definition of development agreements, do you see that as a way to ensure that this is historic preservation beyond what would ordinarily just be required because this is already a designated landmark?
It is. The program we've been talking about for the building is rehabilitation, which is a broader way of addressing more various treatments to a building. If we were to move to a restoration, which is a higher level of historic authenticity, in that case, we would want to see a window configuration that's more consistent with what was there historically, and a terracotta roof, which is what was there in 1924 when the building was constructed in the Renaissance Revival style. But that would be moving more toward a restoration treatment, which is a higher level of, I'd say, a community benefit. A rehabilitation program is broader and allows more various kinds of treatments.
Thank you.
I hope that wasn't too confusing.
Thank you, Ruth Ann. Thanks very much for hanging in there and speaking to us.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you for all your good work.
Pleasure. Next speaker, please.
Transferring Denise Barton.
Denise, welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Good evening. As a downtown resident, I found it very interesting how the residents' concerns were disregarded, specifically relating to the driveway access on 2nd in California, as well as loss of air and light from the mass of the monstrous project. So during a normal year pre-COVID-19, was the hotel and site not profitable? I ask only because it would appear the renovation of the hotel is the hotel's choice, making me wonder why they are being allowed to further degrade the residents' quality of life for their profit, as can be seen by a faster recouping of their costs of renovation by the addition of the condos. In ending, I have to go back to my original main concern, which is adding so much additional weight to the unstable Palisades Bluffs. and would the additional weight be detrimental to them? To support my concerns, I encourage you to look at the FEMA appeal analysis dated June 6, 2001, titled Palisades Bluff Landslide, where the appeal was denied. And the analysis clearly stated in the conclusion, number 2, that there was clearly substantial evidence that while the slide was precipitated by the storm, it is the result of an inherent weakness of the geological formation, and that the slide is part of the natural process of erosion, which is an ongoing phenomenon over the length of the bluff. And number 3, that the work on the bluff was permanent stabilization and not emergency positive proactive measures, which again were not addressed in the staff report and was only briefly touched upon and questioned in the EIR. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. Next speaker, please.
Transferring Lenora Kamner.
Hello, Lenora. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Hi, my name is Leonora Kamner. I'm a resident of Santa Monica. I am on the Housing Commission, and I'm also Executive Director of Abundant Housing LA. I support the project both from an affordable housing perspective and also as a resident in the neighborhood. Santa Monica desperately needs affordable housing. Families who live here their whole lives are having to leave or are becoming homeless. We need to build affordable housing, but there's no money. It would take over $1 billion to meet our affordable housing state-mandated goals, but our Affordable Housing Trust Fund is gone. So we need to use all the resources available in this city to start building affordable housing. And that's what this project is. It's a resource that we can use for affordable housing. And that's why I'm supporting it. If we don't support this project, then essentially we're refusing to do anything to contribute to affordable housing in this city. And separately, I want to just speak as a resident because my family spends a lot of time in the area that the Miramar project is. And I really appreciate how much the project design has the community in mind. And I really feel that the project is intended to bring the community inside and really, be a part of the larger neighborhood. So for these reasons, I strongly support the Miramar project. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, next speaker, please.
Transferring Abby Arnold.
Hello, Abby. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Good evening, commissioners. Abby Arnold. I've been a resident of Santa Monica for 36 years. And during that time, I have really considered the Miramar Hotel to be the heart of our community. I've been there for weddings of some of my dearest friends, fundraisers, for causes I deeply believe in, and political events. And actually, for many years, it was the only place in Santa Monica where a progressive event could be held, or even a Democratic elected official could spend the night, because it was the only union hotel on the west side. As a faith-based activist with Clue, I've gotten to know many of the people who have worked at the Miramar as housekeepers, cooks, baggage handlers, and other staff members in the hotel. They make a good living and they have excellent benefits. And with the support of our community and our city government, the Miramar is a workplace that pays a livable wage and really is a career for people. Many people have worked there for 20 years or even longer. The rebuilding project has been planned over many years with numerous deep community benefits, and I think, to me, very important, excellent protections for the workers who will be temporarily displaced during the construction period. There also will be badly needed affordable housing created, and I also support the incorporation of condominiums for affluent people because my great-grandmother lived out her last years in the Park Plaza Hotel in St. Louis. And she really needed to be in that kind of an environment when she died at 95. So I strongly support the plan as it's now presented, and I encourage you to grant Planning Commission approval to the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby. And let's not forget Eloise Plaza.
Transferring Kay Ward.
Hello, Kay. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Good evening. I've lived in the neighborhood for 43 years, but the Miramar project will likely be here 100 years or more. So it's vitally important that you do this right. Number one, all the massive building and the entrances must be placed on the commercial side, which, as you've heard tonight, is Wilshire Boulevard, a terminus. Number two, California Avenue, nearby streets and the related nearby streets are densely built with apartments and full of Santa Monica residents. We and others use California Avenue as our major stroller, pedestrian, bike, e-scooter, and so on street. This is how we get to and from Palisades Park, the beach, Pacific Coast Highway, or going the other way to the Promenade or Reed Park, St. Monica's, and Lincoln Middle School. So do not put an entrance on California Avenue with a gate as the cars wait to get in and out, 3 shifts of employees and they're hurrying to get to work on time. Seriously, this will result in injuries and or deaths to Santa Monica residents and others. People speed by there. They're not looking. They're not expecting that. It's our neighborhood. The area of California Avenue should be open and welcome to the neighborhood. I wish Mr. Pelley were still there. I think he threw our neighborhood under the bus. The open area should be the part on California. Instead, we're looking at wall-to-wall high-rise buildings on the street. And further, as has been mentioned, the landmarked Palisades building is hidden and overwhelmed by the other structures which have been attached on either side and built next to it. The proposed California building shades the neighborhood as early as noontime and I've seen what happens, the technology shows us this, and blocks views that have been enjoyed for over a century. Such a high rise, if needed at all, belongs on Wilshire Boulevard. Finally, we don't need 60 expensive condominiums. Instead, require the developers to build 60 affordable houses on 2nd Street and elsewhere. This is a DA, and you are not.
Thank you. That has been 2 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do a good job. Do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Kay. Next speaker, please.
Transferring Abo Gerboyan.
Abo, welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Good evening, commissioners, and thank you for taking my call. My name is Avo Gerboyan, and I am a native resident of Santa Monica. I am grateful for this opportunity to express my support for the new Miramar development. Attending almost all the hearings myself, I've seen the Miramar leadership take our concerns and suggestions to bring us this amazing new hotel and community space. I think I bring a unique perspective for you to consider. As a millennial startup, after my family jewelry business had to close our retail shop on Wilshire Boulevard, I was on my own, starting a new family, and had to start a new business. I wanted to move into the famous Fairmont Miramar. I approached Ellis O'Connor in hopes that he would see my vision of a new retail concept for custom jewelry. He welcomed the idea of bringing independent and community-owned businesses like mine into the hotel. Currently, the Fairmont has a Dogtown Coffee and Lloyd's Barbershop, which are all locally owned. New Miramar will provide our city with an iconic hotel and space for our community to thrive. I see it firsthand with the ever-changing ways we all work. Many locals are coming into the hotel lobby to work, meet their clients, and their customers. We need a place to go and escape the 4 walls of our house, especially nowadays. That's how I was doing business before I opened my studio inside their lobby. Made appointments with clients, reserved the table, utilized the hotel's parking, valet, and their top-notch customer service to give my customers an experience they will never forget. We are all sharing the same space, and it's going to be the future of how we conduct business. Hotels, hospitality, and retail, we all need to coexist to provide the best consumer experience, and I believe the new Miramar is at the forefront of this concept. I really understand all of these concerns with the development, but when I see this plan, I see they are rebuilding within the property's limits, and it would ensure a beautiful, iconic hotel for 100 years.
Thank you. That has been 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, please.
Transferring Carl Hansen.
Hello, Carl. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Lambert and Planning Commissioners. I'm Carl Hansen, a resident living in the Wilmot neighborhood, only 4 blocks from the Miramar. I'm also co-chair of Santa Monica Forward. Santa Monica Forward strongly encourages you to recommend that the City Council certify the final EIR and move the Miramar redevelopment forward. This project has had nearly a decade of public input and will provide substantial community benefits at a time that we desperately need them. When thinking about the merits of making a major change, it can be useful to look at it in the reverse. So if you imagine this proposed project already being in place, and that tonight the project you're being asked to consider is the Miramar as we know it now, how would you judge a proposal that planned to replace a hotel of world-class design with a drab tower of late 1950s design? Obviously a bad decision, but that wouldn't be the end of it. It would also tear down 42 units of affordable housing on 2nd Street, replacing them with a parking lot during a severe housing shortage and homelessness crisis. It would lay off hundreds of hotel workers during a period of great economic uncertainty. It would reduce annual city revenue by over $8 million at a time when city revenue is historically low. And it would wall off the beautiful open space along Ocean Avenue that surrounds the historic Morton Bay fig tree. Framed this way, it's astoundingly clear which the better option is. Which Santa Monica do you want to live in? I want to live in the one with more affordable housing, more good union jobs, more annual revenue to support city services, more open space, more beautiful architecture. Please recommend that the City Council move the project forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. Next speaker, please.
Transferring Dr. Mike Bruning.
Hello, Mike. You
Yes.
have 2 minutes to speak.
Excellent. Good evening, Chair Lambert and Commissioners. Dr. Mike Gruning, I'm a 21-year resident. I've also been very active in the community. I'm a past chair of the Santa Monica Chamber of Commerce, a past vice president of the Santa Monica Symphony, a steering committee member of SEPS, the Community for Excellent Public Schools, and a member of the St. Monica Parish Council. We are obviously in catastrophic financial times with no foreseeable end in sight. The Miramar project will give a much-needed shot in the arm to jumpstart the economy with countless well-paying union construction jobs, and after completion, many more union jobs in the hotel than currently. The Miramar is a great corporate neighbor, giving to numerous nonprofits and charitable organizations. The 14% transient occupancy tax will help refill the city's coffers and generate millions, some of which can be used for our local schools and also to offset the current massive revenue shortfall. With Community Corp in difficulty, who will build affordable housing? The Miramar project will, by building 42 beautiful Gwen Pugh designed units. Neighbors will be happy because hotel workers will now park rather than throughout the neighborhood. It will also fulfill that long sought after paradigm in Santa Monica of mixed use, retail shops below and condos above, generating both sales as well as real estate taxes in perpetuity. The reality is that although once a grand hotel, the Miramar is a fading, out-of-date vestige of the past. The Miramar project will offer an iconic LEED certified gem for the 21st century. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Transferring Eddie Gerboy.
Hello, Eddie. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Out of date.
Yes, I'm ready.
Great. You may begin.
Hello. Good evening.
Hello, Eddie. We can hear you. You may present.
Okay. Good evening, commissioners, and thank you for taking my call. You know, I need my prize. I won and I'm in. I got in. So can I get my prize, please?
We were just kidding.
That was okay. Then I'm kidding too. Okay. I'm Eddie Gerboyan, resident, and I own a retail business in Santa Monica for over 40 years, Reader's Fine Jewelers. I know the Fairmont Miramar, an iconic hotel in our city. I have seen it change ownership at least 3 times. I can confidently say the current ownership team led by Ellis O'Connor has been the best of them all. They believe in giving back generously and engaging with the community. I have served with Ellis O'Connor on the Santa Monica Chamber of Commerce Executive Board and have witnessed his leadership and passion for our city. Because I know the importance of business supporting the community, and Fairmont Miramar is a big supporter of our community. Few of the supporting organization is MLK West Side Coalition, Boys and Girls Club, Santa Monica History Museum, Santa Monica Salvation Army, Santa Monica Kiwanis, and John Wayne Cancer Institution. Santa Monica is constantly being renewed with new development, modern homes, luxury apartments, and commercial structures. I am in full support of Miramar redevelopment because the benefit it will bring to our city economy, tax revenue, construction jobs, additional employment, sustainability, and continued support of community organizations. The business
that has been 2 minutes.
Are partner in one way or another to provide revenue for all the city programs. In my opinion, our city needs a project like this because of the financial benefit it will bring out to our city and businesses. Just like the new development, I believe strongly the new Miramar will benefit our city for many generations. Thank you very much.
2 minutes.
Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. McKinney, for replying to my email. God bless you all.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Transferring Dominic Bay.
Hello, Dominic. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to present.
Good evening, Chair Lambert and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Dom Bay, former resident of Santa Monica and an 11-year firefighter with the city. I'm grateful to take a brief moment to step away from the project being considered tonight and instead just touch on the team real quick behind that project, a duo that we all and you all know well, Ellis O'Connor and Dustin Peterson. While these two gentlemen, they haven't been around as long as the Fairmont Hotel and that fig tree, which hopefully outlives us all. I can't remember a time when they haven't been a foundation of support for us, the firefighters, and so many of our community partners in the city. Whether it's been a fundraiser, events supporting the business, community, or any of the countless community projects. I think Ellis and Dustin, they haven't passively contributed to the city. They've done so actively and somewhat relentlessly. So as you guys consider the details of the project, I just kind of reemphasize the quality of the team that's going to interact with the community on its behalf. And in just over a decade of my time in the city, I can't remember a time when these two gentlemen haven't gone above and beyond for so many of us. Thank you guys for your continuous time and your efforts. You guys have a lot in the balance in the realm of projects and interests, and it's clear from tonight and every night you guys meet that the hours that you sacrifice to hearing those is admirable. So thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Transferring Nancy Coleman.
Hello, Nancy. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to speak. Hello, Nancy.
Yes, I'm here.
You may begin.
Okay. Chair Lambert and members of the Planning Commission, I'm Nancy Coleman, and I would like to say that I am not speaking either for NOMA as its chair or as a member of the Social Services Commission, because the Social Services Commission has not met since the pandemic. However, a small group of us have met and looked at the question of community benefits. I think that it's really important as you consider community benefits that you not simply look at the landmarks which are already there. that you not look at the housing, which is, something that's required, and that you not look at the park. It's not a park, it's open space, and it's open space for people who look like the people who could be there, who would be dressed appropriately. So I think that we need to look more at several other issues. First of all, it's lovely that the Miramar in years has been a charitable organization and given to charitable organizations. However, community benefits are not community benefits. Charitable contributions are separate. They can take a tax write-off on it. Second thing is that whenever the Planning Commission or the planning staff wants to do something that's not in view of either the DCP or the LUCE, they just amend it. So why we have to say that there can't be any additional curb cuts on either Wilshire and or Ocean Avenue is beyond
Thank you. That is in 2 minutes.
I will say one last.
Okay.
I have a question. I have questions for Commissioner Coleman or for Nancy. What's your one last thing?
My last thing is that we need to think about community benefits that are extensive. So, for instance, a social service fund or a senior services fund, similar to the child care fund. We also need to think about perhaps creating van services for bathrooms and showers and stuff for the homeless.
I have a follow-up question. Nancy, you and I worked together 4 years ago when I was chair of the Social Services Commission to communicate to this body that we believe that social services should be part of the community benefits conversation. We also communicated that to council with respect to the DCP. Given that the Social Services Commission, to my knowledge, has not met since February, independent of any individual issue, do you have a process in mind that could be put in place between, let's say, now and when this project goes to council? It's not perfect, but you and I have been on the same page on at least the process side for quite some time. So I'm wondering if you have some suggestions for us.
Well, we do have a list of suggestions.
Well, for process.
For process. Well, we can get we're affected by the Brown Act, so we can't have more than 3 of us meet together. There are 3 of us who are meeting together, and those 3 of us could, in fact, ask for as a subcommittee, ask for some benefits.
Could you hold a special meeting?
I don't know whether or not we can. I will ask that tomorrow.
I would observe that the Recreation and Parks Commission was given the opportunity to hold a special meeting because it had some issues coming to council. Would you consider making that request in light of these issues? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
I have a question of Nancy and of you, Sean. When you talk about community benefits outside of a DA model, you need a nexus study. Did you guys explore that?
Sometimes you do and sometimes you don't. It depends on what the benefit is. We did explore that, and in fact, we actually asked for the well-being. We asked for the well-being project to trigger some nexus studies, but they were never done.
My understanding is
we actually asked for some nexus studies.
You can't get a linkage fee without a nexus study. So
yeah, but we're talking about DAs.
DA
DA is different.
You don't need them in a DA.
Public comment. You do not need them because it's a negotiation with the council.
No, I understand. It's different. Okay, thank you, Nancy. Next speaker, please.
Transferring Danielle Wilson.
Hello, Danielle. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Hi, my name is Danielle Wilson, and I'm speaking on behalf of Unite Here Local 11. we urge you to approve this project tonight after many, many years of participating in the approvals process. The decisions made by this body impact the entire region, and I see the impacts of those decisions every day on the livelihoods of our members. The project before you offers affordable housing and opens up green space and the iconic fig tree to members of the public, all in addition to the good jobs this hotel has provided for many years. While the voice that working people uniquely have here in Santa Monica have made these kinds of community benefits the standard in the city, we can barely convince bodies across the region to do things like incorporate trees on private property into projects and require projects to provide even a single unit of affordable housing. We need projects like the Fairmont to continue to serve as a model, and when this project is built, it will be one of the best in the entire region, particularly in terms of the community benefits it will offer. As this is a redevelopment of an already existing hotel, it is not a debate about whether or not this is going to be a luxury hotel, but whether or not the improvements will benefit our community. The additional affordable housing and access to green space is, of course, a tremendous improvement, and it is a no-brainer to support it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Danielle. And next speaker, please. Hello. Hello.
Hi, I've unmuted.
What?
Transferring Jeremy Stutes.
Hey, Jeremy.
Hello, Jeremy. Welcome to
Hello.
the meeting. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, commissioners. Thank you for prioritizing public comment. I've been on hold for a long time. I've also been a supporter of the Miramar project for a long time, back since my days as president of Rail LA, advocating for seamless integration of high-quality public transit into vibrant live, work, play communities. Many people my age and younger live car-free multimodal lifestyles, thanks to the increasing ease of access to shared mobility services, the ticking clock of climate justice issues, but also due to economic circumstances. I know from painful personal experience, it can be very difficult to find affordable housing in Santa Monica. Many people who work in Santa Monica service industries are priced out of living in a community. They commute in and out every day, creating traffic. Affordable housing is vital to circulation and equity in our community. Miramar is a LEED Platinum project situated at the terminus of the ever-expanding Wilshire Transit Artery. Developers have been very receptive to suggestions to incorporate real-time transit displays and multimodal wayfinding into common areas to help guests from places like Europe and Asia, which are much more multimodal societies than ours, navigate our city and the surrounding area using a variety of transit options. Additionally, Miramar is a union hotel. I'm a member of a labor union in good standing, so that's very important to me. Sustainable, equitable, forward-thinking, and beautifully designed. I urge you to support the project as proposed.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Transferring Flora Ferron, who requests translation services.
Okay, so she will have 4 minutes, which includes the translation.
Muy bien.
Diana, we have a request for translation services.
Yeah.
Seem to have lost our interpreter here.
Yeah, I need interpret.
Diana, do we have you?
Hello?
Yes, please.
Is the translator there?
Yeah, I think we're trying to get her. Seems to be having audio. Hello, Diana, can you hear us?
Hello?
Hello? That's the speaker.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yes,
Hello, Diana,
permítame,
can you hear?
señora.
There we go.
Hi, this is Diana. Señora, buenas noches. ¿Qué quiere decir?
¿Puedo empezar?
Sí, adelante, señora. Dígame su nombre, por favor.
Mi nombre es Flora Cerón.
Hi, my name is Flora Cerón.
Trabajo en DoubleTree Santa Mónica.
I work at DoubleTree Santa Monica.
Por 23 años.
And I've been there for 23 years.
Muchos de nosotros vivimos en comunidades que no tienen bastante espacio. Verdes
Many of us work in communities that don't have that much space, green space. Adelante, por favor.
Que no tienen bastantes espacios verdes y la remodelación del Fairmont Miramar toma un hermoso espacio privado y lo abre al público.
And the remodeling of the Miramar takes up a lot of private room, private space. Adelante, señora.
Vivo adelante de Los Ángeles y no hay muchos espacios verdes y desearía tener acceso a árboles, parques y jardines más hermosos como en Santa Mónica.
I live a little bit further away from Los Angeles, and over there we don't have a lot of green space. We don't have that many trees like the way we have them in Santa Monica in parks. I would really like to have a lot of space like the way we have in Santa Monica.
Por favor, apoyen este plan para ayudar a Fairmont Miramar a reconstruirse mejor con más espacios verdes al público.
Please, help us support the Fairmont Miramar with this project, as we do need a lot of green space.
Thank you.
Gracias, señora.
Thank you.
Gracias, buenas noches.
Gracias.
Buenas noches, gracias.
Good evening. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Do we have the next speaker, please? John, can you take over this? John?
Yeah, I'm here. Sure.
Transferring Maria Cortez, who is asking for translation services.
Okay, so 2 minutes and 2 minutes of translation.
Señora, usted tiene 2 minutos y me van a dar a mí 2 minutos para interpretar, ¿ok, señora? Adelante. Buenas noches. Dígame su nombre.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es María Cortés.
Good evening. My name is Maria Cortez.
Yo trabajo en el Hotel DoubleTree aquí en Santa Mónica.
And I work at the DoubleTree Hotel here in Santa Monica.
Llevo 24 años trabajando.
I've been working there for 24 years.
Yo vivía en Los Ángeles y hace 6 años vivo aquí en Santa Mónica.
And 6 years ago, I moved over here to Santa Monica, and this is where I live now.
Estoy muy contenta de vivir aquí.
I am very happy to live here.
Yo apoyo el proyecto de remodelación del Fairmont Miramar.
I support the remodeling of the Miramar Fairmont Hotel.
Y les pido que lo apoyen para que hayan más viviendas accesibles para personas como yo.
And I encourage you to support this because we do need a lot of affordable homes for people like me.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Transferring Elizabeth Vandenberg.
Hello, Elizabeth. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Lambert and Planning Commissioners. Elizabeth Vandenberg, Chair of the Wilshire, Montana Neighborhood Coalition, speaking for my board. This morning I walked the 4.5-acre Miramar perimeter and was reminded how special this space is. Please address these requested actions. Re-envision the main hotel entrance to remain on Wilshire and eliminate Second, California, and Ocean entrances. With the creation of 3 new car entrances exits, the safety and health of pedestrians, bikes, and e-scooters is 3 times more dangerous versus having the Wilshire entrance. Why is Wilshire prioritized for pedestrian traffic and the other 3 streets not? References have been made to Luce about Wilshire. Luce Goal T25 states design parking to meet applicable urban design goals and minimize negative impacts on pedestrian, bicyclists, and transit users, as well as policy T25.3, minimize the width and number of driveways at individual development projects. The critical omission of Wilshire Boulevard traffic study from the EIR defeats the purpose of studying known and foreseeable traffic impacts. Wilmot had continually asked Wilshire to be studied. Real community benefits that are commensurate with the scale of this project. Overall, the community benefits proposed are de minimis. We ask that community benefits be expanded beyond what currently exists in the draft EAA. The public space designated in the draft EA is insufficient given the large parcel. The historic preservation of the Morton Fig and Palisades building are an ongoing obligation and project benefit to the applicant and are not a community benefit. What is negotiated for this established large site will be the benchmark for future sites. Affordable housing is a true community benefit and should not be limited by the Second Street parcel. This is a DA, which is a document of negotiation between the city and the developer who wants to build higher and denser than its surroundings. Condos are not a quid pro quo for affordable housing. They are a financing tool. There's no mechanism been brought forward to appropriately determine the number of affordable units. We argue that the DA. Okay.
Thank you. That has been 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Lupe Stevenson.
Hello, Lupe. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Lupe. You may begin
Hello.
now. Hello. Welcome to the meeting.
Hi, good evening. My name is Lupe Stevenson. I've been working in Santa Monica, at the Miramar Hotel for 20 years, living in Santa Monica for 14 years. I support the renovation for the Fairmont Miramar. It's going to bring good, I'm here. It's going to bring a good, right now, everything is dead. There's no jobs. And doing the renovation for the Fairmont is going to bring jobs. It's going to have low-income apartments. And that's good for the people they looking for apartments and they looking for a job. That's going to be the future for the new generations. And I hope you people support this renovation for everyone and for the city. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Transferring Missy Kearns.
Hello, Missy. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Hi, Missy.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you, commissioners and staff, and to the Miramar team for the hours, days, and multiple years that have been invested in this review. I'm speaking to you this evening both as a 20-year resident and a tourism professional. My written communication highlighted the many reasons that now is the time, the right time to move this project forward. In order for us as a community to succeed over the next several years, we must work hard together to remain competitive with neighboring destinations who are offering newer hotel choices for both consumers and our employees. This project will help us in our long-term economic recovery as well as our employment recovery, something I know that we are all committed to in this community. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Misty, I have a question. Have you hung up?
No, I'm here.
You're here. We've had discussion both with staff and with the applicant about the question of making condos available for hotel uses, as well as preventing timeshare style fractional ownership. From your perspective, looking at the holistic market of Santa Monica tourism, do you have thoughts that we should bear in mind?
I think that the consumer is going to dictate what that looks like in the future, and that the city and the hoteliers will design opportunities that are going to match that consumer design. I don't mean to be evasive, but I think that that's a difficult question for me to just answer off the cuff, and I don't want to do that.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Next speaker, please.
Transferring Franklin Stevenson.
Hello, Franklin. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Hello, good evening, everyone. I really appreciate all the hard work you all are putting in. I'll keep this very short and sweet. My name is Franklin Stevenson, and I'm a hotel worker in Santa Monica, and I work at the Fairmont Miramar Hotel. I've been on and off for about 10 years. The Fairmont Miramar's redevelopment plan provides job security and health insurance to workers during the renovation. But most of all, it gives hotel workers like me the promise of the best jobs in the industry and long-term security. We have lost customers because of the pandemic, so in this moment, what we need most is to know that we are going to build back better. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Transferring Susan Philippek.
Hello, Susan. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to speak. Hello, Susan. You may begin. Hello, Susan.
Seems that we lost her.
Okay.
We will see if we can try and get her back. I think.
Did she lose us?
Sure.
I think
Sure,
she might have come up.
we just all received a complaint email from someone when we had that long silence about having been dropped. I'm going to forward that email to Melissa and Caroline, but it sounds like people are being dropped, so if we can get them back, that would be good.
So should we let them call back in? Because the phone lines are closed.
Well, he left his name and phone number, so I'm forwarding that to Caroline and Melissa, and if they can get him back, let's hear from them.
Okay, cool.
We'll check to see if he was in the queue and see if we can get him back after the speakers. Just waiting for another call to transfer at this time. Yep.
Transferring Marina Peda, who is requesting translation services.
Sí, buenas noches. Tiene usted 2 minutos, tiene 4 minutos para hablar y 2 minutos para interpretación. Adelante, dígame su nombre, por favor.
Marina Cepeda.
Hi, my name is Marina Cepeda. Adelante, dígame.
Trabajo en el Lowe's de Santa Mónica.
I work at Lowe's Santa Monica.
El plan de remodelación del Fairmont Miramar brinda seguridad.
The remodeling plan for the Fairmont Miramar gives the security.
Laboral y seguro médico a los trabajadores durante la renovación.
It gives us work
Sobre
and it also
todo
gives
les
us
da a los trabajadores de hoteles como yo la promesa de los mejores trabajos en la industria y seguridad laboral. A largo plazo, hemos perdido clientes a causa de la pandemia, así que en este momento lo que más necesitamos es saber que vamos a reconstruir mejor.
Permítame, señora, déjeme interpretar. I approve the remodeling, and by doing this, it's going to give us security, and it's going to give us more work, and it's going to give the workers a lot more security. Also, by doing this for the hotel, it's going to give us more work. It's going to give us work for long term. We have also lost so many clients due to the pandemic that we are going through right now, and we do definitely need to do this reconstruction. Adelante, señora.
Sí, muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
A usted, gracias.
Next speaker, please.
Sí, gracias.
Thank you.
Transferring Francis Engler.
Hello, Francis. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Francis Engler. I'm the California Political Director with Unite Here Local 11, and our union supports this project because when it's finished, the redeveloped hotel will be the very best hotel in the region and is going to provide the very best jobs. Right now, our members face a lot of uncertainty, and the best thing our city leaders can do for them is to use this temporary dip in tourism over the next 5 years to build this hotel back better and to capture the leadership of the hospitality industry, and that's what this plan will do. The concerns that we've heard raised against this really fall into 2 categories. One kind is a fear that luxury redevelopment and the redevelopment of this hotel will change the character of Santa Monica. We disagree with this concern because this is already a luxury hotel with wealthy travelers, and so improving it is not going to change anything about the character of Santa Monica. It is what it is. On the other, another concern is an objection to adding luxury condos because it will be profitable to the developer or bring elite visitors to the city. We disagree with this because we ask, what is the point of having a luxury hotel on the beach if we're not going to make it the nicest, most successful hotel in the region? It's exactly that success that's going to provide such great opportunities to our members. And in answer to Sean's question to a previous speaker, there are many good ways to integrate condos into the function of a hotel to make it really add to the business of the hotel, to make it more successful. We have, as an organization, opposed hotels when they have taken out housing or when they've led to the destruction of housing or taken up space that was meant for housing, but that is not the situation in this case. So while we're skeptics of condos in some situations, this is an example of a place where they're appropriate. And finally, I'll say that only in Santa Monica, because we deal with development regionally, only in Santa Monica could somebody look at this project and say that the community benefits are de minimis.
Thank you. That is in 2
This should
minutes.
be celebrated anywhere else in the region and should be celebrated here.
Thank you. Francis, I have a question. Do I understand correctly that the housekeeping staff from the hotel will also be servicing the condominiums? Francis?
Our agreement, yes, sorry, it took a second to take me off mute. Our agreement at the Fairmont Miramar requires that all hotel services be done through the union's contract. So we would expect that any services that are being provided in the building of the hotel would be provided by our members. I think that that's a fair question, but I can tell you what we would expect is that our members would be providing services, and not just housekeeping. The people in those hotels are going to order food from in those condos are going to be ordering food in the restaurants and all kinds of other services that are going to benefit our members.
Okay, thank you very much.
Francis, I have a question. There's been conversation about how to ensure that we're getting Santa Monica residents trained up in the trades and in union work and hospitality work. Can you say a little bit about those conversations you've had in terms of not only providing great jobs across the for people who live across the region, but also ensuring that it's also Santa Monica locals who are getting hooked up with the union and with those jobs?
Certainly. So I'm a board member with the Hospitality Training Academy, and we have been, that is an organization that works jointly between the employers and our union to train and pipeline workers into hospitality jobs. And we have a special project with the City of Santa Monica to identify and recruit and to train Santa Monica workers for jobs in Santa Monica hotels, and it's been a great success. And the Fairmont has been an active participant in the Training Academy's programs and has been very supportive of them. And we believe that the new hotel is going to be a huge opportunity for us to pipeline local residents into, as I said, the very best, the standard-setting jobs in the region. So we really look forward to our work with the Fairmont team to do that. And it's part of our contract, and it's been part of the hotel's commitment in this redevelopment plan.
Thank you very much.
And will you be advocating with your colleagues in the other unions to help get Santa Monicans hired onto the construction site and to get into the concessions? I know that's something that we were all talking about in principle some time ago.
Certainly, yeah. I
Great.
think that I'm a big admirer of the trades apprenticeship programs, and we would love to see as many Santa Monica residents get into those as possible. And I hope some of the trades are on tonight, and if not, they should certainly be part of our conversations in the next step of this project.
Thank you. Okay, thanks, Francis. Next speaker, please.
Transferring Mark Humphrey.
Hello, Mark. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening. Good evening, Fair Lambert Commissioners. My name is Mark Humphrey. I've been a resident and business owner here in Santa Monica for 37 years. I've grown up here, and now my children are growing up here. I am in favor of the Miramar redevelopment for many reasons. Obviously, there are financial upsides for our city in this time of need. Thousands of jobs will be created from construction to hotel operations, priceless for our community as we rebound in a post-COVID era. Combine this with 42 affordable housing units, and I think it's a win-win for our city. But what brings me here this evening has nothing to do with finance. The Miramar represents my entire life here in Santa Monica. It's where we come together as a family. Meet You at the Miramar is part of our family vernacular. It's where we have all decided to meet if there was ever an emergency and we couldn't find each other. From weddings to New Year's Eve parties, business luncheons to bar mitzvahs, the Miramar has marked the chapters in my life. And now, my own children mark their milestones at the Miramar, their favorite event being Meet Me Under the Tree, of course, each December to mark the holidays. What a great community event that is. The Miramar is the grand dame of our promenade, ultimately the crown jewel of our wonderful city. But she's very much in need of redevelopment. It's time to refresh the Miramar and reset the sails and launch her into the next century so that my children and their children will always meet at the Miramar. This redevelopment represents the positivity and forward-thinking vision our city was founded on. Myself and my family truly hope to see this stunning architectural plan come to life. The design is it really does truly maintain the integrity of Ocean Avenue. Please support this wonderful project. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Transferring Chris Baca.
Hello, Chris. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, this is Chris Baca. I'm the Executive Director of Meals on Wheels West here in Santa Monica. I also serve on the board of the West Side Coalition. I'm president of the Santa Monica College GAB, and I will serve on the Vet Service Council for the VA. And the reason I bring that up is because so many of my colleagues, in fact, every one of my colleagues supports this development. For many years, me and the other members of the social service community has witnessed the generous support and important role that the Miramar provides to nonprofits in Santa Monica and the surrounding communities. The Miramar has provided many organizations and community events on their grounds, including MLK Day. Along with many other organizations and community members, Meals on Wheels West was invited to review the plans and offer input. I think there's been an unprecedented amount of input, and it was taken into new design. We've seen the plan evolve to an environmentally sound, community-friendly plan that opens up the space to residents and visitors. The preservation and protection of the historic Morton Bay fig tree and older buildings respect the history of the site while offering an architecturally beautiful design. It really is an inspiring design. The fact that the Miramar is a union hotel and will provide well-paying jobs to a diverse cadre of employees is also important to the community, and the inclusion of 42 affordable units across the street will provide much housing. I really do urge the Planning Commission, as I said earlier, I think everybody I know supports that it move forward in a positive recommendation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Transferring Matt Stauffer.
Hello, Maya. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, sorry, this is Matt Stauffer on behalf of the Santa Monica Chamber of Commerce. No problem, which is the Chamber has continued to support this project for years. The Miramar is a longtime Chamber member and excellent community partner, donating space, items, and funds to countless community events and programs. And this project will also provide badly needed affordable housing, good jobs, and tax revenue to the city. So we urge you to recommend approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Transferring Zena Joseph.
Hello, Zena. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. The Friends of Sunset Park Board opposes the project as currently proposed. We urge the Planning Commission to recommend that the developer do the following. Number 1, redesign the project without the condominiums, and 2, redesign the circulation element of the proposal. Regarding circulation, closing the existing entrance and exit on Wilshire Boulevard, a main thoroughfare, and moving all the visitor traffic to narrow 2nd Street makes no sense. Imagine a banquet ending late at night and all the attendees trying to get onto Wilshire Boulevard from 2nd Street. It would be a nightmare. Some drivers would inevitably lose patience and instead of heading south to Wilshire, would head north into the residential section of Wilmont in an attempt to get home. How would this improve the quality of life for residents? And also, Jeremiah seems to be confused. To go south from the current Wilshire exit, you only need to turn west on Wilshire and then south on Ocean Avenue. I've done it many times. Regarding the condos, residents also asked that the developer not build 60 new condominiums on the upper floors of the new building. Adding 200,000 square feet of luxury condos adds to the height of the building, creating a 130-foot wall all along 2nd Street. The project doubles the size of the Miramar, but 70% of that increase is for the condos. They may appeal to wealthy out-of-towners who are looking for a 2nd or 3rd vacation home and can afford $8 million for a condo, but they will do little to benefit the community. And speaking only for myself, if more money is needed for the project to pencil out, perhaps Mr. Dell can chip in a very small part of his $27 billion fortune. Thank you.
Thank you, Zena. Next speaker, please.
Transferring Neil Steiner.
Hello, Neil. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. Good evening. My name is Neil Steiner. I'm a longtime resident of Santa Monica, and I love Santa Monica. My wife and I enjoy walking around Santa Monica all the time, and we especially enjoy walking in Palisades Park. I'm very concerned that this project will cause so much increased density of population onto that park that will reduce its enjoyment and will reduce its beauty for the people who do use it right now. There'll be too many people there. It's plain and simple. There will be just too many people in that park. And this project, unless I'm mistaken, is being built by rich people for very rich people. That's all we're talking about. I heard $2,000 a square foot. Are we missing something? That's all that Santa Monica can do, is just to build more edifices and more opportunities for rich people to come here and to live. Very rich people. That's reducing what Santa Monica is to a very, very small something of what it was and what it is and what it can be. I noticed that we talk about parking. The parking is going to go from 103 to 428 spaces. What is that going to do to the density, to the air quality of that area? Do we not care about that at all? Is it just the money that they'll bring in? How many weddings and other functions are going to be there? What is that going to be? How long is it going to take to get into that parking lot? If you have 400 people pulling into that parking lot at a half a minute each, you're looking at 220 some odd minutes just waiting online to get into the parking lot, never mind leaving the parking lot. Do we not care about the area? Does it not have any impact? Is it just the money? I don't believe so. 312 guest rooms. I don't know how much the Miramar has now, but it doesn't have anything close to 312 guest rooms. But I noticed that.
Thank you. That's been 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Transferring Kathleen Rawson.
Hello, Kathleen. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Commissioners. Are they on?
Yes.
Yes, you're on.
Oh, sorry. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Kathleen Rawson. I'm the CEO of Downtown Santa Monica, Inc. And our board emphatically supports this redevelopment of the Fairmont Miramar. We feel the developers have responded thoughtfully to the feedback from the community, and the design has evolved into an amazing world-class hotel of which we can all be proud. The economic impact indicates the project will generate $41.8 million additional annual economic contributions and create an amazing 214 new jobs once fully operational. This will bring significant benefits to the city and the local economy, aiding in its revival from the devastating effects of COVID-19, and they will be and are devastating. The community benefits as part of the development agreement will target particular areas of need, including transportation and pedestrian improvements, childcare, parks, open space, economic equity and opportunity, and affordable housing and lodging. We fully support the affordable housing, open space, and preservation of the site's cherished historic elements. And the building heights are in keeping with the surrounding neighborhood, and the wraparound design not only preserves but showcases the Morton Bay fig tree. We're supportive of the plan to create the off-site 100% affordable housing development on 2nd Street. It's a great mix of unit sizes for supporting a variety of households, as well as the opportunity for supportive services. And as always, we would encourage you to adhere to your mandate that the off-site affordable housing utilize high-quality materials and be completed before the occupancy of the market rate project. The redevelopment will benefit downtown community by creating 1,400 square feet of open space accessible to the public. The orientation of the new building on the parcel will better connect and enhance the pedestrian experience along 2nd Street, Wilshire.
Thank you. It's been 2 minutes.
I have Kathleen. Kathleen, can you finish your thought?
I can. Thank you. As per the draft DA, Downtown Santa Monica will serve in an official capacity as advisors for the programming of the public space, which include both community events and displays of public art. And that's important for the continuity of the downtown as a whole. So we embrace this project, and I too would like to add my comments as someone who volunteers on a number of boards in this community. Deep gratitude for their commitment to all aspects of this town and supporting our kids, our elderly, our art projects, and just it's an amazing contribution.
Thank you,
Kathleen. I have a follow-up question. Can you speak to the impact that the project will have on the north end of the promenade, given the delays to Promenade 3.0 or timeline for that, as well as the impact on the types of retail we might see on Wilshire and 2nd and at the end of the promenade? And lastly, I hate to do this sort of on the spot, but since given this advisory role, do you think that DTSM could usefully play an advisory role in helping the Miramar program the corner of 2nd and Wilshire to ensure that it is in fact well related to the neighborhood?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. Before COVID, we were very much focused on the contribution the redevelopment would have on the 1200 block of the 3rd Street Promenade, which is the block between Arizona and Wilshire. In COVID, frankly, the economic development and the commitment that this hotel is making, the economic commitment to this development far exceeds the benefit of the 1200 block. I would say that it can be a catalyst to really demonstrate to the larger development community and even the nation that Santa Monica is open for business. It's an investment that we desperately need, and I think it plays a very significant role. In regard to the we have been in conversation. I personally have been in conversations with the hotel developers to talk about what kind of uses we can explore for their retail space on 2nd Street. We have a lot of extra retail space right now, commercial space in the downtown that we're going to have to repurpose in some way. And so being part of their conversation, being part of that conversation with them is imperative as we move forward.
Thank you.
Actually, Kathleen, I do have a question, a short one. Notwithstanding the language of the DCP and the loose, what is your thinking about parking access and egress on Wilshire?
I am far from a traffic expert and a circulation expert. But what I have seen, and what we're seeing nationally, of course, is that the dependency on vehicles has been reduced pretty substantially. We've even seen it in our own parking garages. I think that will continue. And so there was one comment by someone in the 4 hours I was listening to, not to rub it in, that they were expecting 300 cars because there were 300 guest rooms. I would say that there would be a fraction of those vehicles going in and out. And with our increased transit, I'm seeing we see less of a concern about the number of employees that are driving. Granted, there still will be vehicles, but I think that just personally, the idea of using Wilshire Boulevard as vehicular access doesn't personally bother me, but we would have to look at the analysis.
I mean, the point in the DCP is to make this sort of a pedestrian-friendly, gathering spot and what have you, and curb cuts would not do that. So I just wondered if you had any sort of aesthetic response to it.
Yeah, curb cuts can be problematic, but I think that we need to take the whole project and the neighborhood in mind, because as so many people said in your public testimony, the Miramar is integral to all of our lives. I'm actually going to be really sad when it's under construction because it'll be offline for a long time. So I would be open to understanding what moving some of the vehicle entrances and exits around might do to the project and look like for the project.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for hanging in with us. Can I ask staff how many people we have left in the line?
We have about 11 calls.
Excellent. Wow. Okay, we're making progress.
Transferring Betsy Richardson.
Hello, Betsy. You are in the meeting. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, I'm ready.
Begin.
Oh, Betsy, you may begin.
Okay, hello.
Hello.
My name is Betsy Richardson. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Well, we could hear you.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello. My name is Betsy Richardson. I am a resident of Wilmot. I am on the current board of Wilmot. And thank you, commissioners and everyone involved tonight. It's been a long night. I am opposed to the project in its current configuration. Primarily, well, there's so many reasons why, but number one, it's too big. It's huge. The scale, the size is way out of proportion to the neighborhood. And there's a simple fix. Cut out the condos. You cut out the condos, and nobody's against refurbishing the hotel and bringing the hotel up to speed. That's great. But if you cut out the condos, then guess what? The traffic circulation problem is practically solved. You only need 2 entrances. I mean, it's going to be a nightmare. The traffic circulation on 2nd and California, the way you've got it set up now, it's going to be, people are going to be saying, who allowed this to be done? So please reconsider the whole plan. Cut out the condos. They really are a gentrification of the neighborhood, the local economy. It's a huge inflation. It's a real distortion of our community. And I also agree about the community benefits. The community benefits, as touted, are just requirements. So they're not really giving us true community benefits. And the construction is going to be a huge disruption. So if you cut it in half by cutting out the condos, that would be a great solution, in my opinion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Transferring Mary Marlowe.
Hello, Mary. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening. This is Mary Marlowe. I'm the former president of the Ocean Park Association. Currently, I lead the Transparency Project, and I have been active in the community for about 20 years. I'm just very disappointed in this whole process tonight. I feel like staff is bringing projects to you that are just not ready to move forward. The developer has said he's not even going to finalize the project till 2026, yet they're asking you during a pandemic to look at this project and make some decisions with inadequate information. So, for instance, there's been no traffic study done, and this is after 10 years of working on this project. I would suggest you put it off till you at least get that at a minimum. This idea of having 3 new curb cuts for parking for residents, for employees, and for guests is just sort of crazy, and there's no basis for it. I also think that having these condos is a ridiculous idea. This is a developer that can certainly afford to build a hotel. And we have an unusually high occupancy for hotels in Santa Monica. There's been other developers who have built hotels, for instance, the Shores, not so many years ago, that didn't need condos. So I'm not sure why the Miramar thinks they do, but those are very extraneous. They add to the massing and they add to the height in a very unnecessary way. So there's just many problems with this whole project that really need to be looked at more carefully, but there needs to be a finished product giving to you. It's not fair to planning commissioners to try and make sense of something that's half-baked. So I really suggest that you put this off.
Thank you. That has been 2 minutes.
Information.
Thank you, Mary. Next speaker, please.
Transferring Ernie Powell.
Wait, Ernie, you're up late.
What'd you say?
I said you're up late.
No kidding.
Hi, Ernie. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Am I on now?
You are.
Yes. You may begin.
Well, good evening, everybody. It's been a long night, and we're all tired, so I'll do this as quickly as possible. First of all, I want to give you a little bit of background for me that you may not know about. I was a resident in Santa Monica for 26 years, and part of that time I was on the Pier Restoration Task Force and also the Pier Restoration Corporation, and also Park and Rec Commissioner. And I'm giving you that background because I have my orientation towards this is that I get all the relationship about the promenade and all of that, but I really think that to some degree that this hotel is a wonderful coastal resource. I mean, I know I will go to that hotel and just find a room where I can watch the ocean all night. And I think there's going to be a lot of Californians that want to do that. The relationship between that location and Palisades Park and then the walk down Palisades Park to the Santa Monica Pier is part of the magic of Santa Monica. So that's why I'm so very excited about this. I'm also excited about 42 affordable housing units. And, the reason why the condos, my guess is the reason the condos are there is because you need the income flow from the condos to sustain the affordable housing. I mean, it may not be literally that way, but that would be part of the economic package that I think the developer is looking towards. I have been fighting developments in Santa Monica and all over the country to some degree all of my life. And I will tell you that I have never seen a more receptive and open developer than the staff from the Miramar. They've met with many of you in the community. They've met with other people that have a history in Santa Monica, such as myself. I think what they're doing is sort of the ideal project. So I would urge you to go home and go to bed. But before you do that, make this thing pass and take it on to the City Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Ernie. Next speaker, please.
Transferring Liliana Hernandez.
Hello, Liliana. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, good evening. My name is Liliana Hernandez, and I work at the Fairmont Miramar Hotel as a housekeeper. I have suffered cuts in hours because of the pandemic. I used to work 5 days, sometimes 6 days during summers. Now I've been laid off since March 25. The hotel industry needs to rebuild. The best thing the city of Santa Monica can do for hotel workers right now is to give a strong signal that we are going to build our hotel industry back better. That is what the Fairmont redevelopment does. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Transferring Mike Feinstein.
Hello, Mike. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes.
Great, thank you. Hi, everyone. So I'm kind of tripping on the 60 proposed condos discussion. The council is going to ultimately decide, and I hope that you will direct staff to flesh out several options. The staff report says the project will meet the DCP stable neighborhood goal by having the condos and the affordable housing. A lot of neighbors fear that there's going to be absentee owners to the condos and nobody will be there. The property owners say that there are several local people who are interested in downsizing from the north side and moving in here. The one thing is I think you need to direct staff that if there are condos to explore all the tools to promote local residents relocating. And we've done that with other projects in the city. If we also want to promote a stable neighborhood, we need to look at the vacancy tax. If people aren't going to occupy it, then at what level does the vacancy tax have to be meaningful? Now, the developer, what they're proposing to rent out the rooms like hotels, accepts that they're going to be vacant, doesn't penalize it, which will make it more likely, which undermines the stable neighborhood goal. But because we get all this free money, it's really seductive, and we can put it for things that we want via the TOT. Staff rightly calls out that this is unfair to other property owners, but others say, well, the difference is these would be on a hotel site, which begs the question of why aren't they hotel rooms to start with? We know that the financing is easier with condos. I hope we get more analysis by Paul Silvern about having a more hotel model. But the big issue here is if we're going to give them 130 feet, that's what the DCP approved. They're playing by the rules. But if all the highest floors are condos, then we're giving the public view away from 130 feet. And in the end, we are selling the sky to wealthy people if regular residents can't be on the top floors and look. So either something on the top floor has to be a hotel, or there has to be on the top floors, or there has to be some other way of public access so that the community gets those views of our ocean.
Thank you, Michael. Next speaker, please.
Transferring Magali Arbeya.
Hello, Magali. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, hi everyone. My name is Magali. I work at the Fairmont Miramar Hotel. I have suffered cost in hours because of the pandemic. I used to work 5 days a week. Now I work 0. The hotel industry needs to rebuild the best hotel and the best thing the city of Santa Monica can do for the hotel workers right now is to give a strong signal to we are going to build our hotel industry back better. That is what the Fairmont redevelopment does. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Transferring Peter Trent.
Hello, Peter. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you. Good late evening to you, Chair Lambert and Planning Commissioner. Hi, it's Peter Trin. As a local and Santa Monica small business owner of various hospitality venues, as well as the vice chair of the Santa Monica Chamber of Commerce, I wanted to call in. Actually, I called in 5 times because the nice classical music hotline hung up on me a couple times. So this is my 5th time calling in. It's all good. But I wanted to call in and just affirm my support for the Miramar project. In this unprecedented time, special projects like this are, in my opinion, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that will help our community revive mentally and also fiscally. I urge you, based on the years of careful planning and consideration by hundreds of people involved in this, to support this project and follow staff's recommendation and advance this to City Council to approve. Time is of the essence, and we really need to demonstrate to the community and country that Santa Monica is a role model and centerpiece for innovation and creativity when it comes to businesses and local communities. I really believe that the Miramar project could and should be that initial centerpiece. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Hello?
These are the drops
John
happening. I think these are the drops.
What?
Yep. Hello.
Hello.
This is John Jewell. Yes. Is it my turn to speak?
Yes. Just because you're here.
Okay. Am I live?
You're alive.
I'm live.
And you're alive. We're not alive.
Yes, I've been here since the opening bell. I can feel the energy. It's been like a stock market, up and down. So I want to say hello to all the community Santa Monicans. I'm starting my 2 minutes, right? So.
Yes.
Okay, my name is John Patrick Jewell III, and I live 2 blocks from the Miramar Hotel. It's obviously going to make a great difference to the community, to the art and culture of Santa Monica. The pressure cooker of multi-diversity, multicultural communities will come together here. It is exactly what makes Santa Monica the kind of place that people want to live at. And, you know, what I can say is like, bonjour, écoutez-moi. I'm only jealous because I can't get one of those affordable housing units. And I know that they want to build the condos for people to have homes. There's 100,000 people leaving California because of the unfortunate wildfires. We need to make sure there are enough pumps and places for the firemen to come. We had a great fireman that serves the community. All he said was, it's a great idea. It didn't even ask for any pumps. I don't think we should be asking them for anything, not extra fire hydrants, not anything extra this. Just let them do the project, get on with it. It's going to be a wonderful and intense architecture. The architects have all gone to school. They know what they're doing. They've designed this with years of school and study behind it. And I'm just so excited. I'm a little jealous. I'd love to do an aria right there under the tree one day. But I know that real art costs millions of dollars. We want to see real art. We want to see real artists coming to Santa Monica. I'm sure that all the famous people and diplomats all over the world will stay there. And yeah, I support it. The homeless problem.
Thank you. That has been 2 minutes.
You're so energetic at 11. What's your secret? Still there? There's you ran out. Do we have the next speaker, please?
Transferring Neil Wild.
Hello, Neil. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I've lived in Santa Monica for 30 years, and I live in the neighborhood of the Miramar. First off, relating to letting employees exit onto California, you guys had talked about that. If you do allow that to happen, they'll be constantly making illegal U-turns at the cut in the median and at the 2nd Street stop sign. Trust me, I know for sure that will happen. The traffic buildup at the stoplight at the top of the California incline is bad enough already. Another concern I have that isn't talked about much but was mentioned a few calls back is the size of the additional hotel building on the southeast corner of Ocean in California. The 7-story height disturbs me, as well as the fact that the building pushes all the way out to the street corner. Butted up against the Palisades building, these two buildings complete like a formidable 7-story wall along the whole of California Avenue that blocks views and the sun. And if I remember from previous plans, talking with the planners, I thought they said that hotel guests would be able to socialize on the roof of that building, which would be creating a noise issue as well. So I just say, don't let the financial woes from COVID sway such a lasting decision. Let the Miramar rebuild but downsize. Limit the hotel to that main tower in the middle. And I want to thank you guys for hearing me out.
Thank you.
Okay, take care. Bye.
Next speaker. Do you have a speaker?
We're just waiting for the transfer.
Okay.
No.
Transferring Jonah Breslau.
Hello, Jonah. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you so much. My name's Jonah Breslau. I'm calling from the Los Angeles Alliance for a New Economy. You've heard a lot of comments tonight, so just in brief, this is really a model project in many ways because it combines housing and good jobs and so many community benefits. And so I just want to reiterate and ask for your support. The Los Angeles Alliance for a New Economy, we've been fighting all over the region to encourage these kinds of projects, and it's amazing to see this kind of housing dismissed as a minimal benefit. So thank you again for your consideration, and please support the renovation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Chair, that was our final caller. We did attempt to call back that caller who was dropped 4 times, but no answer. So that's it. No more public comment.
Thank you so much. So at this point, wait a minute. At this point, do I close the public hearing, or do I wait to talk to the applicant and then close it?
No, Chair.
Yes.
I move that we continue the rest of this meeting until 5:30 on Wednesday, September the 9th, when we will hear the applicant and the rest of the proceedings.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Wait. Can I speak to the motion? Can I speak to the motion?
Yes.
I think we ought to give the applicant the rebuttal opportunity now because the public comment was now. That's what we noticed. We did notice that the applicant would have rebuttal opportunity, and I think it would only be fair to. We could start next week with questions of the applicant, but I do want to raise. Wait. Let me finish. I do want to raise the concern because the concern has been raised. Can we do that without reopening public comment? And it's a question for Heidi.
That is a city attorney call.
Yeah, that's a Heidi question.
Right. So I know this has been a very long meeting, but my recommendation would be to finish all of your initial questions after the rebuttal of the applicant to ensure that you are not requesting additional information from the applicant prior to your next meeting, because that will determine whether or not additional public comment is necessary.
So I'd like to speak to that. I made the motion. I think that's a really bad idea. I could spend another hour on the questions here tonight. And it's 11:30.
Richard, did you get a second on this, by the way?
Yes, Elisa.
Yes.
Elisa.
Commissioner Pastor.
Yes.
Because I'm supportive of that motion. I think we should vote on it.
Yeah, no, and I agree, Richard. I mean, with what you just said.
Folks, are you willing to do that even at the risk of having to take another 2 hours of public comment next week?
Well, we don't know that we have to. I mean, I'm not sure there are extraneous issues that we'll be talking to the developer about that we haven't already talked to.
And we're 60 hours in.
The point is,
I just don't think that there's anything productive that happens after hours.
I want to continue. I just don't want to continue at the moment that we're going to force a reopening of the public hearing next week. That's my only issue.
We'll be very careful not to do that. But we do need to let the applicant rebut. Is he still around? Dustin,
is he still alive is the question.
Yeah, they're still alive. That's all of our problems.
Okay.
Actually, this cat works at a hotel. He's probably had his dinner served and drinks and things like that.
Are the maker and the seconder comfortable with allowing the rebuttal to proceed and temporarily holding their motion? Okay.
Well, as long as he's short.
He has 3 minutes.
He's about 5'6", 5'7". What are you, Justin? I think that's not short.
Wow, Commissioner.
What'd you say?
I'm 5'6". I don't think I'm short.
What? Are you only 5'6"?
Okay, come on.
Anyway.
3-minute rebuttal. Take it away, please.
Okay.
Okay. First of all, I just want to thank everybody who stayed on for public comment. Part of this process, and we really appreciate everybody who came on and provided comment in this very, very important project. I do want to clarify a couple things. Francis Engler had mentioned the service of the condo units. Absolutely, that is part of the union jobs, servicing those residences, so I just want to be very clear about that. I want to reiterate our support for the modifications to not prejudice the historic preservation elements on the Palisades building with the Landmarks Commission, so I want to reiterate that. I'm going to mention this because it was mentioned in the paper, but I would encourage anybody who has any concerns on the bluff to not only read our EIR on the bluff stability, but also the downtown community plan EIR on the bluff stability. So I just will mention that. And then I just wanted to close with the following. So I know there's been a lot of discussion about the condos. This is our business. We figure out what the right mix of luxury hotel rooms and condos are to optimize that in terms of the room rate that goes directly to the city as part of TOT and the residential. Now, I want to say something about the residential. I know we've talked about property taxes, and in Paul Silverman's report, he identifies basically about $19.5 million over the first 25 years associated with the property tax revenue from the condos. That is only associated with the 13.9% that goes to the general fund. That number grows to $48 million when you roll in what goes to the Santa Monica Unified School District and Santa Monica City College. Not in his report, but I think it's critical to your guys' understanding of the economics of the condos.
Right.
Finally, I will say We obviously are supportive of the additional use of those condos as hotel rooms for additional TOT to further incentivize the monetary contribution of those condos. We are absolutely open to a marketing of local Santa Monica residents. And I'll close and say this, that 70% of our interest list are Santa Monica residents. I really appreciate your time this evening. I look forward to engaging in further conversations next week. Have a good evening.
Thank you so much. So, Richard, what was your motion again?
That we continue this hearing until 5:30 on Wednesday, September the 9th.
I'm not sure I think we're actually closing the public hearing. We're continuing the meeting, the discussion until September 9th.
That's what I said.
Okay.
No,
Word,
wait a minute.
word for word. That's what I said.
If we have, so some commissioners have not, we still want to ask questions of the applicant, right? So does the public hearing need to stay open?
I don't know if it does it need for that? It's just public testimony, this public hearing, isn't it?
I don't know. Heidi?
So technically, there are different facets to your hearing. This whole process is a public hearing, right? So you have the comment period, which consists of everything that you have done this evening, which is staff report, applicant presentation, public comment, applicant rebuttal. So you are not precluded, as you know, from asking applicants questions during your discussion, right? Because certain questions occur to you, obviously, as the discussion comes up. So if you are closing the kind of this public comment period of it, that's why, and I understand your concern, but that's why I recommended that the whole piece be completed this evening, because you will have completed, because you deferred some of your applicant questions until after the rebuttal. So you're kind of in a different procedural place than you're usually in, but as long as you're very clear on where you're going and that you are not asking for additional evidence from staff or from the applicant, then you are probably in good shape.
Well, you're going to lose a quorum if we go on, so I suggest we
understand.
So is there a vote on Richard's motion? A roll call, please.
Commissioner, I'm here with you. Commissioner Fonda Bernardi?
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco?
Yes.
Commissioner Landris?
Yes.
Commissioner McKinnon?
Yes.
Commissioner Pastor?
Yes.
Commissioner Reese?
Commissioner Reese is going to vote yes, and he's also going to thank the applicant, Dustin, for being so clear and concise in his response.
Yes.
And Chair Lambert?
Yes, and I want to personally thank Commissioner McKinnon. Are you there?
This
has got to be a record. So does that constitute an adjournment?
Yes.
We're done for now, and we'll be back at 5:30 on September 9th, right? Because it's as if we've just paused the meeting. We're in recess until then.
We can just freeze these pictures.
Exactly.
Everyone wear the same outfit.
And there will be a
COVID.
Brown Act notice that will go out because you have adjourned it for longer than 5 days. So there will be a separate agenda posted for this next meeting, just so you know.
Okay, good night.
Thank you all so much.
Night, everybody.
Thanks, everyone.
You forgot to wish me a happy birthday.
Oh, we still have 20 minutes. Who wants to sing?
Yeah, it's been the worst birthday of my life.
Happy birthday to you.
Where'd Richard go?
Nina, you're next. Next verse.
I can't sing right now.
I don't want to
Happy
hear.
birthday, Leslie. I hope
All
you
right.
have a great last 20 minutes of your birthday.
Happy birthday.
Tomorrow.
Happy birthday, Robert.
Thank you so much. We'll see
Have a
you
great.
later.
Bye-bye.